Chapter 61, Expedition Without Hopes or Dreams. 3. The two of them stared silently at the elixirs that they had individually made. The others were silent too. They had used the same exact material, but the items produced were so different that the people seeing it looked as if they were enchanted. It was the alchemist who made a move first. She fiddled with her glasses with her dry, knuckled fingers and tilted her head. Is this the elixir you made, Yongam-nim? Note: Yongam is basically a polite way of calling an old man. The Medicine King was silent. The alchemist picked up the Medicine King's potion and scanned all over it. Even looking at it from another angle. She even tried to turn it upside down. Then, she returned the potion to the Medicine King's hand and fixed her glasses. It's at this level, huh? Is this person the type of person who becomes infinitely stronger when she thinks she is in an advantageous position? In other words, like all other high-rank hunters, she harbors the seeds of a freak? That can't be. It can't be. While my trust in humans was on the verge of collapsing, the Medicine King barely responded. The height difference between the two was huge. The woman's height was as bright and promising as she lived, and the old man's body was as short as he had lived. So the alchemist looked down at the Medicine King, and the Medicine King looked up at the alchemist. Yongam-nim, don't tell me. Greenhorn, don't tell me. Both of them spoke at the same time. Is your ability at elixir making just bad? Are you just lucky? Ooh. Ha! As the alchemist tilted her head, the Medicine King nodded. It was good luck. What? Tshhh. This is why young people are like this. It reminds me of when I was in my 30s, I earned about $1.7 billion in 10 minutes on Wall Street. I thought it was all because of my skills. The alchemist tilted her head. Her glasses also tilted along. A heartfelt voice came from the lips of the tilting alchemist. Would you like to try again? Is that okay with you? The goddess of fortune doesn't smile twice. Tshhh. Young people are just 3 minutes past. You're very lucky, but the goddess of fortune doesn't smile the third time. This time, the difference in our years of experience will definitely. 3 more minutes passed. You're extremely lucky, but the goddess of fortune doesn't smile the fourth time. Stop. In the end, the sword saint gripped the Medicine King's shoulder. Enough, Medicine King. Marcus, what are you talking about? You. Right now you look awfully disgraceful. That's not it. This time for sure. This time for sure my skills. My experience will destroy that first-timer's luck. Can't you see? This is my Sean McAllister's victory road. I'm sorry, miss. You're really the best alchemist. It's my bad that I didn't immediately trust and understand why the Death King was vouching for you. The Sword Saint bowed and apologized. The alchemist, who was looking down at the Medicine King with her eyes as if she was looking at a bunch of fleas, pulled herself together. It must be hard having a friend like him. Even if he's acting like this, it's not like there's nothing good about him. Elixirs. Though he's not as good as you, he does make some pretty good ones. Yes. I feel like it's better than nothing. It's not like he doesn't have any basic skill at all. So it's not like he can't be used as an assistant. It was at the moment when the alchemist muttered as she fixed her glasses. You. With the nimbleness that greatly resembled a cat running towards a silver pine grass, Sangrian's master, the Count, grabbed the alchemist by her wrist to pull her over. A contract. Ha! A contract. An immediate contract. Exclusive contract. A contract with me. I'll guarantee that you will receive the best treatment in the industry. I'll even let you touch the cat. No, I'll let you roll around in the cat field. How about it? How about it? The alchemist was perplexed and was unable to speak. But the Count pouncing upon her was only the beginning. Me too. Alchemist Nim. And since the Death King pointed you out, I'll call you Alchemist King Nim. No, exclude the king, it's just Alchemist Nim. It's the god of medicine. Give us some elixirs too, please. She got the same treatment as I did when I had solo cleared the 10th floor. The request for countless handshakes overwhelmed the alchemist. For starters, the alchemist was flustered and pushed people away. To those of you who want to trade with me, first of all, please ask permission from the Death King. Of course, I'll still do trade with my previous customers. The Crusader Nim is all right. If not, for now, I'm only going to sell elixirs to people that Death King allows. So, on the condition that they do not cause any trouble to Death King. Her words drew the eyes of the hunters, including the Count, towards me. Crusader quietly drowned in her victory, did a hooray pose, and then quietly went off again. I grinned. First of all, let's think about it after breaking the apocalypse. Yes. Climbing a tower always works for the hunters. Even the Count backed away with a bitter feeling. Good. With this, the members are in place. For starters, we have Sword Saint. And we also have the Alchemist. Above all, there's me.
No.
No way. This can't be happening. My years of experience can't be foiled by the luck of a mere greenhorn. I don't know if he was Medicine King or Emperor of Self-Deception, though just like what Alchemist said, he was better than nothing. Well, I guess all the characters have been decided. The librarian, who had been watching our show so far, said cheerfully, I'll say it again. If you die inside the apocalypse, you will die in reality. There's only one way to get out unscathed. Overcome the crisis of serial discontinuation in any way you can, and then create a proper ending. What's a proper ending? That depends on your judgment. The librarian grinned at my question. Maybe you can save Murim by eradicating the epidemic. Or by using the epidemic, you can possibly become the master of Murim yourself. The possibilities are practically limitless. Please think for yourself which will be the best ending. In short, it means that the choice would entirely be ours to make. I nodded. Good. Then please send us to Chronicles of Heavenly Demon right now. Wait a minute. Someone shouted. Isn't Sect Master Nim going? Note. It's just a short term for Chun Mu Mun. I know, right? Isn't a martial arts-related apocalypse a perfect opportunity for Sect Master Nim to actively take part in? Chun Mu Mun. They were hunters from the guild headed by Venomous Snake. The Venomous Snake, who was still holding his breath in the martial arts group, batted his eyes. Ha! To the perplexed Venomous Snake, the guild members spouted out one word after another. No matter how much I think about it, it's a world meant for the Sect Master Nim. I think so too. Sect Master Nim. Doesn't a strong player's duty refer to our Sect Master Nim? I think so too, Master. Master should come forward. The Venomous Snake frowned, and slowly put his arms together. Those thick eyebrows and the one eye below them were full of manly determination. All right, I was just about to step up. You bastards, you haven't forgotten me, right? I was speechless. That's strange. That person wouldn't be interested in the martial arts world, though. Something was fishy, so when I pulled up the character window to read his psychological state, sure enough. No. *TTY disciples. Why the hell are you trying to send me to that kind of village? The Venomous Snake was crying inwardly. He was serious, but only on the outside. So the one-eyed prosecutor spoke calmly, as if he had been waiting for his disciples to push his back with such encouraging remarks. Those who worship martial skills and chivalry, the world of martial artists and chivalrous fighters. That is the Murim. Even though I was born in a different hometown, I have long kept the Murim as my heart's hometown. There won't be a flush toilet there. How much *TTY trouble did I have to go through because of that in the Ejim Empire? Damn. Holy crap. It's not like you don't know why the clan I set up is called Chun Mu Mun. With the cheat skill Cheonha Musang I have, before I came to the tower, the fact that I was a 32-year-old mujik who seemed to have painted a big picture. Was there a Munjai? Everyone knew it's Chun Mu Munten Wu Mun for short. That's how the sign man made it too. I can't even explain this now that we've come this far. Damn it. Note: I decided to keep all the Korean words so that everyone would understand the meaning behind Chun Mumun. Basically, Cheon Ha Musang means unrivaled under the heavens, whereas Mujik means jobless, and Munjae means problem. Holy sh*t. I must go by all means. I absolutely don't want to go. I was beyond speechless. Bae Hurayong, who shared consciousness with me, seemed to have a similar reaction. Shiny reports that she's also speechless. There was an existence in front of me that made people, specters and constellations alike, all speechless. Uvuvu. Such an existence actually garnered the cheers of the hunters. The guild members of the Chun Mumun were particularly pleased. As expected of Sect Master Nim. I knew you'd step forward, Master Nim. Our idol. A true hunter of this era. I will follow you forever. Sect Master. If I didn't have the ability to read psychological states, who knows, I might have also admired him too. No matter where you look, the venomous snake's appearance was that of a chivalrous fighter who devoted his life to the sword. Just like the sword saint. That sword saint folded his arms. Ahem. Venomous snake. If it's you, you have all the right to feel like going. If you say it like that, it feels like you're nagging. But even so, I don't think there's any reason for this man to make concessions. The sword saint extended his aura. It was a situation where the venomous snake was already exuding his force. The energies exuded by two swordsmen clashed. Pong! With the sound of balloons bursting, the air around the colliding forces changed rapidly. The bookmark maids must have felt a sense of crisis, and either ran away quickly or were caught up in the clash of force and were sent flying. The hunters were more excited. Sword Saint and the venomous snake facing each other. This is a battle of pride. It was a rare sight in a literal sense. For me, who knew the psychological state of the venomous snake, it was a rare sight. At that instant, the sound of someone limping could be heard. Sword Saint. Chun Mumun Master. Stop it. It was the sound of the Crusader taking a step forward. The reason why a limping sound was heard was that Crusader was one of the few figures who bet money on the alchemist during the bet earlier. Her purse, which had always been thin, was now packed full with 47 times the betting amount. The reason why the Crusader with the most serious expression seemed a little strange was because of the spell of her stuffed purse. You're not going to start stabbing at each other here, right? Regardless of the purse, the voice of the Crusader was solemn. As had always been the case, the two's fight was mediated. As always... Wait, don't tell me. Was it always like this? I know, right, zombie. If it was always like that, and it's just that we didn't know until now. This world seems to be full of forbidden knowledge that we really shouldn't know. The venomous snake snorted. If we have to dance with our swords, then we just have to do it. Damn, I and the Sword Saint are martial artists, right? Why don't we just go at it and let the stronger one go? I need to lose on purpose. It's embarrassing to just lose outright, so let's make it a close fight and lose. If I lose to the Sword Saint, my disciples will understand. Probably. It was a rare sight indeed. The Sword Saint, who didn't have a clue about such an inside story, wiped the sweat from his forehead. I'm sorry, but venomous snake, against a strong man like you, I will have no choice but to use my full power. As a result of that, you had lost one of your eyes in the last battle. I can't guarantee that the same thing won't happen again. Right back to you, old man. If you come at me thinking I'm still the same me from those days, you'll be lying in a coffin after this. Damn. The appearance of the venomous snake was that of a pompous warrior that lacked nothing. The Sword Emperor, who was floating beside me, also wiped the sweat off from his forehead like the Sword Saint. Hey, zombie. Yes, Mr. Sword Emperor. I said all the high-level hunters were crazy, right? But then, even then, among them, that bastard, how do I say this? It's for real. My forehead was full of sweat too. In fact, when it came to the sweating on the forehead part, everyone present was in a similar state. All the hunters who were watching this scene had sweat dripping from their foreheads. Those who had gathered in Babylon Square and were watching the broadcast must be sweating too. The Crusader's forehead was full of sweat too. The sweat ran down her cheek and dripped on the purse full of gold coins. At any rate, venomous snake. A man like you? The venomous snake gave off a wide smile. For a warrior, there are moments when you just can't back down. Crusader, do something about this. The outcry from his desperate mind would never be said out loud, but the Crusader really did something about it. Specifically, she said this to the Sword Saint. Sword Saint, can you please step down this time? Why are you telling that side to back off? Why are you telling that side to back off? Oh, it overlapped. With that, our thoughts overlapped. Shiny trembles and pats the warrior's waist for comfort. The Sword Emperor also touched my shoulder. While I was being comforted without words, the Crusader continued to speak toward the Sword Saint. I know you always want to be on the front line, but didn't you already join in the raid of the 12th to 19th floors with the Death King and the Witch? So, it would indeed be a shameless thing to do if you say you want to be the first to step foot into the 22nd floor's raid this time as well. A calm tone and a logical explanation. With a serious expression. The only thing that bothered me was the bulging purse that hung onto the side of her clothes. In addition to that, the Crusader pointed to Venomous Snake, and then to the members who suggested that Sect Master Nim should go. Chun Mumun Master is the head of a group. Although he's not a man who cares about the face of his disciples, his position is different from you who plays solo. Can't you respect him a little? Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry was pondering. The hard-posed old man frowned, then relaxed his tight brows. He went through these motions many times. Finally, he folded his arms. When have I ever cared about the honor of you 5 top guilds? The Crusader gritted her teeth. Sword Saint, you really? But the Sword Saint, who had cut off the Crusader's words, turned his head to stare at me. No, why was he looking at me now? These days, I've been wondering if he's going to have some sense of honor. It was a great sight. A stubborn old man had bent over his stubbornness. It was a beautiful sight, and yet, the grumbling Medicine King still had a "this can't be happening" look on his face beside me, and his body language seemed to convey that he did not want to follow the example of the person before him in the slightest. But why was I seeing that sight of him now? Got it. The Sword Saint took a step back. He gazed at the Chronicles of Heavenly Demon full of regret, but the old man brushed it off his heart and said, Venomous Snake, this time I will yield to you. The Venomous Snake raised his eyes, but that was only for a moment. The Venomous Snake released his force even more and grinned. He looked like a gambler who had won as he wanted. You should have done that sooner. You should know that you've just kept your life, old man. No. What the sh*t? Why are you making concessions all of a sudden? Marcus Callenberry. You're not one to give up anything to anyone else. No, I don't want to go. There was an indescribable scene happening that no one knew the insides about. As expected, the Crusader also looked at the Sword Saint with the same face, as if it was difficult to describe. Heretic Questioner, who was watching with a sparkling face, jumped and hugged the Crusader's arm. That's amazing. You convinced the Sword Saint, Crusader. Well, no. It was the Sword Saint who has accepted my persuasion. Ahaha. Is that so? Then I'll have to hug the Sword Saint. I strongly refuse. The Sword Saint immediately set up an iron wall. Of course, any random iron wall would not work for the natural-born psycho, so the Sword Saint had to be in trouble for a while. Really? Everyone is growing little by little. The witch grinned with her mouth closed like a dot. In a mood as if a heartwarming story had been told, the 3 people who came to the expedition of Apocalypse, Chronicles of Heavenly Demon, were ready. Tchhhhh. If it's decided, go faster, you bastards. I'm gonna lose it if I keep waiting. You're just the young me. It just can't be helped either. Ah, really? I should just leave. What can I do? I was defeated by the luck of that greenhorn earlier, but the one-of-a-kind, widely renowned, all-time best alchemist is me, Medicine King. Death King.
I'm scared.
Is it really okay if someone like me follows? Oh, but of course, I'm at least better than that medicine king or something though. The outcome was as solid as Galileo Galilei's geocentric theory, but the results are strangely unrecognized by that flea-like old man. Even then, is someone like me. Hey, non-combatants, take care of yourself when there's a fight. It only takes a moment for a person's neck to fly off. You know? I don't want to go. Swap with me. Sword Saint Grandpops, can you please swap with me? Even if it's right now. I stared blankly at the expedition members who had come together. The Sword Emperor spoke in a soothing tone which was rare for him. Don't worry, zombie. If you don't think this is correct, just die. Whether you get sick or throw yourself from the ceiling, go back to one day before. This reset, I'm going to acknowledge it for real from the bottom of my soul. Although all I have is a soul now. I nodded weakly. Yes. Let's go. Good. The librarian snapped his fingers. Duck. The apocalypse which was in the hands of the Sword Saint flew by itself into the hands of the librarian. He had just lent it to us for a moment, but this book was originally his own, so the librarian flipped open the book with familiar hand gestures. Death King, Venomous Snake, Medicine King, Alchemist. Light radiated from the book. I would like to name these 4 new characters in the Chronicles of Heavenly Demon. When you lot open your eyes there, it will still be a world 10 days before the tragic serial discontinuation of the series. And the light enveloped us. I look forward to your wonderful ending. It was the moment when an expedition team with no hopes or dreams was dispatched. Chapter 62, The Battle of Good and Evil 1. I had never read a martial arts novel before. Not only did I have no habit of reading books, but in our generation martial arts was already a declining genre. Sometimes old martial arts movies were posted on the internet. However, the inferior CG technology would only cause it to become a laughingstock. It was an era that had come to mock all things considered serious and honorable in the past. There was no place to stand for martial and arts in the current time period. A declining genre. A declining world. In such a place, snow was softly falling. It's cold. We, the expedition with no dreams or hopes, safely entered the world of the apocalypse where a vast snowfield, Sheyun, greeted our party. When our shoes stepped on the snow, they made cute squeaky sounds. But the coldness that hit us was not cute in the slightest. Everyone, I shouted hastily, release your aura and protect your own body. It was the bitter cold of a snowstorm, Yendong Shihan. Even if we stayed still, our toes would freeze. As soon as he heard my cry, Venomous Snake immediately released his aura. But the non-combatant, Alchemist, and the Medicine King failed to do so. I didn't learn how to use aura. Achoo. Achoo. Aigu. This old man is dying. I'm going to freeze to death. It had only been 20 seconds since we had entered the world of this apocalypse. Already, 2 people's complexions had so badly turned pale as if they were going to die. But then again, I did all sorts of things in order to learn aura. How would support-based hunters know how to use aura? TCH. I dealt with it quickly. Chun Mumun Master. Please take care of the Medicine King. Alrighty. The Venomous Snake carried the Medicine King on his back. Regardless of whether he was the Emperor of light novels or a man who lived and died for his pride, the Venomous Snake was undoubtedly a top-ranked martial fighter-based hunter. His purple aura immediately surrounded the Medicine King's body. Aigu. I'm finally able to breathe. The Medicine King sighed with relief. His face relaxed like that of an old man who had just entered an open-air hot spring. I nodded, and then took the alchemist's hand. You'll follow me, Sajang Nim. Huh, what? Give me your hand. My aura flowed from my hand to the alchemist's hand. A red aura. The aura, which had yet to be identified as a symbol of fire or blood, surrounded the alchemist's body warmly. Ah! The alchemist bowed. The dash, thank you, Death King Nim. But T-dash. This tickles a little bit. I know you're shy. I'm shy too. But this is no time for such emotions. I looked around. The blizzard was as thick as mist. The problem of low body temperature was solved urgently, but that was all. I was at a loss on where this was and where we had to go. The librarian is a constellation, so he could easily use the word masterpiece and serialization. But this is definitely another world. It's no ordinary book. We're here to save this world. You know that, right? The alchemist raised her head. Yes, I do. I guess I thought of it too lightly. I'll try my best. All you have to do is focus on your role. I'm protecting you with my aura now. But when you need to cure the epidemic, Sajang Nim and Medicine King will have to step forward. I'll leave it in your dependable hands. Yes, Death King Nim. Guhu. The blizzard brushed past our ears. We tried somehow to grasp the surrounding geography with our eyes wide open. I recalled the last sentence of the Chronicles of Heavenly Demon. The Heavenly Demon suddenly died because of the unidentified epidemic. Soon everyone else died too. A concise sentence. The sentence, which was less than 50 characters long, did not state skin-piercing cold, nor did it feature snow that reached the calves and knees. It only stated the basic info on what sort of world we had fallen into. The rest we had to figure out for ourselves from now on. What exactly happened that killed a strong character like the Heavenly Demon? What exactly was the unidentified epidemic that caused the humanity of this world to go extinct? Ah! Thuck. As the alchemist held my right hand a little more tightly, she pointed to the other side of the snowstorm. Look over there, Death King. I think I just saw people there. We all turned our heads in the direction pointed by the alchemist. She was right. I couldn't see well because of the heavy snow, but there was a shadow of a person beyond the storm. There were countless shadows. It looked like there were dozens of people, not just one or two. Perhaps it was even more than 100. It was a forest of silhouettes. Runying. Okay. I took the lead and walked ahead. Let's go over there for now. Snow flew around. It wasn't just falling from the sky. It was being swept away by the wind in all directions, lowering our visibility. When the snowstorm covered us, only our shadows could be seen. We walked close together so that we would not be separated from each other. Hey zombie! Bei Hurayong spoke. He was looking around the surroundings, acting as my eyes. Something's weird. I can't hear anything from that direction. Isn't it because the snowstorm is so bad that their voices are being covered up? That may be the case. Bei Hurayong looked at the forest of silhouettes with narrowed eyes. But it's not just the voices that I can't hear. Those things, they're not moving at all. They're not moving an inch. They're more like statues, not humans though. Fortunately, the snowstorm soon subsided, and with it, our vision became clearer. But that was the only fortunate thing. We were speechless at the sight that had unfolded before our sight. What are these? The venomous snake puffed out white breaths. Why are all the humans frozen? In the midst of the snowy field, hundreds of humans were all frozen while standing. 2. They're real humans. The alchemist looked at the frozen human and said, wearing latex gloves, she ripped off the flesh of the corpse with tongs. According to my life diagnosis skill, it's already been 2 years and 3 months since they died. The cause of death was due to a contagion. After analysis by Moving Hospital, it is still an unregistered disease. Note: a contagion is a virus-carrying agent responsible for causing contagious diseases. That's strange. The Medicine King also took out his monocle and examined every corner of the frozen human corpse. Like a martial fighter-based hunter who would use martial arts skills, they diagnosed the frozen humans with support-based skills. The causes of death are all the same. It's not death by hypothermia, Dongthur. He died from a disease, so they should have died lying on the ground. Aren't they all standing up? Really now? The spookily strange. When this kind of thing happened in Silicon Valley, it's highly likely someone moved them here on purpose. The alchemist cut off the Medicine King's words. The alchemist's expression became serious, as if she had recalled my words from earlier. Though the cause of death is the same, the dates of death are all different. This guy was 2 years ago. That person died 3 years ago. I can only think that someone intentionally moved the body. I frowned. Is this some kind of grave? The venomous snake stroked his chin.
Agrave.
It also looks like a terracotta army from far. The frozen humans all had a separate pose. Some looked up at the sky with open arms, and another had his mouth open like a beast. Character window. I looked at a frozen human that was the closest and chanted it in my mind. The letters popped up over the white snowfield. Plus, name, Jiang Song Pa, Zhang Cheng Pai. Favorability. Favorite genre.
Unfavorable genre.
Favorite characters. Unfavorable characters. Preferred plots. Undesired plots. Psychological state. Light. Plus. So this was how a dead person's character window looked like. Maybe the light in his psychological state was the last thought he had when he died. The corpse's mind looked like someone had inscribed a fixed phrase on a tombstone. The party chattered in the face of the mystery.
Agrave.
If this was a cemetery, why was it made this way? Who knows? But they all have weapons hanging from their waist. Is there no good place to stay? It's a little warm thanks to the aura. But it was at that moment. You ha 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 ha. Laughter came from afar. Our party lowered our bodies reflexively. Perhaps the owner of the laugh did not notice us, as it looked like he was shouting at someone else. The heavenly demon sect, Modal Tensha, ends today. Ha! Even a passing dog will turn over and laugh. It wasn't just one voice. There were two. As long as I am alive and well, the heavenly demon sect would remain alive and well. Bu Wulsun, Yang Ruishan, you're the one that should say your last goodbyes to the righteous sects. The voices had become clearer. One was the voice of an old man and the other of a young woman. The old man shouted, Bulsh *T, the bloody ghost squad Shukoi Doi, that your demon cult boasted about had their heads blown off by the blades of my axes. The rotten demon, Moto. Elders also had their heads cut off and were sent to the Yellow River. There are 500 martial masters of the righteous sect that follow me. What sorcery can you use to stop this body? The woman laughed softly. What a long tongue this old man has. The bloody ghosts are just staying off the radar for a while after receiving my secret order. They're not weak enough to be killed by someone like you. I raised my finger and signaled to the others. SHHHH. They batted their eyes. Let's get closer quietly, okay? The party nodded silently. We crept through the frozen human cemetery and the forest of corpses. The voices of the two unknown individuals gradually grew closer. Soon after, their figures could be seen. Before you worry about my subordinates, how about worrying about your own underlings? Wulsun? The woman was wearing a black uniform. Where did all the pillars of the state that you were so proud of off to? The old monster, once revered as the faction leader of the Murim, has become ugly. Ha! The old man was wearing a white robe. It's none of your business. They quickly spread to the whole world on my secret orders. I see that you all have quite a lot of secret orders too. Isn't this at all because you screwed up the whole world? You bastard. If it weren't for the retarded heavenly demon cult, the world wouldn't be this abnormal. If we're idiots, what would that make you righteous sect people who got your asses handed to you by such idiots? It'd be correct to call you idiots of all idiots. Ha! You bitch dare to? If you're mad, you can come at me anytime, old man. A very low-level fight was taking place. According to what they said, the elderly man dressed in a robe was a figure on the righteous sect, and the woman in the black uniform seemed to be on the demon sect side. The old man of the righteous sect and the woman of the demon cult pointed their weapons at each other. I'm done with this. I can't stand demon heads like you anymore, bitch. I'll split your head into two, and offer one to the Jade Emperor and the other to Yomra. Note: Yomra is the king of the underworld/hell. Heh. I was hoping for a life-or-death situation. I'll finally cut off the last flesh and blood of the righteous sect today, and show that the heavenly demon sect is alive and well. Though they spoke frivolously, it was a typical fight between two people of the righteous and demon sects. Now, if the two people actually exert their force and started sword fighting, everything would have been perfect. But there was a serious problem. Hey zombie, Bei Hurayong muttered dejectedly. What are they doing, holding a branch? That's right. The old man and the woman, the two powerful people, held a wooden stick as thin as a cane. That was the weapon that the two had brought out. There were no brilliant weapons that could be seen that usually appeared in martial arts movies. The two seemed to be embarrassed when they aimed at each other with wooden sticks. They exchanged awkward glances. The woman in black robes slowly opened her mouth.
Hey Buyolisun.
Where did you put the jade axe you bragged about that you are carrying a piece of wood? For being a trash of the Nangong family, your only merit was that you wielded your axe valiantly. Shut up. The old man's face became flushed. Right back at you, bitch. Where did you throw your blood-weaving demonic sword that you treasured like a daughter? That you are holding such a cane? Ehem. What do you mean a cane? The woman averted her gaze. That's too much. Even if it looks like this is a wooden sword that I personally carved and made. This sword contains the essence of the 1,000-years-old demon sect, and I personally gave the name of 100 Sky-splitting sword to this weapon. Did you just stick the name Sky-splitting to a cane right now? Can't I do that? Silence. The old man said calmly. Even so, 100 Sky-splitting sword is just over the top. Why don't you use a trivial name such as Payanti Suda? Note. Payanti is Hanja for cane, whip, flog, lash, and it's written as Banshur and read in Hanja as Bianchi. The word Payanti is not supposed to literally mean a cane. The word basically means cane, and it literally looks like a cane. You stupid. The woman nodded sullenly. All right then, if that's what you say, the name demonic Payanti is good enough. You and your demon Moa. Demon. The old man's white beard trembled. Why are all the demon cults people making a fuss with putting demon on their names? You and your subordinates, and there's already 4 demons. Bloody demon, Shimoa, sword demon, Jianmoa, flame ghost demon, Guihunyanmoa, moon shadow demon lord, Yuyingmojun. Even their moniker is the 4-demon lord. You bastards. Even before you learn the 1,000-character classics, do you all first memorize the word demon? Isn't there a refined feel to it? Ag. I can't believe that you bitches were considered the strongest at one point in time. Just then, dark clouds covered the sun. The snowy clouds were so thick that they quickly descended upon the snowfield. In an instant, the world darkened like it was dusk. Ha! The old man flinched. Demon head. This is no time for us to fight amongst ourselves. The two Murim people leaned against each other as if they never had an argument. A cold sweat broke out on the woman's forehead. Damn it! The law of heaven has been acting as it pleases nowadays. You bitch! Weren't you confident that the weather would be clear today? There are times when the divination is right and wrong. I had just sloppily learned the art of prediction of the flame ghost demon. How can I see through heaven and earth? Aigu! Why don't I just get a fortune teller from the street and make him the religious sect leader? I don't deserve the position anymore after being deceived by this bitch's words. Shut up and get ready to fight, old man. I'm losing more energy that I don't even have. Our party was puzzled. The alchemist, who was close to me, whispered, Wadash, what's happening all of a sudden? I'm not sure. I don't really. It was at the moment when I was about to say that I didn't know too. Something wriggled. At first, I thought that someone in our party made a sound. But as growling sounds began to come from the left, right, front, back, I realized that my thoughts were firmly wrong. Goo. Kayak gur. Hike. The alchemist was startled and clung to my arm. Beyond her glasses, I could see that her complexion was as blue as a beetle. The faces of the venomous snake and medicine king were not much different. Perhaps my face was now also blue. Kiik. Guo. The frozen humans numbered thousands at a glance. The ones we considered to be just corpses moved their arms and legs slowly. The dead body's eyes, which had previously stood still, turned. The pupils were open, and the eyebrows were almost missing. Most of all, some of them had their eyes dug in as if worms had eaten through them. Nevertheless, one of those corpses zeroed in on us. I made eye contact with one of them. As soon as I saw the dead body's eyes, I realized, damn, an apocalypse going by the name of Chronicles of Heavenly Demon. The book clearly said this. Plus, The Chronicles of Heavenly Demon. Genre martial arts, fusion. Difficulty level, B class. Player limit, 2 to 4 people. The serialization is currently suspended. Introduction. The Righteous Sect. A world of those who revere the Mu, those who use Mu, those who strive to attain the Mu. A heavenly demon had descended here and tried to unify all the sections. A demonic cult, Mojal, was brought together centering on the heavenly demon. The opposing forces would go against this demonic cult. Fighting over the control of the world would probably be what they would have done if it wasn't for the sudden super epidemic. Reason for discontinuation. An unidentified epidemic went rampant in the world, causing the heavenly demon to die. The demonic cult was annihilated. The other forces were also destroyed. And, plus, the bodies, which we thought were frozen humans, moved slowly. Their movement was slow and sluggish, but the sight of the body moving was a horror in and of itself. I belatedly realized what the unidentified epidemic was that brought this world to an end. Was the super epidemic a zombie virus? The dead body's mouth opened at the same time I shouted. You! The sun was covered by dark clouds, and 1,000 zombies swooped upon us. Chapter 63, The Battle of Good and Evil, 2. The alchemist turned pale as she shuddered and tried to scream. Hayek dashed. Gruu. Even after I stopped the alchemist from making any sounds, one could still hear shouts. It was the Medicine King, old enough to chew out the sword saint despite being his friend. This old man who seemed to think it was only acceptable to view young people as naive and immature, screamed like he lost his marbles. Run away! Run away! I've never seen anything like that even in the Silicon Valley. Wah, we're going to die. The world is coming to an end. This is a world that has already been destroyed, you know? I quickly took out the holy sword and cut off the nearest zombie. Unlike the martial arts genre, I had seen movies and drama of the zombie genre quite often, and so thanks to that, I was able to face my opponents directly on the 13th floor. And now, after all that experience, my blade instinctively flew towards the zombie's neck. Kiyuuf! The zombie's head growled even as it soared into the air. The headless body also swung at me, swinging its arms and legs. Damn it! Is it a type of zombie that would only stop moving after its brain is destroyed? That was the worst case. Let's get out of here first. Yo, you bastards, who are you? Finally, the two people we saw earlier noticed that we were there. The old man of the righteous sect and the woman of the demonic cult looked in our direction, and they were astonished upon glimpsing at our party, just like we were surprised to see the zombies. Hey, old fart. It seems that the eyes of the great me have turned up strangely. They see not just one but 4 living people. Is the king of the underworld calling for the great me? That's what I see too. Maybe because you've provoked me first by calling me a retard. I feel as though I really have become retarded. You should run away too. I rushed to carry the alchemist on my back. And please tell us where to run to while you're at it. Both of them looked at each other. Oh my world. It really is a living person, old thing. Maybe we're already dead and looking at the scenery of the underworld? Then probably one of the two things happened. Either you and the great me died and we went to paradise together, or we fell into hell together. I don't think this body, which has served righteousness and honor as the Murim Lord, will go to hell, so it's probably paradise. However, there are no peach trees, no fairies, and there is an abundance of Jiangshi in here. And above all, you are here too, aren't you? It'll be very odd if this is heaven. Then this must be reality, not a dream. So these people are innocent? At least the warmth of their bodies doesn't seem to resemble the cold of the Jiangshi. Maybe they had figured out that we were already fleeing from the zombie-infested area, The venomous snake took care of the old man of the righteous sect, and I was carrying the woman of the demonic cult, while they went on chatting in peace. Where the hell are you guys from? The woman from the demonic cult looked up at me curiously. So you're mastering the miraculous footwork. Are you perhaps children of the Sai Wei? Are the orangs still alive in the periphery? We are. I didn't understand exactly what Sai Wei meant, but I had an inkling. She must be asking if we're from a place outside the control of the righteous and demon sections. When I was thinking about what to say, I heard a sound from the back that relieved my worries about giving an answer. Keek keek. Keek. Ooh-hoo-hoo. They were zombies. They ran after us in full swing, probably after setting their bodies back in order. Wouldn't it be more accurate to say they were jumping? What kind of zombie was so lively that it skipped 10 meters with every step? I should have said flying instead of running. The sight of hundreds of zombies flying like a swarm of seagulls gave me both shock and horror. What? The venomous snake was astonished as well. What kind of zombie flies in the sky? It's a Qigong skill invented by the great me. I borrowed it from the lowlives of the land of mystery and improved it. The woman of the demonic cult trembled. Look at that. They've gone beyond the extreme Qigong skill, Lu Shi Wuai, and even reached the point of walking the air, Da Kong Shu Dao. Are they not the elite of the demonic cult who were taught by the great me? They are true demons because they have not forgotten their martial arts even in their death. Hold on. I said, even if I only understood the approximate nuance of the sentence in a flurry of bizarre words, I still heard something that couldn't be overlooked. They don't forget their martial arts even after they die? Huh? Perhaps you're in the dark about things because you're a child of the Sai Wei. The woman of the demonic cult tilted her head. If a strong person becomes a jiangshi, their martial arts spread. Isn't it common sense? I've never heard of such a thing being common sense. Oh my God. Zombies who use martial arts. If it were a comedy, I'd laugh it off, but now it was not a comedy genre, but the world of genuine martial arts genre. It wasn't the time for jokes. Those children are of the demonic cult, which have been taught directly by the great me. If you take lessons from the great me, your body will react to killing intent even when you go to bed. It's great to see the Qigong skill being used even if it's by corpses. They're catching up. They'll catch up to us like this, you Munju idiot. The medicine king on the back of the venomous snake screamed. The zombies, who rose into the air, descended like ferocious hawks, and the medicine king almost tore his own hair apart from the tension. Run more. Can't you run faster? If I get bitten and become a zombie, I'll bite you first. Damn. Where's the brat who brought these oldies here, huh? The venomous snake squealed. And why am I surrounded by oldies behind and in front of me, while you are surrounded by two women? We are about to be torn to shreds getting hit by the zombies' martial arts? Does that matter now? We're about to die. What else could matter more? Shouted Bei Hurayong, who was shielding the rear on my behalf. They're zombies. Zombies? What kind of *T was this? Weakness, I said to the woman of the demonic cult. Don't they have any weaknesses? If you cut off their heads, they will stop moving. Not that. Something easier to manage. In fact, I was prepared to die at this moment. That would work on a normal zombie perhaps. But the story was very different if the world was full of zombies who were even able to use martial arts. Not only the sword saint, but it was also the same with the witch and the heretic questioner. I was worried that I might not see a clear angle ever after handpicking all the star members we currently had. The woman of the demonic cult nodded her head. She raised her finger and pointed over my shoulder. When the sun shines, they stop. Indeed, it was simple when you think about it. The scene where zombies started to close in on us, and the scene where they flew in with a Qigong technique, were so shocking that I couldn't think around those facts. Nameless maiden. And also the alchemist. Yes. The witch-like woman answered in a nonchalant voice, and the alchemist answered in a rattling voice. I focused the aura on my arm. I'm sorry, but I'll cast you aside. Please land on your own. Yes. and threw the woman and the alchemist as far away as possible, with all the might of a javelin finalist in the Olympic Games. The woman made no sound when she flew away. She just dropped headfirst on the snowy field with a thud. The alchemist, on the other hand, fell with a piercing scream. The snowfield she fell into was engraved with a large, Da, embossed letter.
Sorry.
I apologized one last time and then stopped. Looking back, hundreds of zombies were rushing in. Cowork, Kiik, Uhu, Ku. I got goosebumps all over. I have fought with zombies on the 13th floor before, but they were different from these ones flying like mosquitoes in the sky. To be honest, I was a little scared. I'm going to die. For some reason, Bei Hurayong was delighted. I never thought I'd see a zombie die because of a real zombie again. Ah, good. This is the moment when I check one wish off my bucket list. Did that old man make a bucket list even after he became a ghost? Not yet. In the middle of the snowfield, I faced a group of zombies. I'm not going to die just yet. I pulled the holy sword of the goddess out of its sheath. Striking the teeth of a proud zombie nearest to me and looking at the flesh of the zombie who was previously frozen, I hurriedly spoke into my mind. Shiny. Shiny answers the call of the warrior. Shine. Pa'awea. Fragment of the constellation. The holy sword, the first idol I owned out of the 5 sister swords, radiated light. The snowfield reflected the light and everything shone brightly. And I realized that I had a talent for naming. It was indeed the right choice to give Shiny the name Shiny. Ah, Ju, Uhu. They stopped. Zombies, seeing the light of the holy sword, stopped midair in unison. All of them fell to the ground like mosquitoes that were hit directly by a bug spray. Because they did not break the fall, the snow that covered the snowfield was drilled with holes like a honeycomb. Hyuk, the medicine king, who had been caught by a zombie, groaned. The zombie hardened as it was gripping the medicine king's white hair. Am I alive? Do I get to breathe again? If it weren't for that bastard Marcus, I wouldn't have come to the tower. Curse my fate. Is everyone all right? I didn't let my guard down. It was not yet over. The dark clouds had not receded from the sky, and the ground was still dark. The only light around us was the brilliance being emitted from the holy sword of the goddess. If the light goes out even for a moment, those fearsome zombies would resume their activities. Yes, my face hurts a little, but it's okay. Thank you for saving me, Death King. Damn, the Medicine King and this old fart too. I want to live my life while distancing myself from old people. Please. The alchemist and the venomous snake informed us that they were safe in their own way. I nodded. Guild Master of Chun Mumun. Please take care of the others while I kill the zombies. What are you going to do? I'm going to get rid of them while they're not moving. I aimed at a zombie with the holy sword. It's going to take some time, but it's not hard work. Wait a moment. Child of the Sa. The woman of the demonic cult rose from the snow. Slowly she brushed the snowflakes off her uniform. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude for saving the great me, who is a complete stranger. But if you're going to behead the Jiangshi, then the great me will have to stop you. Why? All kinds of things came to my mind. Is there an unusual curse on a zombie if it is killed? Will the curse be transmitted? In fact, few monsters are as abundant in variations as zombies. Depending on how it is set up in the worldview, they can either become a trash mob or a terrible disaster. But what the woman of the demonic cult told us was something we completely didn't expect. Those are all the demonic cult's followers. Pardon. They're the disciples and subordinates of the great me. She was serious. The great war, which was ignited by the righteous sect bastards, is on the horizon. We are in dire need of every individual. We can't lose more elites here when we're in a tight spot anyway. What kind of a crock of sh*T was this? Our party did not understand the woman's words. What great war! The heaven and earth of this world were already on the verge of collapsing. There could not be any forces or men to wage war. The librarian had said this as he guided us to the apocalypse. When you open your eyes, It will be the world 10 days before Chronicles of Heavenly Demon faces a discontinuation. I look forward to your wonderful ending. Only 10 days till utter destruction comes. I don't know how many survivors will remain in this world, but after 10 days they'll all die anyway. Neither the woman of the demonic cult nor the old man of the righteous sect was an exception to this fate. The two righteous and demonic sect people were calm. Perhaps it was because they knew of this future. That old man, the Murim Lord Master of the righteous sect. He's called Bu Wulsun. I've been in the Great War with that old man for 3 years. It's been 989 days since the war was declared. The Great Me and the old man swore on our respective names, and we could never get out of here until one of us concedes defeat. The woman of the demonic cult gravely stated. All of our sect disciples have been reduced to Jiangshi, but if they use the martial arts of the demonic cult, they will soon be demons. They're the men the Great Me has to take care of. Don't kill them. If you want to kill, then only pick the ones wearing priest robes. Bulsh *T. We painstakingly raked those elites together from the prestigious righteous sect. The old man of the righteous sect jumped up and down. Didn't you make a promise, heavenly demon? You and I will see the end of the great war of good and evil without touching the Jiangshi. Promises are made to be broken. You wicked bitch. Then I'll also smash each of those demon Jiangshi's heads. You son of a bitch, the head of the righteous sect is going to break the bargain? You have finally revealed your true colors of being a hypocrite. Just as they did before the zombies started moving, the two looked as if they were going to have a life-or-death duel right away. I was dumbfounded. The world is destroyed, and you're saying that you're going to continue doing something like that? The order is wrong. The demonic cult woman called the heavenly demon shook her head. The whole world was destroyed on its own while we were at war. That was to say, the righteous sect old man, the righteous sect lord woman, and the demonic cult, and the heavenly demon fought while putting their fates on the line. There was no problem so far. However, the sudden outbreak of the virus turned all of their subordinates into zombies. Ordinary people would stop the war here, run away, or hide. But you can't put off the game that you've already started. The righteous and demonic sects people were definitely not ordinary. The Murim Lord and the heavenly demon, even though all their men were reduced to zombies, they had no intentions of stopping the war. Not only did they not stop, but the two still treated their men who had turned into Jiangshi as their own. That's why the world with the zombie apocalypse had been suffering through a war for 3 years. The Great Me won't stop until we get a victory from that old man. There are still 500 soldiers left to the Great Me. I will lead them and destroy him. That's for me to say, you may do. I am joined by a group of martial artists who will fight against you bitches. Even if they turn into vengeful spirits, I'll put an end to this tedious 989-day war. Yes, it wasn't just our expedition which had no dreams and hopes. There was no dream or hope in this world itself. Chapter 64, The Battle of Good and Evil 3. The world as they knew it was collapsing, yet the two righteous and demonic sect people had no intentions of stopping their war. This alone was enough to render me speechless. But there was a separate scene that was even more shocking. It was the scene of the two fighting. The scholar does not cover his brush, and the warrior does not cover his sword. The heavenly demon said to the Murim Lord. The wooden stick was still in her hands. Although the Great Me is only holding a wooden stick upon forgetting to bring a sword, I can still send an old man like you beyond the Yellow River. Come on then. The Murim Lord held his cane and shouted vehemently. Let's fight for the last time and determine who will lead the righteous and demonic sects once and for all. Thus the two righteous and demonic sect people clashed. Perhaps the term confrontation was a little too much. The two people's tactics were nothing more than mere drabbing. Heavenly Demon Limbo, Tianmo Jun Lingbu. Note, basically the leader of the demonic cult. Qianma is the heavenly demon. Ha! Sky-piercing yellow moon. Huang Empotan. The heavenly demon and the Murim sect lord faced off with fairly specious words. But that was all there was to it. What the two people had in their hands were only wooden canes, and the sound of them clashing was rhythmic and cheerful. Bam! 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 Their canes broke even before the climax of their fight. Then the heavenly demon and the Murim lord rushed at each other, with a fierce glare in their eyes. The heavenly demon caught the Murim lord's beard, and the latter grabbed her by the hair. I was speechless. What the hell is this? And then it got more interesting, with all of us dumbfounded. Oh, that's weird. Bei Hurayong gave an unusual response. They've got the right posture. Those guys. What? They're breathing properly with correct movements. Even in my world, they'd be considered masters. I looked at the duel again. The Murim lord was about to poke the eyes of the heavenly demon, and the latter was hurriedly covering her face with both hands. Those two. You don't know that fundamental principle? That divine dragon's claw poking the eyes is trying to steal the vile dragon's pearl can be called two dragons fighting for a pearl. Songlongdeng, do. And that one defending his face can be assimilated to Buddha covering the faces of the humankind, and can be called thousand sound observing Chen Shichinyin. Note, the first one refers to a Chinese myth where fairies were bathing in the heavenly pond and got attacked by demons but were rescued by two dragons. When the queen heard of this, she bestowed them a precious pearl that would grant them immortality and ultimate cultivation. None of the two dragons ever gave up the pearl for the sake of the other, and so they kept trying to snatch it from the other's claws eternally. The second is a Buddhist belief that Buddha listens to the sufferings of 1,000 people at once and answers them by covering their eyes. The meaning of the closed eyes in Buddhist philosophy is a conception that one is not exposed to the evil around. Hence, one doesn't indulge in any kind of crime. One remains immune to villainous acts and thus protected from all kinds of misgivings and ill fortunes as a result. Face covering equals closing eyes equals relief from suffering. Thus went Bei Hurayong's explanation. I raised one hand to block the last of it. But why are they having a dog fight in such a sloppy manner? That's why it's weird. If they've reached that stage, they should follow the flow of qi, so they should be filled with righteousness. It's because they don't have any energy in their movements. That's why they cannot summon a single flex of aura and were flailing their arms in that slovenly manner. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been like that if their dantians were crushed. Seeing Bei Hurayong constantly tilting his head, I thought of one possibility. Perhaps the only possibility. You're just making fun of me, Sword Emperor, aren't you? Hey, you zombie. I'm not some kind of a sicko, I don't joke around with stuff like this. The Sword Emperor smacked me. No, damn it, can you really not see that? Of all things, I had to go into closed-doors cultivation and draw out my form and thought with my drained aura. TSK. Well, I guess that's why I needed you in the first place. Spending many years behind closed-doors cultivation upon fighting the Devil King of Fall Rain was only natural. Anyway, the Sword Emperor was serious. And there was one more serious person. That old woman. She's pretty good. The poisonous snake was squinting his eyes. That bite is following the principle of the Zhuangzi, and that arm strike follows the principle of Anwaliang. He says he's real, but I guess a warrior is still a warrior. Yes, like a giant snake biting the king of the earth, and then going on with a dragon-like skin. Did you see that zombie? Unlike you, I have eyes that see through everything. I went through the venomous snake's thoughts silently. Chun Mumun Master was seriously thinking with his arms folded. If I were to analyze it with my unrivaled under the heavens skill, I'd say it's right. Those movements could also be explained as, it's good to be born as a Helgi hound, Cerberus, and keep the gates of the demon Kingwang castle, but both sides were the rebirth, say, of the troublemakers and the class president. So I'm the one stuck between them and the hero of the online game, a male high school student along with his younger classmates who skipped a grade wool and a popular cartoonist, has decided to be a true warrior young. I'm sure. Note: Zhuangzi and Anwaliang appear in the Hangul of the previous sentence. The Sword Emperor was dumbstruck. The unknown alchemist tilted her head. Is that so, Lord? It just looks like a little fight between young kids. Damn. If it could be clear to anyone, then what's the difference between the master and the follower? It's only obvious to the eyes of people like me. Oh my God, just how many skills do they hold? At this rate, those two are above the Sword Saint Grandpa. I feel like I'm gonna level up just by looking at them. I got things to teach my disciples when I go back. Sword Emperor. Yes, zombie. All rivers meet in the ocean, right? There's a lot of formulas to come up with the same answer. That's the point of martial arts. Yes, thank you. Fortunately, the strange scene in which the Murim Lord and the Heavenly Demon were having a dogfight, the Emperor of Light novels coming to a realization while watching that, and above all, the strange scene in which I consoled the Sword Emperor, did not last long. Achoo! Agu, I'm freezing to death. The Medicine King screamed. Hey, you bastard and wench! How long are you going to be fighting? Can't you see us in front of you? TSK, TSK. Look, what a narrow-sighted pair. You're just like young children. Exactly like young children. They stopped at the Medicine King's deafening roar. The Murim Lord scratched the back of his head with an embarrassed face. Well, we haven't had a visitor in a long while. Surely this is not the proper behavior to exhibit. The Heavenly Demon also coughed awkwardly. For now, I will guide you to the cave, where the Great Me is staying. For it wasn't long before the dark clouds cleared up. I no longer needed Shiny to light the way. The zombies were again as hard as stone in the sun, and we were able to escape the snowfield safely. Huff, huff. Oh, aha! However, the Heavenly Demon and the Murim Lord. The poor physical strength of the two people was a hindrance. The two of them were obviously not ordinary righteous and demonic sect people, but the heads of the demonic cult and the righteous cult. They were the ones who had to show off that they had this world's most powerful martial arts. The Sword Emperor and Chun Mumun Master even guaranteed their military service through different arguments. And yet, somehow, the two people were totally out of shape. They were gasping for breath even though they had only walked a little in the snow. I said discreetly because I couldn't stand seeing it. Can I give you a piggyback, if you don't mind? Please. It's not easy to practice mind control, Shinfar, today. In the end, as I did earlier, I carried the Heavenly Demon, and the Venomous Snake carried the Murim Lord. The Venomous Snake said solemnly, Death King, that's not right. What? This is how it should be. It is only right this way. Yes. I didn't have the strength to argue, so I decided to go along with it. It was then. I was seized by a strange feeling as I was carrying the Murim Lord and walking. It's strange. Bei Huraung tilted its head. What's weird? He feels warm. His body feels very warm. But isn't the weather so cold now? If we don't use our aura, we'll freeze. But he's so warm. The Sword Emperor looked thoughtful and silent. I followed his example and was lost in thought. Is he protecting his body with his aura just like we're doing? But why didn't I feel a single speck of internal energy from his attacks in the battle that just took place then? What is it? Things don't add up. Something was strange. But as I was failing to notice exactly what was strange, we crossed the snowfield. This is the home of the Great Me. The cave that the Heavenly Horse pointed at was not far from the snowfield. There was a wide hole in the ceiling, and the glow of the sunset poured in. Wow! The alchemist's mouth was wide open with shock. Her eyes glistened over the frosted spectacles. It's a hot spring, isn't it? There was an open-air bath in the cave. A deep pond had settled on the bottom of the cave. Water vapor rose from the surface of the pond. The natural hot spring was supposed to overcome the freezing cold and warm the surroundings with the consolation of sunset. With the hot spring flowing down, I thought it was a beautiful sight. The Great Me had found it a long time ago. The Heavenly Demon smiled like she was glad. I didn't expect to welcome strangers from the SE way as guests. Wash first. I'll look for food to serve you in addition to drinking water with that oldie. Is there anything else we can serve other than energy bars? Didn't I say let's go look for something? Old man, are your ears deafening as you age? Old man, old man, old man. You always call me that. But if you look at it, there's not much age difference between you and me. If you're offended, then you should have also grown some wisdom instead of getting old in vain. The heavenly demon and the Murim lord wobbled away to the other end of the cave. We stayed in the hot springs and looked at the two with curious eyes. Tach, that's amazing. They were engaged in a life-or-death battle just a while ago. They had been fighting for 3 years. There must be some affection or respect they grew for each other while fighting. The Medicine King grumbled. But it's warm and nice around here. As soon as I came to this world, I was so embarrassed to hold a man's hand. Now get away from me a little, Kimumun master. How did the Sword Saint become friends with someone like you?
Oho.
Get your facts right. I allowed Marcus to become friends with me. What the? Well, I guess you and the Sword Saint are both weirdos. Frick, you're two of a kind. So we went into the open-air bath and took a rest. After we finished taking a bath, the two righteous and demonic sect people served us food. Well, I don't think we have any other food to serve you. It's an energy seed. Eat lots. What the heavenly demon and the Murim lord served us were kernel beads. It was Huan Jiao. /*note. Huan is a round medicinal pill that is made from natural substances. */ It looked like Chong Simwin, but the grain was a little bigger. ** note. Chong Simwin is a medicine that clears a person's heart. */ Once upon a time, I could hunt prey like a wolf. These days, animals are so hard to see, let alone catch. I don't even know how the world came to be like this. No, thanks for your hospitality. I received the plate politely. It had been 3 years since the world collapsed. There's no way there'd be any other type of food around. Our party carefully nibbled at the Huan. Bleg. Ugh. The venomous snake and the Medicine King had a constipated face on. I almost coughed, too. The old beans tasted raw. They could barely be considered as food. You haven't really been surviving on this, have you? The alchemist picked up the Huan and looked around as if she were amazed. Almost so. For how long? The heavenly demon stared at the cave wall. The wall was inscribed with numerous calendar markings. Perhaps the two had kept track of the date 1 stroke a day when they began to live in this cave. It's been more than 2 years since we've been eating only the Huan. 2 years. The alchemist was speechless. 2 years. They said they had eaten only grains for 2 years. The alchemist groaned as if it was difficult for her to understand this. Tach, that's ridiculous. Then you won't be able to get proper nutrition. Without proper coordination of sugars and lipids, proteins and vitamins and minerals, the human body. I don't know what you mean, but it's still edible. I can't stand it. The Medicine King shouted back. Standing up suddenly, the Medicine King took something out of his pocket. He pulled out all sorts of things like burners, meat, seafood, and so on. Watch and learn, you idiots. TCH, you don't even have the energy to cross the snowfield. You're not thinking about your bodies is the same as when I was young. Is there any water? Oh, the water, we melt snow and drink it, or once in a while, when the sun shines for a few days in a row, water runs through the stone in there. It's driving me crazy. It's driving me crazy. 70% of the human body is water, but you drink that kind of water occasionally. You need to drink water that is full of minerals. The Medicine King, who set fire to a burner, took out bottled water and poured it into the pot. The alchemist was surprised to see the bottled water. You're using Bling H2O, aren't you? That expensive thing. What's so expensive about this? It's good for cooking, so I just use it. When I was outside the tower, I couldn't even see water. Taste. If it weren't for Marcus. The Medicine King tilted his head over the cooking pot that he pulled out of nowhere. Hey zombie, what's a Bling H2O? Well, maybe it's like Evian. What is Evian? Is that some kind of elixir of life? What's an elixir of life? There's this crazily expensive water. Then it must be similar. Chapter 65. The Battle of Good and Evil. 4. While Bei Hurayong and I chatted, the Medicine King boiled the Evian-like bottled water. Meanwhile, on the other side, he laid out a frying pan and a cutting board and started cooking. A savory smell filled the cave. Huff hut. The Medicine King's hands were quick. Mussel soup, white fish grilled to a crisp like a crusted steak and served on asparagus. A stir-fry dish consisting of a mysterious fish and long clams garnished with parsley. A porridge-like dish with clams and chopped mushrooms. And even a lamb leg cooked whole. All these dishes were cooked and served in just 15 minutes. Hey, everyone. It's not much, but eat it. Young-uns should eat a lot and be well. TSK. Seeing the dishes lined up in front of him, the Murim Lord opened his eyes wide. Oh no! But I am over thousands of years old. What? Did you eat something that gives you eternal youth? If it were Silicon Valley, I would have patented it. If you're old, eat as much as your age. That's how you stay strong. The image of the Medicine King talking as he poured the mussel soup into a large bowl was similar to that of a foul-mouthed grandmother or grandfather. I also received a bowl of mussel soup. It smelled all right. Mussel soup was mussel soup after all, but just as I thought that, oh my God, it's so delicious? Was it because I've only been eating scraps of food like a breatharian or something? 2. First of all, there was no trace of the usual fishy odor. And the soup wasn't just boiled with water. The broth was red, as some crimson vegetables had been added to it, and it was a little sour and savory, so the broth alone was delicious. The mussel meat was also chewy, so it was fantastic to bite into it and let the juice burst in my mouth and create an exquisite mixture with the broth as it wrapped around my tongue and teeth. It was like the pinnacle of taste. Even after winning the Sangrian lottery, I had only limited myself to the luxury of a white mocha frappuccino Veni Quadra shot Java chip half and half chocolate drizzle, which was enough of a shock to me. The alchemist, who was rolling in the slum as she hadn't yet become famous, seemed to be in the same position as me. Her eyes widened. Oh my God, it's delicious. The alchemist savored the taste and went on to explain. This shrimp is plump and solid, and even though it tastes like shrimp, there's no fish odor. How can shrimp taste like this? In addition, the millefeuille served for this dessert tastes like the nobility of Nunadyne one. And not just regular nobility but a high-ranking noble. The yogurt ice cream underneath is fresh and seems to be mixed with passion fruit juice. So it feels refreshingly sour. How does it taste this good? The Medicine King's nose haughtily pointed upward. That's because when I was in my 50s, I was awarded the 3 Michelin stars as the owner and chef of a restaurant. Why? If I had a proper burner instead of something like this, I would have made something that would really fill up your stomachs. Could it be that the Medicine King wasn't just good at making some medicine but was actually a really amazing person? Was he not bluffing about Silicon Valley, Wall Street, and being a boxing champion? Why did such a great man come to the tower? The venomous snake also asked as if he was curious about it, with a mouthful of seafood porridge, the official name which seemed to be abalone truffle risotto. The Medicine King snorted. Why? Is it forbidden for someone like me to enter the tower? That Marcus came to the tower too. He had a point. Did you know each other from outside? No? He was just a filthy, nasty guy born to a filthy rich conglomerate. Compared to a self-made man in Silicon Valley like me, he's just a lucky guy. That guy ran out of that luck in his final years, and he came to the tower with a sword. His words, which began with a snort, ended in a whisper. The alchemist, the venomous snake, and I all looked at the Medicine King as if we were reconsidering our opinions of him. Maybe that gaze irritated him, as the Medicine King shook his ladle as if shaking off a bird. Just eat. So we ate. It was really delicious. It was the moment when the culinary director of the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon was decided. It's really the best taste. The Heavenly Demon, the protagonist of the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, said, as she constantly poured dishes into her mouth. Are you Imperial Guardians?
No.
It's different from Chinese cuisine. The Murim Lord sprayed his saliva while sucking on the cream pasta like a vacuum. That's exactly what I mean. I have eaten various dishes as a lord, but this is my first time eating something like this. Such strange dishes, and the appearance of abundance. I wonder where you come from, and why you came here. Did you find a new way to cure Jiangshir's disease? The 2 martial artists' eyes lit up. It was natural. From their standpoint, we were the first humans they had met in many years. Of course, they found us fascinating, and of course they wondered if we had a cure. I felt sorry for them, but I shook my head. We haven't. We too are still looking for a cure. I guess it is like that. Were they as disappointed as they had been expectant? Their complexions became grim. Well, all of Kong Ho's doctors and experts rushed and tried to fix the mysterious disease, but none of them succeeded. Because even the experts of Jiangshi, the masters of the Mozen sect, had been turned, the circumstances would not have been different even if they were here now. Is there really no cure? I said. We're not bragging. You just saw the results of our cooking. We have different knowledge from you. This alchemist here, especially, is superior to anyone in curing diseases and making medicines. The alchemist, who was eating the lamb in big bites, blushed. The medicine king's murmurs of "she's just lucky" that sounded next to us were, well, I did feel a little sorry for him after he gave us such delicious food. This person over there is more than enough to assist the alchemist. If you help us a little, we can develop a cure. The heavenly demon and the Murim lord looked at each other. Cure? What are you saying? Well, it's not like there's no way. The alchemist's face turned red. What is it? Wait here. After a while, the heavenly demon and the Murim lord brought out a large coffin. When they opened the casket, there was a zombie lying there. Like the time when he talked about the warm body of the Murim lord, the sword emperor sealed his lips tight and furrowed his brow. The zombie was as calm as if it were under the sun. Maybe it was because it was tightly tied with chains or because of the spiky acupuncture needles embedded in each joint, but the zombie was lying immobile. I raised my head. This is one of the monks of the righteous sect, the heavenly demon said flatly. Right after being bitten by Jiangshi, he entrusted his body to us to study. But there is only one thing we figured out. It was to block the chi of the whole body with needles. The heavenly demon reached into the coffin. Be careful. The heavenly demon pulled out a large needle from the zombie's neck. Ah! At that exact moment, the zombie, who was as quiet as if it were sleeping, opened its eyes. Whoa! The alchemist was startled and fell back. The zombie opened its mouth as if to bite the frightened alchemist. Shulkung. Cholkung. Because of the chains, the zombie's attack ended in vain, but the alchemist couldn't help but sweat. As you can see, Puke. The heavenly demon stabbed the zombie's neck with the needle again. Then the zombie slowly closed its eyes once more. The zombie's complexion relaxed, as if it had never even struggled. If you block the chi flow between the brain and spinal cord, you can calm the Jiangshi. It's the point where the cervix meets the spinal column. However, this is a stopgap measure rather than a cure. Anyone who is bitten by the Jiangshi becomes stained with taqi that spreads through the blood and respiratory tract. Taqi or murky energy. Did he mean the virus? This taqi cannot be defeated no matter how much you meditate or try to starve it out. Even the demons, who cultivated magical power from the very beginning, and martial arts masters, who have clear spirits like streams, are finished once bitten. The whole body gets hot like a fire, and they soon become Jiangshi. The heavenly demon slowly covered the coffin. This Shaolin monk lasted the longest. Even though his arm was bitten by the Jiangshi, he kept his mind clear for a year. But that's one of the exceptions, and it's usually hard to last beyond 15 days, no matter how great one's mastery is. The heavenly demon sighed. Children of the outside world, can you really find a cure? 3. The alchemist could not answer. Even the medicine king, who had a bad temperament, was speechless. The heavenly demon smiled bitterly when none of us could respond. That's all right. I thought there were only 2 people left in the world, the old man and me, but just seeing new people makes this old woman want to take care of you. Stay here for as long as you want. The Murim lord nodded. I'll set up some sleeping places for you, so let's end here today. Though I want to talk to you about many things, we can try to resolve it tomorrow. The first day in the apocalypse. We had to spend the night without accomplishing much. 5. I can't eat anymore. Marcus, you bastard. If you leave like that, I'll only be in second place my whole life. Midnight. The party went to sleep while muttering and drooling. There was a bed near the open-air bath, so even though it was a little wet, I didn't have to worry about getting cold. Zombie, why aren't you sleeping? I looked up at the sky. The cave had an open ceiling, so I could see the black night sky well. I have something to check. Instead of asking me what I wanted to check, the Sword Emperor shut his mouth. He must have guessed it. That guess was probably the same as mine. I pulled the blanket up to my face. Then, I closed my eyes and pretended that I had fallen asleep. The night deepened. SRRK. I felt someone approaching. It wasn't just one presence. There were two. I quietly held my breath without opening my eyes. The two of them lingered around us and whispered in very small voices. Are they asleep? I believe so. Then let's do it now. Hurry up. That's right. Let's finish it quickly. The voices of the heavenly demon and the Murim Lord. The sound gradually moved farther away from us. Splash. I heard the sounds of water. The two Murim people started taking a bath just after all of us fell asleep. It's now. Quick. I got up in a flash and ran toward the open-air bath. Beyond the thick vapor, the heavenly demon and the Murim Lord were wearing white mourning clothes in the bath. They were enjoying the hot spring with languid faces and were surprised to see me suddenly run in. Ha! The Murim Lord dunked himself in the bath. The old man could not hide his embarrassment. Of course, looking at their bodies, I was convinced that my predictions were correct. What? You? I thought you were asleep. The heavenly demon narrowed her eyes. She seemed to understand the situation a little faster than the old man. Sighing lightly, she looked at me quietly. This child is quick on the uptake. When did you realize it? I thought it was a bit weird from the first time I saw you. I opened my mouth. The weather was so cold, but the two of you were dressed lightly. One was wearing only a martial arts uniform, and the other was wearing a small morning outfit. The weather outside was freezing. If you didn't use aura, you couldn't survive at all. In such a powerfully cold climate, the Murim people in front of us had worn clothes that were no different from being naked. It meant that you were protecting your bodies from the cold by circulating your life energy. In other words, it meant that you are highly skilled at manipulating your life energy. But how could such skilled people get tired from small fights or walking a little? It was strange. I said slowly, there is only one explanation for this. The two of you are focusing all your efforts on other work. You told us just a little while ago that once bitten by Jiangshi, a person's whole body will be stained with taki. I looked straight through the water vapor at the heavenly demon and the Murim Lord. You two have already been bitten, correct? I think it's like this. Heavenly demon Nim and Murim Lord Nim. Both of you were infected by the Jiangshi a long time ago. But with your magic and martial arts, you're holding back the taki with tremendous effort. Am I wrong? The silence settled in the open-air bath. Splash. I heard the sound of water being shaken off, and soon, the heavenly demon stood up. Madhu. You. It's fine, old man. Haven't we been completely figured out already? The heavenly demon shook her head. Child of the outside world. Your words are right. She turned her back toward me. The pure white back of the heavenly demon. The old man and I were already bitten by the Jiangshi 3 years ago. There was a scar that was rotting and purple. The Murim Lord also slowly showed the back of his neck. But, strictly speaking, there is one part of your words that is wrong. Likewise, there was a rotting wound there. However, the wound stopped at the neck. We're not suppressing the taki. Above the neck, there was a clean human face. With that clean face, the Murim Lord said, we blocked the taki by blocking the cervical part of our spinal cord with our life energy. The Sword Emperor clicked his tongue. Insanity. It's telekinesis. Telekinesis. Gongja. Do you know what the Chi sword is? Yes, it's a technique to wrap a sword with life energy and make it fly. Could it be? There was no way. That's right. Blocking the cervical spinal point means that the sensation under the neck disappears. Then, of course, you can't move. In other words, they have become paralyzed, but the way they are moving now, it's like using the chi sword to move your whole body with life energy. Bei Hurayong said quietly, moving the heart, making it beat, breathing through their lungs, inhaling and exhaling air, moving their joints while extending one arm, and controlling their back, knees, ankles, and soles while extending their legs forward. In short, everything they need to live and move. Those guys are controlling everything one by one with their life energy, to prevent the zombie virus from spreading through the spinal cord to their brains. The two martial artists closed off their own brains. I was silent. CHK. It's the same as if they are using the chi sword 24/7. So even if they take a few steps, they lose strength. They're crazy, the heavenly demon said, as if hearing Bei Hurayong's words. We are carrying out the great battle of good and evil like this. The Murim Lord picked up where she left off again. 3 years have already passed since then. 1 Nunadine, a Korean-Italian snack. 2 scraps of food. The actual term used is Byukdan, or spherical energy bars designed to last a long time. For additional context, Byukdan in martial arts novels is a food that can fill you up despite its small size, like good berries in Diva D, or make you stronger, etc. As for breatharianism, it's a dangerous diet in which people believe they can survive without food. 3 children of the outside world. By outside world, the heavenly demon means beyond the Great Wall. Chapter 66. Heavenly Demon. 1. Heavenly Demon Nim. It can't go on like this. Heavenly Demon Nim. Half of the Blood Guard has been destroyed. The elders have scattered all over after saying they will enter the world of martial arts. But we've already lost track of their locations. It's not the time to fight the idiots in the factions. It may be the biggest crisis our cult, no, maybe our world has faced. With this vacancy, the bums are spreading rumors. Heavenly Demon Nim. As you ordered, we have made a pharmacy that does not distinguish between the sections. The leaders of the Tang Mun came, as did the masters of the Mozen sect. I will catch some Jiangshi and get results as soon as possible. Heavenly Demon Nim. Demon Lord Woliong and even the Blood Demon have been attacked. Even if we defeat 100 Jiangshi today, 1,000 new Jiangshi will be created tomorrow. I can't handle this mysterious disease. The pharmacy says that we can block the upper body with needles in order to block the Jiangshi, but this method is Heavenly Demon Nim. Please flee to Nakdo. If you block yourself off on the island, no matter how many Jiangshi are there, 1 million or 10 million, they will not be able to cross the sea. How could this place be the only group that practices martial arts? If we set up the banner of our cult, it will still be a part of the martial world. Heavenly Demon Nim. Why should you keep to the worthless promise? It was an oath made before the world became corrupt. The law of the heavens has changed, and a human's duties always change. Forget the oath you made with the Murim Lord, and please retreat to make a comeback later. Heavenly Demon Nim. Heavenly Demon Nim. 2. How did you endure it? After being silent for a while, the first question I asked was this. Just how did they endure this? The hellish world where people became corpses. Even they had become half a corpse. How did they endure 3 years with the danger of their heart stopping if the flow of his chi was blocked for even a moment? The heavenly demon and the Murim Lord couldn't answer right away. The two looked at each other, and after sharing a look that I couldn't understand, they nodded as one. Follow us. The two left the cave. I followed them. When we left the cave, we were silent. We walked carefully so as not to wake up the other party by accident. So we were silent for a long time. As soon as we reached the end of the cave, the stillness broke. Humans all die someday. Outside, dawn was coming. There is an interesting story told among Murim. There was once a high master who achieved both thousand poisons immunity and stone durability. With the techniques, no poison could eat away at his insides, and no sword could injure his skin. The heavenly demon let out a sigh. He can be said to be almost invincible. Inside, he was invincible. Outside, he was invincible. How can one kill a person who can't be harmed with even the most brutal poison nor the sharpest sword? The dawn sky became blue. At dawn, the world was just a pale shade of itself. But there is one thing that the old stories could never tolerate. It is invincibility. The world that became a shadow. The heavenly demon and the Murim Lord walked in that place. Step by step. Slowly. Footprints could only touch the ground, never the sky. It was only with one's own steps that one could distinguish between heaven and earth. Children of the outside world. The heavenly demon glanced back. We left the cave and arrived at yesterday's fields of snow. We were walking to a place surrounded by zombies who knew martial arts. Can you guess how that High Master died? How did he die? He died because of a succubus. The corner of the heavenly demon's mouth rose. The pleasure of uniting yin and yang is not poison. It's not a sword either. But isn't excessive pleasure also a poison? Correct. Thus, the succubus did not offer a storm of pleasure from the beginning. She was clever. She calmly took her time. At first, she started with the most subtle pleasure. In the end, he indulged in even the most lethal of pleasures. Thus she tamed and domesticated the master. The dawn broke. The snowfield became a little white. The white puffs resembled the breath of the heavenly demon. When he was with the succubus, he stopped thinking that her palm slapping him was painful. Her whip was considered a pleasure. The succubus's gestures, footsteps, and even glances became a kind of happiness for the master. Sweek, the heavenly demon raised her hand. At the last moment, she stroked her neck. Lightly, the succubus just lightly choked the master and strangled him. There was no need for strong martial arts. It didn't take much effort. 2 hands. She choked his neck with her 2 hands. As he suffocated, unable to breathe, he was soaked with pleasure and smiled brightly. Even after death, his face was smiling happily. The heavenly demon snickered. The High Master who reached the climax was literally killed during the climax. He was invincible inside and outside, but he was not invincible to happiness. In the middle of the snowy field, we could see the corpses. Though they were dead, the corpses could move as if they were alive. Soaked in the light of dawn, they stiffened. The corpses didn't even move, so it looked like a forest of shadows. The lesson of this story is simple. Don't play around with succubi, obviously. The Murim Lord grumbled. It's not just an old story. It's something that really happened. Humph. He was a master raised among jade and gold in the Tang Mun. But that bitch was secretly a succubus sent to assassinate him. Ho ho. Zombies were scattered everywhere in the snowy field. Was it because they had chased our party yesterday? The heavenly demon approached the zombies. Most of the novices who set out to learn martial arts don't understand. They think the goal of martial artists is to become invincible, and that the reason for learning martial arts is to obtain immortality and eternal life. With a quick breath, the demon hoisted up a zombie. They're wrong. The heavenly demon and the Murim Lord. The two lifted and carried the zombies. Anyone who has achieved the 1,000 poisons immunity will die from something other than poison. Those who achieve the stone durability will die by something other than a sword. Do you understand? Martial artists don't simply choose which martial arts to learn. The heavenly demon arduously moved the zombies. It's about choosing what kind of warrior you will live as, and also how you will die. The heavenly demon's movement as she moved the zombies was sluggish and slow. Like a delivery man after dropping off a heavy load, the demon put the zombies down mid-route, breathed deeply, and moved again. Humans all die someday. She repeated those words. As if we didn't know that already. How can we be bitter about the fact that we'll die? Last night the zombies seemed to have wandered about here and there. The scattered zombies were gathered again by the demon and the Murim Lord. But I didn't want a death like this. Took a long time. The two of them had poor physical strength, and there were too many bodies. Assassination is good. Poisoning is also good. It is also good to be attacked by an army, or be killed by one of the Shaolin monks. It is good to die, betrayed by a trusted subordinate, and it is perfectly good to die while doing something for the younger generation. Middle of the sky. By the time the demon and the Murim Lord put the zombies back in their place, the sun rose to the middle of the sky. Before we knew it, the footprints of the two people were captured in the snowy field. But a death like this is unacceptable. The heavenly demon took a quick breath and looked at me. You asked me how I endured it. We just want to die the way we want. Hundreds of corpses, the sex elders, were lined up. Hundreds of corpses, the members of the demonic cult, were lined up as well. Thus, the zombies seemed like an army divided into two troops, as if they were about to run into battle. I suddenly thought this. Even though their cause of death is the same, they all died on different dates. When we fell into the world of apocalypse and saw zombies for the first time. The conversation that our party had while observing the forest of corpses. It looks like someone intentionally moved the bodies. Is it some kind of tomb? It's a grave. From a distance, they look like terracotta warriors. At night, the zombies move freely. Nevertheless, as many as 1,000 zombies were gathered in one place in the snow. If you thought about it, wasn't this in itself strange? Who? Ahem. That was right. Someone intentionally put the zombies in one place. Not a lot of them went far today. 500 people from the demonic cult. Last night, the moonlight was clear. Though not as much as sunlight, the moonlight can also stop the juncture. 500 people of the sect. The heavenly demon and the Murim Lord each moved their own men. It was hard work that took a full day. However, the two moved silently, as if it was a normal routine. We are carrying out the great war like this. 3 years have already passed since then. It snowed. This righteous sect will never fall to the juncture. People died. The people of our cult will not be destroyed, eaten by mere corpses. Even if the 9 great schools and 5 noble clans disappeared. Surely, if our sect is to be destroyed, it must be because of the wicked fingertips of demonic cult. Even if the martial arts texts became so dusty that it became impossible to read the words. If this cult disappears from the world, it is only by the blade of that sect. This world had not yet perished. Because these two people have to die in order for the world to end. Let's say that there are 1 billion people in the world, and 999,999,999 people die of infectious diseases. There's only one person left. And if the last person in the world takes his own life, then the destruction of the world won't be caused by an illness, it'll be suicide. At least, that's what the righteous sect's leader and the demonic cult's god believed. Murim Lord. Namgung family, Taesang family head. Namgung-un. The old man took his stance. I am Bu Wulsun, the axe saint. Demon Lord. So Baek-yang. The woman took her stance. I am the heavenly demon. The sun crossed the middle of the sky. Years had passed since there were only 2 people left in the world. During those years, their only job was to determine the cause of this world's apocalypse. I request our 990th battle. Would the Murim Lord destroy the demonic cult? To surrender, or to the death? Or would the heavenly demon destroy the righteous sect? To the death. I accept. The 2 fighters began their battle. In the middle of the snowy field where 500 righteous sect members and 500 demonic cult's members stood, the Murim Lord and the heavenly demon rushed at each other. I still couldn't recognize the martial arts of the two. When I looked at them, they were barely stepping forward. It was hard. They could barely reach their arms out. Their foot movements were so slow that they wouldn't even be able to catch a child. Their hand movements were weak, and they would not be able to crush even a single tangerine. A decaying genre. A decaying world. They were slowly dying in this apocalypse, well into its 990th day. I opened my mouth. I watched their dances from afar and muttered unknowingly. It can't go on like this. My heart was beating. It's absurd. It wasn't supposed to be like this. A fierce fight broke out in the snow. The Murim Lord and the demon, who once demonstrated splendid martial arts while discussing the first people in the world, could now only fight on the level of a child. They rolled about in the snow. They tripped from taking a wrong step. They grabbed a beard and pulled their hair. In the eyes of the Sword Emperor, that might look like a really great fight. Yes, I'm just a beginner who just started swordsmanship. However, no matter how great the principle is, no matter how great the hidden reason is. The day had passed, and it became evening. The Murim Lord and the heavenly demon never stopped fighting. This is an insult. The sun went down. Even today, the match was not decided. It's an insult to the two. A world in decline. In a world where there was no way to cure an epidemic, the two martial artists were strong enough to survive. However, they were too weak to take each other's lives. This can't go on. The world was cruel because you can't be born the way you want. So what was a world where you can't die the way you want? You couldn't even end it properly. Their lives had just been cut off in the middle. What will you do? Bei Hurayong said quietly. Will you kill the heavenly demon and the Murim Lord in their stead? That's right. That can be a merciful gift, too. That's what I would do. But don't forget that you and I are nothing more than strangers. I know. The two martial artists did not want to commit suicide. If they had to die, then they wanted their deaths to be at the hands of the other person. The demonic cult would not perish due to a mysterious illness but be defeated by the righteous sect. The righteous sect would not succumb to an infectious disease, but be broken by the demonic cult. It was that kind of ending, the right ending, an acceptable death. If I intrude and kill the two, it will neither be the end nor the conclusion. It wouldn't be a merciful gift either. That sort of thing would only be graffiti that a child adds to the back of a storybook. It shouldn't be that way. I said to Bei Hurayong. I am going to finish this world in my own way. What is that way? I did not answer Bei Hurayong's question. The sun set. It's already night time. Old man. Maybe since it's winter. The day is short. I'll defeat you tomorrow for sure. Who do you think? The evening deepened. The 990th day of the war naturally ended in a truce. The heavenly demon and the Murim Lord shook hands, and they went back to the cave in a more exhausted way than yesterday. Where have you been? The party greeted us. The venomous snake stood guard at the entrance to the cave, and the alchemist and the medicine king were busy researching the zombie. It was the zombie of the faction leader who surprised us yesterday. We were looking at the patient. We were too busy yesterday. Did you make any progress? The medicine king and the alchemist looked at each other. The medicine king said first. Not yet. Yes, since this is the first virus of its kind. As expected, the heavenly demon and the Murim Lord walked to the other side of the cave, saying they would rest first. I noticed that the backs of the two fighters were moving away and turned to the alchemist. Boss. Yes. Please be honest. How long do you think it would take to make a cure? The alchemist hesitated. To be honest with you, at least 120 days. Twice that. It may take 3 times more. The schedule for this sort of thing should be more generous, usually. But even if you have a generous schedule, it isn't enough. The medicine king added bluntly. The alchemist drooped down her head. Yes, that is also right. It's really the worst case. 100 days on the shorter end. And on the longer end, about 300 days. That? The alchemist dropped his head even lower. Actually, we may not be able to make it at all. The facilities and the environment are also poor. At this point, I can't guarantee you anything. Death Kingdom. I'm sorry. You trusted me and brought me to such a stage. It is impossible to develop a cure within the time limit. The time limit. The librarian said this when he sent us to this apocalypse. If you open your eyes, it will be the world 10 days before the unfortunate serial interruption of the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. Please. I look forward to the wonderful ending that you'll show me. In other words, no matter what happened, the world would really end in the next 10 days. The Heavenly Demon and the Murim Lord, who have survived so far, will also die. As the alchemist said, 10 days was the time limit. I'm really sorry. Don't be. I shook my head. That's enough. What? You don't need to worry, boss. A dagger at my waist. I touched its handle slowly. I will somehow solve the problem of time. Don't give up, and keep researching. The words you heard when we first fell into this world yesterday. Do you remember them? This was no ordinary book. This was an entire world. We were here to save the world. The alchemist nodded carefully. The two of us shared a look. I remember. Of course I remember. Death King Nim. I also nodded. My words are the same as yesterday. The time limit is right in front of us. If we don't break this stage, we can never escape from the apocalypse. Please set aside any thoughts that will get in the way. I will do my best in my position. So please show me your best, too. I'll clear all my doubts. Yes, I promise you. All other issues will be handled on their own, I said to the person who will be called the Alchemy Lord in the future. Please trust me and keep working. Chapter 67. Heavenly Demon. 2. The alchemist gently closed her eyes. After a while, her lips opened. If it weren't for you, Death King, I would still be in the back alleys of the slum. All my equipment was stolen. Honestly, I can't imagine what would have happened. The alchemist slowly opened her eyes. Beyond her glasses, her eyes were much clearer than before. Yes, I want to repay you for what you did for me. I'll devote myself solely to making the medicine without thinking, but I can't really see my surroundings when I'm distracted by my work. I am not polite either. I'll probably be very cocky. Still, that doesn't matter. I nodded. Please show off your skills to your heart's content. Now was not the time to worry about fine manners. I just need good returns on my investment in the future. I understand. The alchemist fixed her glasses. She turned her head and looked at the Medicine King. Sir. What? From now on, please support me with your full strength. The Medicine King frowned. The old man's wrinkles were as thick as his stubbornness. Support? Support? Have you seen such a horrible thing? Yes, this. Even cold water has order to it. Top and bottom. How dare this greenhorn ask the Medicine King to support her? Skill card open. Ha! Cards sprang out from the alchemist's hand. 1 golden card. 3 silver cards. The alchemist acquired 4 skills that were difficult to obtain for an ordinary hunter. Furthermore, she only had advanced skills that were B grade or higher. The Medicine King's eyes widened into circles. What is this? Are you trying to show off your skills to me? Hey, young uns think that everything can be done with just skills. You don't know what true ability is. The alchemist replied, You can look at it. What? You can look at what my skills are. The Medicine King was embarrassed and couldn't respond right away. It was natural. Skills were secret weapons for hunters. Any savvy hunter knew that they should never let others learn their skills. Revealing skills was like confessing not only one's own strengths, but also one's weaknesses. In a word, it was pure stupidity, a dumb and foolish act. Or should I just show it to you myself? However, the alchemist did not hesitate. This skill is called Moving Hospital. She turned the card over and showed it to the Medicine King. Everything from a blood test to an EG test is possible in real time. I can also take out and use the drugs I store in advance. However, there is a 2% chance of a misdiagnosis. This is life diagnosis. It shows me a patient's condition in terms of genes. I can combine the 2 skills to minimize the probability of a misdiagnosis. Wait a moment. Wait just a minute. The Medicine King belatedly caught up his thoughts. Why are you showing me your skills? What if I expose this to the Alchemy Castle or to my business partners? It's all right. I swore that I wouldn't care about such petty thoughts, the alchemist said. If you want to make it public, do it. But please support me this time until we make a treatment. No, but why are you asking me? Because I need you to speed up development time, even if it's just by a day. You hate looking at me, right? The alchemist looked at the Medicine King. It was a calm, cold look. The alchemist used to be flustered often, but now her face was completely expressionless. Are you angry because this young'un doesn't know about the topic? It must be annoying that someone like me has talent, right? You're annoyed like crazy because you know I'm gonna live longer than you and be admired by people for longer than you, right? The human voice is often compared to that of a bird. But I bet the alchemist's voice could not be imitated by any beast. To put it frankly, it was like this. Her voice reminded me of a bug. It was like the sizzle of a fire ant colony. If you can help me with your utmost power this time. The alchemist fixed her glasses. The medicine recipes I have made so far. I'll give you everything. I won't go anywhere or tell them they're my recipes. You can have them. Use them. Tell people that it's a recipe you invented. At that moment, the alchemist's glasses slipped and fell to the floor. The old man had slapped her on the cheek. The alchemist picked up her glasses. Then, she silently wiped the glasses with her sleeves. A red handprint remained on her left cheek. The alchemist put on her glasses again, then silently looked at the old man. The old man trembled. You wicked thing. I will analyze the zombie virus. You will learn that there is a sky above the sky. Sir, please do the things I tell you to do. The day will come when your pride will be crushed and you will exude a rotten odor. I'll write down what I need and give it to you. Someday you too. At that time, sir. The old man and the woman spoke at the same time. You will meet someone better than you. Find it and give it to me. And the two hunters fell silent. The alchemist on the left and the Medicine King on the right sat on either side of the corpse of the faction leader. When the alchemist muttered something, the Medicine King wrote it down. It was a neutral, muted atmosphere. The two, who became more of a still life art than a portrait, only conversed about business. Death Kingnim. I'm sorry, but please leave, the alchemist mumbled, cutting into the corpse's head with a surgical knife. The sound of your breath is disturbing me. A lot. It's very, very disturbing. Go and catch 6 more zombies while you're out. The Medicine King peered into the corpse's dark mouth. The Medicine King pinched the zombie's tongue, stained purple and black, with his tongs. I need more samples. A kid, a young adult, an old person, each with a different gender. And if there are any medicinal herbs that I say I need, get them. I nodded. Leave it to me. From that day, we went into a state of war. Even eating was a waste of time. Washing one's body was a luxury. Even though there was an open-air bath right next to us, the alchemist and the Medicine King did not take a bath. Whether it was night or day, the two hunters only studied the zombies while cracking at the edge of the wall. Aha! The atmosphere has changed drastically. The heavenly demon looked at our party as if she were curious. Are you trying to gain enlightenment? Young people sure are eager. Why don't you cook the clam soup or risotto? The Murim Lord coaxed the Medicine King. It was so skillful that even the imperial family's chef would cry. If the world was fine, I would have appointed you as the chef of the Dainam Palace. I'm busy. Buzz off. The Medicine King replied without raising his head. He only put one hand in his subspace pocket and threw a water bottle. If you're hungry, fill yourself up with water. KNNGG. Was it that regrettable that he couldn't taste the Medicine King's dishes? The Murim Lord smacked his lips. Even so, he caught the Bling H20 thrown by the Medicine King and drank it all. Old man, don't bother busy people. Let's go. All right. Oh, I'm having a hard time because my body doesn't listen to me these days. The Murim Lord grumbled as if he was tired. Today again. How much have the Jiangshi scattered? Would those who stray far away go to heaven? Stop talking and come out. I'm coming. The Murim Lord grumbled and left the cave with the heavenly demon. Like yesterday, they were trying to collect and line up zombies to spend the 991th day of the Great War. A day had passed. The day when this world would reach its end became one day closer. Another day had passed. Another day. Again, another day passed by. Countdown. Days just waiting for destruction. A world in a music box that just hadn't stopped yet. 1 week. Just a week had passed since we fell into the apocalypse. That day, the heavenly demon looked up at the ceiling of the cave. We can't go outside today. Outside, a blizzard was raging. The wind blew and blew again, so there was no distinction between the top and the bottom, and the sky and the earth. The world was a dark snowfield. This was the first time I learned that something white could become this dark. Well, some days are just like this. The heavenly demon just shrugged her shoulders, as if saying that it was no problem. Rather, it was a fluke that the days were sunny for the past few days. In severe cases, it could be a complete whiteout for over 30 days. There was no sunlight, so we couldn't even take a step. Then, the Jiangshi will continue to move, I said. Will that be all right? If the Jiangshi go too far, you won't be able to recover them. In that case, it can't be helped. We lose them. The heavenly demon sighed. Just 3 years ago, our school's power reached 1,000. That's about the same amount of people that the old man brought into his sect. But as the years passed, there were Jiangshi that went so far that we couldn't find them at all. Of course, the missing corpses. No, not missing, but lost bodies. Every time a blizzard struck in the sky, the heavenly demon and the Murim Lord would have lost some of their Jiangshi. That must be the scariest thing. To wake up and go to the snowfield just to discover that some Jiangshi had disappeared somewhere. The heavenly demon looked at me quietly. Do you think that I would feel scared? The woman's eyes were dark, her hair as well, even the clothes that she wore. Her appearance, which was only black, seemed to desperately resist this world that had become a pure white snowfield. Yes, I think so. Surely the world has turned over a lot. Back then, the head of a man who talked like that would not be safe. Child of the outside world, you should consider yourself fortunate that the world is ruined. Heavenly Demon Nim and the Murim Lord are masters. You are so well versed in the martial arts that it would be shameful to compare you with me. I quietly looked away. The Murim Lord was asleep by the hot spring. But no matter how strong you are, your life energy is not infinite. What are you talking about? When will your chi run out? Stop. You are blocking your spinal cord with your life energy. Your heart rate, breathing, and limb movements are all controlled with your life energy as well. It was like using a chi sword all day, every day. I shook my head. No matter how much life energy you have, you cannot continue this outrageous thing forever. I'll ask again. When will your chi run out? Heavenly Demon Nim. That woman had said a while ago. Humans all die someday. Something resonated in those words. It was the sound of realization. There is only one way humans can realize something. They had to experience it themselves. Really? The heavenly demon groaned. Really? This child is quick to notice. You don't have many days left, right? I'll revise my words a little. This child is dirtily quick to notice. This world. How does the chronicles of the heavenly demon get destroyed? If you think about it, it was a surprisingly simple matter. If your life energy falls, it becomes impossible for you two to move your bodies. Correct. The heavenly demon looked up at the sky. From the hole in the ceiling of the cave, a blizzard poured out of the sky as if it was raging. First, the tip of the toe and the fingertips will be destroyed. Then the calves and wrists, knees, shoulders, waist. One after the other, the life energy will not be able to sustain them, and the body that did not yield to the illness will finally rot. Literally, it was necrosis. It was like a building that stopped operating one after another when fuel ran out. At some point, the two would become immobile. Heart, lungs. The woman touched the chest area of her shabby uniform. The upper body. Then, she tapped her head. All parts will rot, leaving only 3 parts. No, it's all right if the other parts rot. You already know. The Shaolin monk endured a year altogether. The heavenly demon smiled bitterly. He went into hiding, ashamed that others might see him and think him unworthy as a monk. At the last minute, Except for his face, it wasn't much different from the Jiangshi. The whole body was rotting black. He couldn't even recite the Amitabha. You asked if I was afraid. That's right. I'm afraid. The human voice is often compared to that of a bird. But I bet the heavenly demon's voice could not be imitated by any beast. I am afraid. A quiet murmur like the sound of a falling flower petal. I am afraid that my chi is exhausted. I am afraid that even my persistence will run out. I am afraid of the blizzard. I am afraid that the sunlight will not come out, and when the day is bright, I am afraid that my subordinates, those that used to be my subordinates, will disappear. Each time I breathe, I worry about how many more breaths I can breathe. Every time my heart beats, I'm worried if I'll be able to feel the beating of my heart just a few more times in the future. The heavenly demon sighed. I'm afraid that I cannot kill the old man. I'm afraid that the old man will not be able to kill me. I am afraid that the day will come when the old man and I will not be able to lie on the bed together. Lying on the bed, I'm afraid that I'm just waiting for my life energy to run out. A meaningless death. Even if they struggled to the end, it was meaningless. They would die. In the dead, disappearing world, only snow falls and falls, leaving only achromatic landscape paintings. Ah! This is the end that the chronicles of the heavenly demon will meet. It was the ending of this world. This is why the world is so scared. Another day passed. It was the 8th day after falling in the apocalypse. There were 2 days left until the world would be destroyed. Madhu? The Murim Lord muttered, lying on the bed. I can't move my body anymore. The Murim Lord was smiling. And he was crying. I'm sorry. A low noise. That was the sound of a world's downfall. Chapter 68. Heavenly Demon. 3. I'm sorry, the alchemist said. I can't cure him in his current state. She was examining the Murim Lord. Throughout the examination, the alchemist had a dim expression. She was like a doctor who already knew that the patient had no hope, but had to do an examination just to confirm it to the patient. The heavenly demon silently looked down at the Murim Lord. They hadn't been expecting treatment anyway. Then, with an expressionless face, the heavenly demon opened her lips. Stand up. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to hear your apology. Stand up. Murim Lord, act saint. The cave was dark. The heavenly demon's breaths became quieter. There seemed to be a poisonous fragrance flowing from her mouth. Did you not make an agreement with the great me? Didn't you boast that you challenged the demonic cult with your righteous sect? Didn't you try to fight by bringing together the 9 great schools and the 5 noble clans? You can't just die in bed. You aren't allowed. I'm sorry. Stand up. The smell of poison became a little thicker. Stand up and grab your weapon. You don't even need to hold your tasteless axe. Use a wooden sword. Anything is fine. Use a spear, a whip, or even a wooden stick. Hold it. Grasp it and fight against the great me. I'm sorry. I told you to stand up. Demon Lord. The Murim Lord breathed. He had aged so much in just one night. I'm sorry I'm weaker than you. I tried to hold on for one more day, but now it is difficult. You must have felt it too. That I was already running out of my innate energy. My chi has run out. I'm also tired. If it's you, you might still last another year. But this is it for me. There was silence. I was weaker than you, the old man muttered while lying down. Kill me. The heavenly demon's face distorted. I don't want to be like the Shaolin head monk. Kill me before my body rots and decomposes. When you become a Jiangshi, even if you see, you don't see, and even if you live, you aren't alive. So, you want me to kill your bedridden self? The poison gas had reached its peak. Is that what you're talking about now? The heavenly demon's body was small. From that small body, a black fire blazed. The chi took shape and burned fiercely. Killing intent. Her energy smelled of soot as it flared. It was an odor that told of the life she had lived and endured. The scent of the heavenly demon was potent, like crushed weeds. Is this the ending of the war you promised? This? We ought to have taken each other down before. For what glory have we endured this so far? We should have ordered all the followers of the sect and the cult to die together. For what bright future did we act so stubbornly? The Murim Lord could not answer. The traces of the tears that the old man shed hardened on his cheek. I,
Nangunga.
since the days of Confucius, you have received the praise and jealousy of many strong men for being born with the heavenly body constitution, and by the age of 20 you reached the zenith of your form. Even before you turned 30, you became the leader of the Namgung clan. When the demonic world gained power, you were chosen as the Lord to fight for justice. The essence of the righteous sect lies in you, and the grudges of the righteous path stand on your shoulders. But you passively bare your neck for my evil self. Fine, I will kill you. The heavenly demon stood up. But you won't be able to die a good death. She headed somewhere. Even after the woman left, the burnt smell of the soot remained. It was enough to choke someone. The alchemist and the medicine king, who had no skill in aura, had particularly distressed expressions. After a while, the heavenly demon returned. There was an axe in her hand. Old man of Namgung, this is the oak halberd which you pampered so much. You haven't already forgotten it, have you? So Baekhyang, speak. The heavenly demon raised the axe. War has forgotten chivalry, and chivalry has forgotten war. 1. If you say this, I will kill you as you wish. War Mu Wu forgot about chivalry. Chivalry, Hyup Sha, forgot about war. It meant that it was the end of the righteous sect. The master of the demonic cult said so. If the Murim Lord himself admitted to the ruin of the sect, if he could accept it, he would be able to give up his life. Then, with the love born of battles and mutual respect, she would cut his throat. Speak. Why can't you say it? The old man's lips moved slightly. His mouth opened and he parted his teeth. But he couldn't go beyond that. His next words did not come out. The old man seemed to have lost his tongue. He opened and closed his mouth many times, but each time he couldn't form the words. I can't do it, the old man coughed out. I can't say. Tears shed again over the trail marks of the tears that fell before. On the wrinkles, his tear marks were like layers. The layers of hardened tears were difficult to distinguish from the crumpled skin of the old man. So the old man's flesh seemed to consist of his tears, and the tears seemed to flow from the flesh and not from his eyes. I can't say. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Baekhyang.
The heavenly demon swung the axe. The axe blade did not cut the neck of the Murim Lord. It just swung and pierced the ground. The axe was stamped right next to the face of the Murim Lord. The hard rock of the cave floor cracked easily like tofu. It was difficult for me to guess how much energy the heavenly demon, who found it hard to even lift a whip, had exhausted to split the stone. Did you say that when you become a Jiangshi, you aren't alive even if you live? The heavenly demon muttered. It's all irrelevant, anyway. Even if you die now, you do not truly die. What is the difference between a life that is not life and a death that is not death? My great self cannot tell the difference. There's no point. It's meaningless. She turned around. The whole world has become empty. The next day, Namgung-un, the Murim Lord, died at dawn. His cause of death was the virus. For it was the 10th day since we fell into the apocalypse. The day had come for this world to perish. I got a valuable sample, the alchemist said. There is a limit to analyzing viruses from people who have been turned for 2 or 3 years already. Thanks to the sample, we could observe the infection's progress in real time. It was a big step forward. In front of the alchemist laid the Murim Lord. It was a body that didn't even move. The old man's body was tied up with chains. You don't become a zombie immediately after you die. There seems to be a slight delay until the awakening. I guess it takes some time for the infectious agents to spread over to the brain. I have compiled the research results. The medicine king handed over the file. He'd scared. This kid may have skill in making medicine, but she has no skill in explaining the process to others. No skill at all. Really. Humph. This is why prideful people are so. I researched it with all that I had, the alchemist said, not caring about the attack on her character. But as expected, it was impossible to develop a cure. Was there not enough time? Yes, I needed at least 90 more days. If possible, about 120 days. Clank. Go. As the chains crashed, they made an abrasive noise. We turned our heads at the same time. The corpse of the Murim Lord was trembling. Go. Ah. Ooh. For a while, we silently looked at the Murim Lord. No, we looked at what had once been the Murim Lord. It kept struggling against the chains with its mouth open. It was then that the heavenly demon walked over. Tunk, tunk. The woman approached with a quiet, tottering walk. The woman in black, the heavenly demon, who had black hair, black robes, and black eyes, was holding a black sword. Her sword was darker than her shadow. Pathetic. The heavenly demon looked down at the corpse of the Murim Lord. Decades spent in vain, completely futile. We instinctively stepped away from the heavenly demon. Her poisonous power was so intense that it was incomparable to yesterday. Her chi rose and covered her entire body. In the end, this is what all humans are like underneath. There's no difference between one and a beast. Eat, eat, eat until the body can't move, only to disappear before long. War has forgotten chivalry, and chivalry has forgotten war. The heavenly demon stretched out her left hand. Eat. The zombie opened its mouth and bit the hand. Slosh. Blood splattered. Her flesh was torn and her bones were crushed. The heavenly demon nonchalantly glanced down at the figure of the Murim Lord biting her left hand like a dog.
Ash, E.
The venomous snake took a step closer. Look here. W, what are you doing now? What if you end up becoming a juncture? Don't go any closer. I grabbed the venomous snake's shoulder and stopped him. Ha! It's already over. It's over? What? The sound of flesh bursting echoed through the cave. Puke. All the members of the party shivered at the excessively vicious sound. Slowly looking over, we could see that the heavenly demon's left hand was in tatters. And there was also the Murim Lord, who had lost his senses. The heavenly demon blasted her chi inside the mouth of the Murim Lord and smashed his head. Huff! In the midst of it all, we were all speechless. Huff! Ha-ha! Ah-ha-ha! The heavenly demon opened her mouth and laughed. Ah-ha-ha-ha! Ha! Ah-ah-ah! She was truly howling with laughter. The snowstorm continued to rage from the ceiling of the cave. However, the sound of the heavenly demon's laughter drowned out the noise of the blizzard until it was a trifling thing. Laughter filled the cave, peeled in the sky, and swallowed the world. Zombie, be careful. Bei Hurayong spoke in a low tone. She's in disharmony. At that moment, the heavenly demon turned her head and looked at us gently. Softly, alluringly, the woman smiled. A strange voice flowed from her open lips. Ho-ho! The hair on the nape of my neck stood on edge. Are you from the righteous path, coming to assassinate my great self? Already her eyes were not focused on us. How delightful! Come on, let us match our swords. Everyone run away. At the same moment as my shout, the heavenly demon swung her sword. Chwak! A fountain of blood spewed out. It was the blood of the Medicine King. Cut at his neck, the Medicine King couldn't even scream as he collapsed, knees twisting. It was an instant death. Seeing his colleague die in front of his nose, the venomous snake belatedly pulled his sword. This damn... He couldn't read the pattern of the sword with his eyes. More than that, he couldn't even see its motion. He only knew that at the moment the heavenly demon swung her sword, the Medicine King's throat was sliced through. There wasn't even a moment's gap. She's gone mad. Bei Hurayong moaned. Not even exorcism will work on her now. It's because she exhausted all her energy and will. But, now, even if it's temporary, she has entered into a state of life or death. Even if I was to fight her in my prime, I would lose 4 out of 10 times. That was the heavenly demon. This was her ability before she was bitten by the Jiangshi and weakened. She was the first person who reigned over this world. This is absurd. The heavenly demon hummed to herself. Head monk of the Shaolin sect. Did you think you could kill the great me with that meager strength? You horse-faced Taoist. How arrogant for you to think that you could withstand this cult's power. Step after step, the heavenly demon approached us. Empty. Song is flooded with the grief overflowing from the world. 2. The heaven and earth's grudge burns the mountain. The demonic cult is the peak of the Murim world, and I am the peak of the demonic cult. Are you qualified to deal with the god among gods? Damn it! The venomous snake raised his sword and rushed in. Death King, take the alchemist and run away. Even without him saying it, I was already doing so. I grabbed the alchemist and ran. It would be impossible to escape, but nonetheless we fled. We did this to struggle until the very end, in order not to take this ending and this death for granted. You shall not get away, lackeys of the righteous path. The heavenly demon's laughter chased us from behind.
Nangunga.
Once, twice, 3 times. There were the sounds of 2 swords clashing. Where is Namgungan? Then the sounds of the swords stopped. Having endured 3 rounds against her, the venomous snake was at the edge of his strength. Call the Namgung family and the Taesang family. Summon the Murim Lord here. No matter how dense the forest is nor how vast the sky, there is only one person who will receive the sword of my great self under this heavenly world. For demon lords, bring Namgungan in front of me. The sound of laughter was tenacious as it came nearer to us. Even if we ran away 1 step, the sound approached us with 10. We couldn't match it. Eventually, when the sound of laughter caught up right behind my back, the alchemist, held in my arms, opened her mouth. Death King Nim. The alchemist looked up at me. I still believe in you. Then, something cut the 2 of us, pierced us. The sky tilted. The ground tilted. I lost my feet, the entire part of my body below my torso, and my upper body fell into the snow. That's right. The snowfield was white. We had escaped the cave. A little farther away, the alchemist had also fallen. The field was red only in the spot where she fell. It was like shaved ice sprinkled with strawberry syrup. I thought in my darkening mind. Ah! Ha! Ha ha ha! The snow drifted down. Ah ha 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 ha! Ha! Ah ha ha ha! There was no distinction between heaven and earth as it snowed. Dark white. I could only see a cool, pale shade. Someone was moving away, taking steps in the snow. The steps seemed to split apart the sky and the earth. However, the blizzard continued to rage, and even the last footprints were buried. Soundlessly, without a trace, not even leaving behind a smell. Even the world that charred its people. Even the people that were charred by the world. Thus, the black soot was buried and entombed so that only white snowfields remained. Let only the colorless, odorless, and silent blizzard fall forever. The world has perished. You have died. But that was all. For me, the end was not the end. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. Now, it was time to save their world. Chapter 69. The World of Dead Constellations. 1. One winter day. So Baekhyang followed her mother across a snowy field. It was cloudy. Snow poured out of the cloudy sky. In the pouring snowstorm, people were but shadows. Her mother's back, too, was a shadow-like haze. So Baekhyang raised her voice. Mother! So Baekhyang suddenly became afraid. The sound of snow was too loud. Her voice was covered by the sound of the falling snow, so she could not cry very loudly. Mother! Her mother's shadow was still far away, so Baekhyang became impatient. She had to walk faster to chase after her mother. However, the further she walked, the more breathless she became. The more she walked, the smaller her voice. What should she do? Should she stop yelling and walk faster to catch up with her mother? Or should she stop walking and scream as loud as she can? The young heavenly demon did not know. While she was debating what to do, the shadow withdrew a little further away. Mother! Eventually, So Baekhyang stopped. Mother. As she stopped, her voice became a little stronger. Until now, her energy had been focused on walking, not on directing her voice. So Baekhyang thought that finally her mother would turn her head and look at her, and the shadow would become clear. But what happened? The shadow got a little further away. While So Baekhyang screamed, it had gained more distance. Before long, the shadow of her mother was buried in the blizzard and disappeared into the snowfield. Dash? Did her mother abandon her? Had she intended to part ways with her while using the snowstorm as a pretext? Or did her mother really lose her by accident? So Baekhyang did not know. She couldn't know. 2. You have died. I let my eyes stay closed for a moment, then opened them. It was an endlessly dark space. Your death has satisfied the skill condition. So Baekhyang's skills are being randomly copied. My hell. The skill cards are being created. The cards floated before my eyes. But my immediate concern wasn't getting a skill card. I sighed and said to Bei Hurayong, Sword Emperor, did you memorize the file? Yeah, to some extent. Bei Hurayong scratched the back of his head. It was the folder in which the alchemist and the medicine king desperately wrote down their research results. That was the important thing. The heavenly demon was drowning in disharmony and causing turmoil, so I couldn't carefully memorize the contents of the file. If we combine what you memorized and what I memorized, the pieces will somehow fit together. But we have to go back quickly before I forget. Okay. Then, let's quickly choose a skill first. MHM. Bei Hurayong moved in the air. He then looked at the back of the cards and read them out loud. The heavenly demon had quite a lot of skills, but there was one that caught our attention. Plus, Infernal Heaven's Demonic Art. Motan Sun Gong. Rank, A+. Effect, the demonic cult. They hate the logic of the heavens. They curse it, and they did not stop at hating and cursing the heavens, but formed cults, eventually uniting under one doctrine. The Infernal Heaven's demonic art is a martial art with the essence of that doctrine. Those who awaken the Infernal Heaven's demonic art can tear up the heavens and crush the tall mountains. However, you must deeply understand the hatred and curses contained in the basic movements of this skill. The more you hate and curse the world, the more you overshadow the heavens. One who has mastered and reached the peak of the Infernal Heaven's demonic art is the heavenly demon, the one who will overthrow the heavens. However, it becomes difficult to maintain your sense of self if you use this new skill. Plus, Infernal Heaven's demonic art. It was a terrible name, but I couldn't make fun of it. This must be the martial arts we saw earlier, right? Because it was really that powerful. She just swung her sword from a distance, but the Medicine King's head fell off. The venomous snake died without being able to withstand 3 strikes. Even I, who was confident in my training against the Devil King of Fall Rain, could not outrun the sword path cut by the heavenly demon. The greatest skill that existed in this world. TSK. Is a typical demonic art. Bei Hurayong frowned. In the end, it's a matter of how you deal with the world, whether it's with strength or strategy. How I deal with the world. Indeed, if you try to embrace the world with generosity, you usually end up in the righteous sect. If you try to ravage the world, that is the demonic cult. That is why the people of the righteous sect made their bodies into vessels to accept the world. And the demonic cult's people made their bodies with nails that can scratch the world. Bei Hurayong humphed and crossed his arms. I'll give you the simplest example. A sword strike that cuts straight from the head to the bottom. In some schools, they call that the tiger fury because it is like a tiger rushing. Quick! Bei Hurayong took a stance and swung his arms down, as if he was wielding a sword with both hands. Oh! It was only for an instant, but I flinched. I really felt the spirit of a wild beast charging at me. It was strong. His tone and behavior are so pathetic that I sometimes forget about it, but in front of my eyes was indeed the Sword Emperor Bei Hurayong. He was a warrior who had nearly conquered the tower with just a sword. Well, it doesn't really matter whether it's a tiger or a bull. The specifics can vary depending on how the founder or the creator of the move gained enlightenment. Anyway, it's important to imitate a tiger or bull. Emulate it. Copy it. Thus, you make something of the world into your own. That's what Bei Hurayong meant by vessels, to accept the world. But the demonic arts are different. Bei Hurayong took a stance again. It was the same posture as when he previously swung his arms. In the demonic sect, they say something like this when teaching initiates. Bei Hurayong breathed in forcefully and stomped his foot. Recall your rage, the soreness in your stomach, at the moment a thief stole one of yours. The empty air in the void split open. I unintentionally stepped back. The face. It was because of Bei Hurayong's countenance. His face was blank, but it still emanated an infinitely cold anger. It was as if he became a completely different person. Recall the moment your younger sister was dragged away by the governor. Remember your weakness, your inability to do anything. You waited in front of the governor's house for the night to pass, but at dawn, your sister returned to you as a cold carcass. Remember her face, and paint it into your heart. Bei Hurayong began to perform a sword dance. Even though his hands were empty, somehow I felt as if I could still see a sword. That sword was as black as the space in which we stood. Recall when you buried your sister's body, alone. Was it winter? The ground was frozen and it was hard to dig. Did you dig at the stubborn soil with your fingertips? Did your fingernails crack? Did blood flow from your broken nails? In the end, you couldn't even dig down to a foot. Did you put your sister's corpse into a pit? Did you bury her feet first? Did you put a pile of cold dirt over your younger sister's body? You couldn't bury her in the ground. In the end, did you sprinkle the dirt on her face one handful at a time? Couldn't breathe. As Bei Hurayong's sword dance continued, the endless space which we were in seemed to narrow. It was enough to make my head spin a little. It was only the movement of his hands and arms, but Bei Hurayong's grudge resonated deeply. Recall the texture of that grain of soil. Hold your sword with the hand that dug the earth. Swing your sword as you scattered the dirt over your younger sister. Lament your helplessness and blame the cruelty of the world. I muttered, though it was more like a moan. The nails that scratched the world. That's right. Bei Hurayong stopped his arms. Only then could I breathe again. Shall we say that it's a mental cultivation method that uses internal energy? It's literally a way to build and train your mind by pushing through adversity. Whether it's a strong person or a hunter, the outcome will be different depending on how well they use internal energy or aura. Bei Hurayong shrugged as if it didn't matter. In simpler terms, it's a battle of wills. The demonic arts are a little heavy on the spirit. Anyway, zombie, this isn't something you need to learn. I quietly looked at the silver skill card. Really, you don't need to learn other martial arts. Don't you know who I am? Am I not the Sword Emperor? I'm the greatest martial artist in this universe. You may not know this, but you're slowly becoming proficient at my supreme techniques. Infernal Heaven's demonic art or whatnot. Compared to my martial arts, it's like trash. I want to learn it. Huh? Bei Hurayong blinked. I'm going to learn it. This Infernal Heaven's demonic art. You. Blink. Blink. It was after about 3 seconds that Bei Hurayong recovered his voice. Why? Because I want to. Compared to my martial arts, this is total crap. Bei Hurayong began to go wild. No way. Zombie. Did you fall for the heavenly demon's swordplay? Damn.
I'm gonna go nuts.
That only looked impressive because she entered the state of life or death, leaking her energy. It sucks. It literally sucks out your energy. Zombie. A traditional warrior should not get drunk and waste one's energy. I grinned. Are you mad because I'm trying to learn someone else's martial arts? What? No need to worry. In any case, our Sword Emperor's martial arts are the strongest in the universe. Do you think I'm trying to learn the Infernal Heaven's demonic art because I don't know that? Bei Hurayong's nose twitched. Still, his pride seemed to have been satisfied since I flattered him a bit. This ghost was really easy to handle. Well, I am, as you say, the strongest. But then, why are you trying to learn the demonic arts? It's so I can fully conquer this stage. In other words, it was to bring the correct ending to this world. Say that a cure is made. If so, it's over after we save two people, the heavenly demon and the Murim Lord. All other humans have been dead for over 2 years, and treatment doesn't mean that they'll survive. Isn't that right? Bei Hurayong furrowed his brows. You're right about that. Then how will the ending turn out? In the reborn new world, the Murim Lord and the heavenly demon become Adam and Eve, Sword Emperor. Does that look like a good ending to you? Dash? Bei Hurayong's face looked like he was chewing sh*t. He was probably imagining the heavenly demon and the Murim Lord as a couple. No, that's really wrong. I can't imagine a scene where the two become a sweet couple. It gives off a bad mood, right? I looked straight ahead. Please select a skill card. Whoosh! Hush! The cards chaotically danced about in the air. But I only had one card in my sight. My gaze did not leave the silver card. Creating a cure is just the first condition necessary to make a good ending. In the end, a great ending depends on whether the characters in the work can really be satisfied. I stretched out my arm and grabbed the card. I want to present a perfectly satisfying ending to the heavenly demon and the Murim Lord. Selection complete. The skill is being copied. Of course, it didn't end there. Your current hunter class is D class. There is a penalty from your skill. The heavenly demon's trauma. The bitter grudge in her heart. Another hell that I had to cross. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. The severity of the penalty is moderate. However, this wasn't the first hell I'd run through. It wouldn't be the last either. The penalty is the Hungry Ghost Road. Will I have the chance to talk calmly about the hellish landscape that I'll cross? 3. After returning to a day earlier, I committed 8 more suicides. It was to return to the first day we fell into the apocalypse. It's cold. Same as the last time, the venomous snake shouted in surprise. The alchemist and the medicine king also instinctively hugged themselves. The dreadful coldness overtook our party. Goo! The blizzard raged, shouting its ire. Achoo! The alchemist already started sneezing and coughing. Why is it so cold? Wasn't this a martial arts novel? Brrr. It's like the Siberian wilderness. It was a white field of snow. For me, I had become used to the sight over the past 10 days. However, the rest of the party was flustered, and I wordlessly grabbed the alchemist's hand. Ah! The alchemist carefully bowed her head. Thank you. Death Kingdom. Some memories from not too long ago struck my mind. I still believe in you. The torso of the alchemist that had dropped onto the snow. The red-stained snowfield. All of these images emerged one after another. My heart was pounding a bit. I spoke calmly, however, not letting any sign of my nervousness appear on my facet. It's natural, I guess. Chun Mumun Master, please take care of the medicine king. All right. Also, I think I just saw a human shadow over there. Unlike the last run-through, I led the party this time. Soon, the snowstorm died down, and before us, the forest of silhouettes. No, the forest of corpses, stretched out. The venomous snake was confused. What? What are these? Why are all the humans frozen? It seems like they're zombies. I touched the face of one of the corpses. Huh? Zombie? Yes. Look at this. I pointed to the mouth of the zombie. Specifically, I pointed to its teeth. There's a lot of flesh scraps in between the teeth. People here may not have the habit of brushing their teeth after eating, but even then, this is a bit severe. It's like he bit things like a beast. Upon hearing my words, the alchemist's expression changed. She examined the corpse's mouth with a more serious look. After a while, she seemed surprised. He's right. The flesh and DNA in this mouth and the owner of this body are inconsistent. They are completely different from each other. Doesn't that mean he just ate human flesh? The medicine king was disgusted. Why? People in the past also ate human flesh. It isn't a zombie. The dates of death don't match. The alchemist adjusted her glasses. This body died about 3 years ago. On the other hand, the owner of the flesh that was eaten died 2 years ago. That would be impossible if the eater had died and not moved for a whole year. It's hard to believe, but, yes, as Death King Nim said, it must be a zombie-like creature. I hate monsters and horror movies. Do something about this. Sir. Even if you tell me to do something about this. The alchemist looked embarrassed. Okay. The progress was much quicker than last time. Even if the zombies started to move, we wouldn't be caught off guard like before. The anticipation of a situation alone can change people's reactions completely. Above all, in my head, I remembered the results of the last few days of research. Boss. Medicine King. Yes. I have a strange skill, though I can't tell you what the skill is. According to my skills analysis, I explained the results of their research step by step. My memory wasn't perfect. I couldn't memorize the entire file at once. However, when the heavenly demon killed me and I went back 24 hours, I had more time to memorize the file carefully. Bei Huryung also memorized it with me. Upon hearing my explanation, the alchemist fell in deep thought. That's amazing. It's a flawless research method. I can't find any fault with it. It's almost like something I would do, but the terminology used is completely different from mine. No, it's really awesome. What an amazing skill. Death Kingdom? The alchemist looked at me with admiration. From my point of view, the alchemist was praising herself. Perhaps, the boss was evaluating herself as a really awesome person. In this desolate world, wasn't that confidence the most amazing thing? Or that's what I thought, at least. It's good that our research time will be shortened, the Medicine King said easily. Anyway, I want to get away from the zombies. But it would be nice if there was a place to stay warm. At that moment, we heard the sound of laughter. In the last run-through, I didn't know who was the one laughing. But not this time. The Murim Lord. The Namgung clan and Taesang family's old man was the one who burst into laughter. The demonic cult ends today. Then, even a passing dog will turn over and laugh. The voice of the heavenly demon, of course, could be heard. I held my breath and went in the direction of the voices. Crunch. The snowflakes were trampled under my shoes. The closer the voice got closer, the more clearly I recalled the scene when the heavenly demon admitted her emotions. I am afraid. As long as I am alive and well, the demonic cult remains strong. This is why the world is so scared. Axe Saint, you're the one that should say your last goodbyes to the righteous sect. Where is Namgung-un? Call the Namgung family and the Taesang family. Summon the Murim Lord here, the country's greatest, the most powerful person in the world. That's why this woman survived until the last moment. In an infinitely sad sense, the warrior who realized the egotism of the heaven and the earth. Phew! The warrior was still smiling. She was standing up to the world in the middle of this snowy field, still smiling toughly. She was like a single dot stamped on a white sheet of paper. What a long tongue this old man has. The bloody ghosts are just staying off the radar for a while after receiving my secret order. I just hoped that the lone dot would connect to a line. You guys are? The heavenly demon's eyes widened. She looked at me as if she couldn't believe it. It was worth it. From her point of view, I was the first new person she had met in years. Is my great self seeing things now? It looks like a living person is moving. Heavenly Demon Nim. I arrived in front of the woman. Then I slowly knelt down. The cool snow field gently sank under my weight. From a world far away, I heard of the majesty of the heavenly demon and came to find you. For a long time, I have deeply admired the stories of the greatest person of all time. I didn't know how much time it will take from now on, but I was determined. I faced the heavenly demon and shouted, "Please accept me as your disciple, Heavenly Demon Nim." The The heavenly demon dropped her jaws as if she had seen a ghost. Chapter 70. The World of Dead Constellations. 2. It's cold. So Baekhyang thought in the middle of a snowy field. Buried in white snow, the world was colorless, odorless, and silent. The world was just a cold, blank sheet of paper. It's cold. Her flesh was cold. Her bones were cold. Even her blood was also cold. So Baekhyang thought, my stomach is numb. Mother, I think my internal organs are filled with ice. Mother, it's too cold here. She thought and thought. As she continued to think, her insides became increasingly frozen. Eventually, her thoughts and even her head became cold. Cold. Another cold world. Her mother's silhouette. How much time had passed? Aha! The silence broke. It's weird. How strange. The smell returned. It's already been 10 days since it snowed here. The snow is at least 5 feet deep. How is it that this child is still breathing? Finally, even the colorless landscape broke apart. So Baekhyang looked ahead with young, childish eyes. There was an old man standing in front of her. He had dug up the snowfield and made a noise. When he grabbed her wrist, he smelled like an old man. The eyes of the old man looking at her were black. You're not an ordinary child. That old man was an old master of magic. You were born of ice and snow. The coldness of the world will soon be a part of your energy. Curiouser and curiouser. A young kid spends 10 days buried in a snowfield and emerges like this. It's like something out of a book. Child, what is your name? So Baekhyang parted her lips. I don't know. She couldn't recall her name. How old are you? I don't know. How did you end up in this snowfield? I don't know. She couldn't remember anything. It was cold. Her thoughts froze, her head and ability to think froze, and all the words in her head and heart seemed to be frozen. Poor thing. A young one already sent to the elements. The old master groaned. However, you are the perfect vessel for learning martial arts. The master of the North Sea will take you even if he has to pay 1 billion gold pieces. What wonderful fate. But for what purpose? Will our school be a gift to you, or will you be a gift to our school? It's very difficult to assess with my old eyes. So Baekhyang did not understand. From before, she could hardly understand what the old man was saying. The person in front of her was using words that were too difficult for her. Brush. The old man smoothed So Baekhyang's hair. Child, will you follow me? I will feed you and get you a place to sleep. These words were easy to understand. As she nodded slowly, the old man spoke again. You don't smell of anything. Since you don't have a name and don't know your birthplace, you are probably a child born from the snow. I will give you my last name, and I will call you Baekhyang, the scent of the white snow. The scent of the snow. From now on, you are a student of the demonic sect So Baekhyang. So Baekhyang remained quiet for a while. Then she spoke. Where am I going? The old master smiled. It is a place where children like you gather. 5. It's impossible, the heavenly demon said. I have never had a disciple in my life. Even though the world has become twisted, my rules remain unchanged. A disciple? Absolute nonsense. The cave with the hot spring. We had left the snowy field and were in the stronghold of the last survivors of this world. The heavenly demon and the Murim Lord said, to think there were still survivors. They were surprised, but they gladly welcomed us as guests. However, they only accepted us only as guests. It seemed that the heavenly demon had no intention of accepting me as a disciple. Hey, demon lord, why are you being so stingy? From the side, the Murim Lord chewed on an energy bar. I'm glad that the children of the outside have survived. And not only did they survive, but they also came through rough conditions to be taught by you. That's meritorious and quite charming. What are you still being so stiff for? It's meritorious and charming. The heavenly demon hummed and snorted. Even so, the rules for accepting a disciple are strict. At our school, we do not senselessly accept all people. Only children who have been abandoned by their parents and abandoned by the world can enter the demonic cult. Tisk, TSK. You always call me an outdated old fart, but you're more discriminatory than me. The Murim Lord shook his head. Child, that's what she said. Why don't you let go of this petty, demonic cult junk and take me as your teacher? I am Namgung-un. I am from the great Namgung clan and am the head of the Taesang family, as well as the leader of the righteous sect. If you become my disciple, I will treat you with great affection. Why are you saying you can't accept me as a disciple, heavenly demonim? I asked, ignoring the old man. The Murim Lord was a little shocked, exclaiming, What? Could it be that my name isn't well known in the outside world? It was a little pitiful, but I left it alone. The heavenly demon furrowed her brows. Didn't I just say it? Only children who are abandoned by the world can enter the school. The world has changed, I replied. People have turned into Jiangshi because of a mysterious disease. The Murim world's sects and families have all been destroyed. Since the world has abandoned humans, we are all abandoned by the world. Whether you like it or not.
Heavenly demonim.
Haven't the conditions for admission been automatically satisfied? The heavenly demon closed her mouth. Probably because I was right. And more than that, I was a hunter. I was also an orphan who abandoned the world outside and committed myself to climbing the tower. It was a little embarrassing to say that I was abandoned by the world, but I could say that I had abandoned the world. The admission conditions that the heavenly demon spoke of would be more than satisfied. Fine. The heavenly demon stood up from her seat. If you're confident, show me your 3 calamities swordsmanship. 1. She glanced down at me. I shall check with my own eyes if you are entitled to inherit the teachings of our school. It's obvious that you're just all talk and no skill. Anyway. I also got up from my seat. Thank you for the opportunity. I pulled out the holy sword. Shying. The sound of a sword being drawn echoed in the wide cave. People were looking in my direction. They were quietly waiting to see the kind of swordsmanship I would demonstrate. Of course, I had no intention of showing off the 3 calamities swordsmanship. Your skill is being activated. Infernal Heaven's demonic art. After all, there was a skill that I learned for this very moment. Who? When the skill was activated, countless movements were drawn in my head. Weird and strange sword forms. However, seeing the road in front of me and driving on it were completely different matters. I didn't have a deep understanding of the Infernal Heaven's demonic art yet. If I tried to show off the swordsmanship like this, my body would only tear like a crow-tit chasing a stork. If it'll be torn anyway, therefore this came to mind. It should be torn properly. The scenes of the traumas that I experienced so far. I swung my sword while painting them in my mind, one after another, to open the path to the demonic arts. I'd witnessed groans and screams while climbing the tower thus far. The moaning and the screaming were always raw and vivid. I remembered these sounds as if I had just heard them a moment ago. Their voices colored my heart. Save me, please. I'm so hungry. Please give me something to eat. The basement of the mansion. I recalled the voices of children who were trapped and tortured. I want to live. The children had been bound in chains. When the mansion was caught on fire and burned, the children stared at the flames in front of their eyes. Trapped in the chains, they could not escape. They had to patiently wait until they were thoroughly burned. I wanted to play a little longer. With the children's screams in my heart, I swung my sword. Madu. That's swordsmanship. Nearby, I heard the Murim Lord exclaiming in bewilderment, but I ignored it. He wasn't what I had to focus on right now. Slowly, not hurrying, step by step, I swung my sword, thinking of what I had to think. Burn her. Burn the witch's nest. I remembered Preda's voice as she tried to save the sick at the edge of a continent. Why? You are all humans. Preda had shed black tears from her eyes. The paradise she made. The small village was burning. The sight of a man burning another man was engraved in Preda's eyes. You know about the beauty and tears of life. So why? Just why? You called us monsters. That's why you didn't hesitate to burn us. Are we not also human? With Preda's screams in my heart, I swung my sword. My sword moved faster and faster. The infernal heaven's demonic art that I gained from my death took shape. The trauma that had been transplanted after I died pulsed with anticipation. I felt like I would get lost in the middle of this, but then I called forth my aura and forced myself to continue the sword forms. Look at this kid? Bei Hurayang said that the demonic arts were nails that scratched the world. However, as I practiced the infernal heaven's demonic art, my mind changed a little. Perhaps it is more of a scream than a nail. Wow. The path of my sword continued and continued, then finally became a sword dance. Now I see that if you were born in the Murim world, you'd have entered the demonic cult. In the end, my sword dance was not beautiful. It was immature. It was clumsy. There was no scent of flowers, only the smell of fire. If swordsmanship had a face, my sword was the face of a person with a burn scar. It was only a scream. No matter how admirable Yin and Yang were, the world born from them was only full of grief. No matter how clever the script of the 3 character classics was, it could not overcome a single scream of a lowly human. The sword containing the grief of the world was sharper than the sword of Yin and Yang. A sword that wielded a single scream was stronger than a sword that moved, according to a wise saying. The deeper the grief, the coarser the scream, the stronger the sword. That was why we were strong. Survival of the fittest. That was the doctrine of the demonic sect. Speak. War has forgotten chivalry, and chivalry has forgotten war. Say it. If you say this, I will kill you as you want. The heavenly demon was the epitome of this doctrine. The highest sky. The heavenly demon knew of all the screams of her sect members and knew how to release them all with a sword. The sword form that the heavenly demon used must be a scream that faced the world, move by move. It was proof that somewhere in this world, there were those who had screamed and yelled in agony. The whole world has become empty. Decades spent in vain, completely futile. She was that sort of sky. Even the heavenly demon screamed in the final moment. Ahaha! Ha! Ha ha ha! She laughed madly. Ahahaha! Ha! Ahahaha! With that laughter in my heart, I swung my sword. Stop! I swung my sword. Stop it! I swung my sword. Did I not tell you to stop? Suddenly, my sword stopped. I didn't stop because I wanted to stop. There was a cane. The heavenly demon lifted a wooden stick and stopped my blade. Her dark inner energy echoed on the cane. You! The heavenly demon muttered in a low voice. Where did you learn the skills of our school? Her eyes were pitch black. You can't fool my eyes. No matter how messed up and inexperienced your forms are, what you've done right now was definitely the infernal heaven's demonic art. In this world, only the members of the demonic sect can learn this skill, but I, the head of the cult, have never seen your face. Speak. From where did you steal it? I realized then that I was more tired than I thought. I had run out of breath. My whole body was wet with sweat. The holy sword in my right hand felt as heavy as a rock. I looked around. The Murim Lord was, of course, but even the other people in the party were watching me with bated breath. From the open ceiling of the cave, the starlight of the night sky was pouring down. Maybe more time had passed than I thought. I forced my mouth to open. Am I worthy enough? Do I have the qualifications to be heavenly demonim's disciple? The heavenly demon was silent. After being silent for a while, the woman turned her back. She walked to the dark side of the cave. Her back was refusing everyone, so nobody could chase after her. If I had a little more energy, I might have followed her. Death King Nim? Slump. My knees collapsed. Death King Nim. Are you okay? Death King Nim? Everything was hazy. I thought it must be because I consumed too much aura at once, and my head blanked. I would probably pass out and stay like this overnight. I tried to smile at the alchemist to reassure her, but even that was difficult. The scene in front of my eyes was already dark. Tisk, tsk. Just before I fainted, I heard Bei Hurayang's voice. You pushed yourself to the verge of death by using martial arts above your level. Little Crow-tit. That's why people keep saying you have to build up from the basics. Bei Hu-ryong sighed. Well, anyway, then. It wasn't too bad, Crow-tit. You're an admirable bastard. I lost consciousness. Chapter 71. The World of Dead Constellations. 3. Winter. So Baekhyang entered the mountain. She was 11 years old. Child. No one will force you to do anything. The headquarters of the demonic cult. The place that the old man took her to was like heaven. Even when she didn't do anything, she was still given food in the morning and evening. She was given a warm futon. There wasn't even anybody to discipline them. Eat when you want to. Sleep when you want to sleep. Play when you want to play. Baekhyang. Just live the way you want to live. So Baekhyang was dazed. This place might have been the paradise she heard of in the legends. All the adults here are so nice. Children her age grinned broadly. They don't make us do anything. Are they trying to raise us as slaves? Idiot. It's been a year since I've been here, and they haven't done anything like that. There were many orphans in heaven besides her. Very many. Even at a glance, there were more than 2,000 of them. Furthermore, 1 or 2 children entered the mountain every day. Once, during a famine, dozens of them had entered in one day. Were there so many orphans in the world? You guys. So Baekhyang parted her lips. How did you guys get here? There was silence. The children stared at her. Then, in an instant, they opened their mouths. The farming was too bad. My mother worked in the red light district. I don't want to talk about it. Why do I have to tell you? At night, thieves with swords attacked the town. The villagers all suddenly got sick. They kept hitting me. I ran away. Hunger, mission, illegitimate child, bandits, pandemics, abuse. Each time the children opened their mouths, poison flowed. So Baekhyang was dizzy. The poison drenched with hunger was bitter. The poison with resentment for one's calling was burning. The poison of an illegitimate child was fierce. The poison of being stabbed by bandits was cold. The poison that grew from the plague was nasty. The poison salted with abuse and beatings was rotten. You guys, were there so many poisons in the world? Have all the bitterness, heat, pain, and rot from the world gathered here? Then what was this place? How could this be heaven? So Baekhyang remembered. Are you guys happy now? It was a jar of solitude. Are you okay now? Put toads, vipers, tarantulas, centipedes, fire ants, wasps, and all kinds of poisonous insects into the jar. Then seal the lid. The viper bites the toad eats the tarantula, and the venom eats each other until finally only one survives. Let it rest. To make the ultimate poison. Yeah. The children laughed brightly. Because I can eat rice every day. I don't have to work for my mother. I'm always fine. Yup. There are no thieves here, right? Even if it hurts, the doctor will fix it. Nobody hits me. I like it. Toad, viper, tarantula, centipede, fire ant, wasp. The children opened their mouths and laughed. But in So Baekhyang's eyes, her peers looked just like poisonous beasts and bugs. That was right. This place wasn't like heaven. It was just a jar to nurture the loneliness of one person. So Baekhyang quietly put her hand on her chest. It was cold. It wasn't something that could be warmed with a warm morning's porridge, evening soup, or a thick blanket. Ice that would never heat up was buried in the middle of her heart. That was her heart. Her mother was leaving. The snow was drifting down. Her mother didn't stop walking away. Like her, the snow did not stop. From that day on, So Baekhyang didn't get along with her peers. Eat when you want to. Every morning and evening, the food she ate lessened. Sleep when you want to sleep. She went to bed early and got up even earlier. Play when you want to play. She didn't play, while the children laughed and played around, neutralizing their poison with laughter. So Baekhyang did not socialize with them. The children murmured. Baekhyang is strange. She's always playing with the farmers. Weird. Yup. She didn't eat rice. On purpose. Why does she hang out with the farmers? I don't know. She ignored it. Just live the way you want to live. Time passed. One day an old man came. It was the old master of the demonic sect who had brought her here. Although time had passed, the old man had not changed from that winter day. It's been a long time since we saw each other. Baekhyang. Yes, it's been a while. I have something to ask you. Thud, thud. The old master hit the ground with his staff. I hear you don't fit in with children your age. Yes. I hear you help the farmers grow the food you eat and harvest it. Yes. I hear that you make all the clothes you wear and the blankets you use. Yes. Why? The old man tilted his head. If you want, you can live in abundance, even if it is not luxurious. This is a peach blossom spring. One grown-up's farm and pick fruits for you. You are just a child. So why do you work so hard? So Baekhyang parted her lips. The Mo family, who farms on the lower part of the mountain, had their 2 daughters taken away by the governor. Mr. Choi, who works in the orchard, was called to build a wall, and his second son died while he was gone. He brought up this unfairness to the governor, but he was accused of conspiracy, and even his firstborn was killed. After burying the bodies of their 2 sons in their hometown, Choi and his wife devoted themselves to this place. So Baekhyang listed all these out one by one. The farmers who bring crops to the orphans were all injured by the world. There isn't a single person among them who doesn't have a painful story. Not even one. This is not heaven. So Baekhyang said after scrutinizing the farmers' circumstances. They don't feed and dress us for free because they're dumb. Then, the old man asked back, why do you think you eat and sleep for free? Because they want us to take revenge for them. Because of regret and resentment. Because they could not forgive the governor and towns that ruined their lives. They want to get revenge, but they don't have the power to get revenge. So Baekhyang said, I heard it. They say you have to learn and master martial arts from a very young age to succeed. Those farmers, the people who feed us and dress us, are too old to deepen their understanding of martial arts. But they can farm for children who can learn martial arts. We don't eat and sleep for free. That was what paradise was. It is to take revenge on the world on their behalf. It was the headquarters of the demonic cult. The old man was silent. After being silent for a while, the old master asked, Baekhyang. Yes. Do you have anything to say to the world? So Baekhyang nodded. Yes. About the cold. About a winter's blizzard. About that day, following a mother and crossing a snowy field. About the mother who continued to walk away while hearing her child scream. About the child left behind. About the cold. About someone's heart. I do. About hunger. About a child born in the red light district. About illegitimate children. About the child who lost his family to the thieves. About a child whose village disappeared due to the plague. About a child who was abused and beaten. About their poison. I have a lot to say. The world was wide. Very many things. What had to be said was infinite. The old master quietly closed his eyes. Is that so? I suppose you do. It was quiet. If so, the world will have to listen to you. The old man opened his eyes. I am one of the demonic sect's 7 elders. I am known as the demonic Buddha. Is there a Buddha in hell? If there is no Buddha in hell, what use does he have? Even though So Baekhyang called this place hell, the old man did not reproach her. Rather, he responded as if it were natural. Only then did So Baekhyang know that she had chosen the right path. Baekhyang, you passed the admission test. You did not lose yourself even with the abundance of food and a comfortable bed. Thus, your poison will be sharp. Take me as your teacher and call me master. Master. In the future, your sword will ring in place of countless screams. The old man raised his cane. Then, he placed it on the shoulders of the young heavenly demon. Bow. You are my disciple from now on. That day, So Baekhyang entered the sect. She was 13 years old. 7. Get up. It was early dawn when I woke up. There was a voice that seemed to whisper in my ear. When I opened my eyes, the heavenly demon's face was right in front of my nose. Oh ho! You already can't stand up? She was really right in front of me. She was so close that I could see each of her eyelashes. When she blinked, her eyelashes opened and closed like black curtains. I was lying on the floor. The heavenly demon stared down at me in that position. There. Heavenly demon Nim. Was it because I just woke up? My mouth felt so stuffy that I couldn't speak properly. If you're still there, I want to get up, but I can't. It feels like my head will bump into you. Seeing how you're so eloquent after waking up, your body must be fine. The heavenly demon straightened her back. Go into the hot spring and take a bath. Wash your mind and body with all your heart. Yes. I shall be waiting at the entrance of the cave. The heavenly demon swung around and walked away. I had nothing to say. The small back of the heavenly demon disappeared to the other side. I stayed in the cave dumbstruck. The other sleeping party members were also there. NNNG, Unyang. Who? Were they immersed in the virus research until late at night? Tools were scattered around the sleeping forms of the alchemist and the medicine king. The venomous snake was crossing his arms with a big smile, as if he was in a very pleasant dream. What kind of dream did he have to be able to sleep so sweetly? I opened up 3 psychological status windows at once. Yes, I am right. No, why should I even explain this simple thing? You wouldn't understand it even if I did explain it. Anyway, I'm right, so do what I tell you to do. You're driving me nuts. You're as dumb as a water flea, you idiots. And no, that wasn't what I meant. But if you just mull it over in your noggin, if you just think a little more, you can understand this simple logic. I'm sorry. This is my 100th victory, Marcus. Also, I won 999,999 times against that youngster who's an alchemist of something. Oh, is there really no one standing in the way of Sean McAllister's road to victory? It's sad to realize just how much superior I am in this world. Mwahahaha. Fthihihi Okay. I shouldn't wake them up. I especially thought that I shouldn't touch the last one. I washed my body carefully and went out. Shiny and Bei Hurayong were holding their breaths the whole time. The white sky loomed over us as the dawn mixed with the snow on the horizon. Upon exiting the cave, I saw a snow-covered world. The heavenly demon stood in the middle of a snowy field. Arms crossed. She looked at me up and down from head to toe. Did you wash up everywhere? Yes. I cleaned until I felt that even my mind was cleansed. I hate people who speak well. The woman frowned, furrowing her eyebrows as if she found me dissatisfactory. And you are too good at talking. Your tongue is much too light. I worry if your temperament is more of a scammer than that of a good man. Was that so? I've never really thought that I had a talent for speaking. However, the witch who was second place in the rankings also told me off, saying that I was good at talking. Was I born with a talent that I hadn't known about? As I was locked in these thoughts, the heavenly demon narrowed her eyes at me, displeased. I also opened her psychological status window. Despite his silver tongue, his face is still dumb after he washed up, so he's not cute at all. He's the very picture of a member of the Hao Munju. What was Hao Munju? 2. Follow me. I followed the heavenly demon, keeping her in my sight. As we crossed the snowfield, the heavenly demon said, "If you want to wear the clothes of the demonic cult, you have to pass numerous tests. Although you have proved your qualifications, that doesn't mean you have passed the test. Our first exam is it the test of comfort?" Thud. Maybe I was imagining it, but the heavenly demon's steps seemed to falter. You take in children, raise them, and feed them for free. Children who settle and are complacent with this are raised by the farmers, craftsmen, and others on the auxiliary side of the sect. They would grow up and support the demonic cult. But it's different if you pass test of comfort. Then you are recognized as a disciple of the cult. These are the children who officially learn the demonic arts. At this time, they say that they have truly entered the demonic cult. How do you know that? I was killed by you in the last run-through and I saw your trauma. I couldn't say that though, so I just smiled. I know quite a lot. How indifferent the heavens are. The last connection that I'll make, and they brought me a sly thing like you. Must I really accept this How Mun-like wretch into the sect? Bei Hurayong nodded from the side. Yup. Zombie does look like a How Mun scrub, because it's the heavenly demon. She has a good eye for people. What are you talking about? Well, if you were just a scrub, you'd lose interest in things too quickly. But when you're being weird, you just don't quit. So it's even worse. Was this a compliment? Or was it an insult? Whenever I wondered if someone was complimenting me or cursing me, I would just interpret it as a compliment. There were desolate times. Today, people are too stingy with praise. Shouldn't I, at least, receive people's words in good faith? That's right. Even if the other person was a weird, eccentric, and negative ghost like Bei Hurayong, I'm saying that that part of you is like a scrub. You crow-tit. I had no idea what he meant. Really. This place should be good enough. There was a pit in the place that the heavenly demon led me to. A huge pit. The center was hollow, shaped a little like the Colosseum, but it was as dark as midnight because the dawn's light could not reach it. Be joyous. The heavenly demon turned and looked at me. This great self is willing to accept you as a disciple. The world of the demonic sect. The heavens won't reject a member if he is well qualified. Ah, then. But I can't accept you as a formal disciple yet.
No.
Heavenly demon Nim, you're too much. I came from far away to become your disciple. I also showed you that I was qualified. But what do you mean that I'm still not good enough to be your formal disciple? First of all, your words are very suspicious. The heavenly demon stared at my face. It's really suspicious that you came from beyond the Great Wall. I also doubt that you admired the great me for a long time. According to my senses, everything seems like a lie. But your nature does not seem too vile, so I'm letting you go. Seriously, how does this person have such strong senses? Honestly, it's weird because you actually have a good heart. That's right. You are truly a freak. It's difficult to determine right now whether you will be an opportunity for me or if I will be an opportunity for you. What is the test? There. The heavenly demon pointed to the bottom of the pit. I threw a Jiangshi down there. He was once a well-known master in Gango, one of the most promising people of our cult. Defeat that Jiangshi. Then, I will accept you as a disciple of the cult. But, the heavenly demon gave me a clue, arms crossed. Fight while you are hungry. What? Just as I said. Fight the Jiangshi, but with only hunger in your heart. Only the pain of hunger must be in that place. Do not let any other emotions or thoughts penetrate your psyche. The heavenly demon's voice echoed. Can you do it? Then I realized. She already considered me her disciple. Saying that I was not a formal disciple or a disciple at all of those words were nothing more than hot air. In the heart of the heavenly demon, I was a disciple who will be taught according to the teachings of the demonic cult. I was the one who would inherit the infernal heaven's demonic art. All of your sword's movements must stem from hunger, the heavenly demon said. Think of the hungry voices and groans, the arm movements and footsteps of starving people. Everything. Think about it and plant it in your mind. Make it into your will. By this will, crafted only from hunger, swing your sword. Only then will the infernal heaven's demonic art reveal its true power. I looked down the pit. Goo! A zombie was howling at the very bottom. A black uniform. It was old and worn out, but the zombie certainly wore the uniform of the demonic cult. A pit resembling hell. You could call that zombie my senior apprentice. I opened my mouth. If I swing my sword only out of hunger, what will happen? You will be able to cut a man who has never starved in one blow. The heavenly demon spoke calmly. Therefore, you can fight half of the righteous sect members with one maneuver. Thus, that was why this was said. Nails that scratch the world. First, learn the way of Asa, death by starvation. Then learn the way of Galsa, death by dehydration. Only by understanding thirst can you wield a sword to strike those who have never been parched and twisted. Next is death by drowning. You will master all 9 sword techniques, and through these, you will overturn the world. I squeezed the hilt tightly. My heart was beating. That's quite appealing. The end of the heavenly demon's mouth rose. I think it was the first time I saw her smile in this life. Perhaps she liked my fighting spirit. If so, why are you hesitating? Hurry up, and don't fall into hell. With that, I jumped into the zombie pit. Chapter 72. The One Who Gathers Death. 1. What word in the world matched the least with zombie? I knew that it was a strange question, but this world was occupied by zombies. As I fought against zombies and practiced martial arts, I naturally had to worry about zombies. So I just realized which word was the worst combo with a zombie. Go-o. That was Hadouken da Yuwa, Aya. A zombie in a black robe gathered his hands and fired a Hadouken at me. I wasn't kidding. It was real. I'll say it again. This zombie, who had lived as a person of the Murim world, screamed and fired Hadouken at me. This is crazy. Whoosh! The Hadouken easily pushed me back. I flew through the air like a tossed wooden stick. What had happened so far already left me dumbfounded. But it didn't end there. Woohoo! The zombie kicked the ground with a tap. It was a strange technique for movement. He sleekly activated a lightness skill. As if his body was filled with helium, the zombie soared into the air. In a moment, the zombie flew all the way to right in front of my nose. Insanity. Hey! Wait! This can't be real. I swung the holy sword urgently. But before I could wildly cut the zombie, a voice stopped me from swinging. Wrong. Don't swing your sword randomly. It was the voice of the heavenly demon. She was looking down at my fight from above the pit. Did I not say this? Think of the hunger, death by starvation. Think only of the gnawing in your stomach. If you just swing your sword, the infernal heaven's demonic art is nothing more than a useless shell. But the zombie opened its mouth in front of my face. Crack. I barely managed to twist myself away and avoid the zombie's teeth. I didn't have the time to fall properly, so I just ended up rolling on the ground. Was it more angry because I avoided it? The zombie roared and rushed at me again. I'm not really hungry right now. Fool. The heavenly demon shouted as if she was frustrated. Can't you think of the color red in your mind even if it isn't in front of your eyes? Just because you're not hungry right now doesn't mean you can't remember the feeling of hunger. Go-o. While the heavenly demon talked to me, the zombie continued to attack me with its nails. If I was scratched by those nails even once, it would be over for me. If I became infected with the zombie virus, I would become Kim Zombie in the truest sense of the word. Chong. Clink. The zombie's nails struck my sword with a horrible sound. I couldn't attack, busy as I was with trying to defend myself. I could taste death. If you can't do this, it is because you aren't yet used to the sense of hunger. Your stomach is too full. Those who learn the infernal heaven's demonic arts must be able to freely recall their senses. A sense of hunger. Memory of hunger. Remember the longest time you were starved for. Go over your senses from back then. Where were you then? What did you want to eat the most? How long had you been hungry? The longest time I starved for was 3 to 4 days. What? 3 to 4 days? The heavenly demon was dumbfounded. You mean that the longest you've ever starved was for only 3 days? That's ridiculous. It has been a long time since the world has become so turbulent, and the harvest has been bad. How could you only starve for 3 days? Unless you're the child of a noble family. Well, the place beyond the walls were more abundant than the central regions. Of course, the tower, where people from all over the world gathered, was more abundant than the Murim world. Furthermore, it was also a place where you could enjoy modern civilization. There probably were quite a few hunters who've never starved for more than 2 days. Oh-ho! Ah! Tsk, tsk, tsk. The heavenly demon sighed. I see that this isn't getting through to you. Hunger is the most pressing sensation. That is because it is a pain that cannot be skipped for even a day, a pain that no man can reject. People live to soothe their hunger. There is no difference between the hunger of an emperor and the hunger of the lowest caste. How can you awaken the infernal heaven's demonic art if you don't even know this? No, but I lived as an F-class hunter for over 10 years and have gone hungry quite often. When I bought tegbaki while living outside the tower, I counted how many rice cakes there were per serving and only bought from a shop that gave 4 more pieces. Enough! The heavenly demon turned around. This was my fault. For a moment I had hope. As I thought, you are a man whose only talk. I was at the bottom of the huge pit. So, the heavenly demon's figure quickly disappeared from my view. Chong! Clink! Barely blocking the zombie's teeth and nails, I shouted at the already distant heavenly demon. Heavenly demon Nim. There was no answer.
Heavenly demon Nim.
Again, there was no answer. The heavenly demon was a warrior who didn't look back. Please wait. Oh my God. It's not like being hungry is something special. Does that make any sense that you can't learn martial arts because of that? Ha! The Hadouken zombie opened its mouth wide again. Ah! Oh Fu! Chomp! You have died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. CK. I regressed to a day ago and stomped my feet. As I returned, I saw the skill card of Hadouken Zombie, suffered trauma, and received system verification that my ego was maintained. But that wasn't important now. But I also lived through a lot of hardships. I was fuming, indignant, wanting to win. Only those 2 emotions, like red and blue fireworks, burned in my heart. They went beyond just burning. They blazed. Wow. Bei Hurayong rested peacefully next to me. She's educating you in a very traditional way. Well, she's teaching you an arcane art, so that's only right. Zombie. Humans have been eating more since olden times, so they become more simple. Fine. So she's coming at me like this. Huh. I ignored Bei Hurayong's words and left the hot spring cave. If you come out like that, do you think I'll cower and surrender? Am I supposed to be thankful? I'm a man who is burned to death. I was scorched from my head down. Do you think I won't die from starvation? Bei Hurayong wore a rare, embarrassed expression. Zombie, why are you like this? Hey, instead of this, learn swordsmanship only from me, not the heavenly demon woman or something. I'm much more tolerant when it comes to being a teacher. She wants me to feel hungry? Then I'll starve. Damn it, Bei Hurayong muttered. What a dilemma. This guy's completely gone nuts. Oh, he's a crazy kid who can't see anything in front of him when he gets mad. We'll lose out on so many days. From that day on, I entered the road to hell. I'm going to find the items needed to clear this stage. That's what I told the party. With that, I left. Alone. I went as far as I could from the hot spring cave and isolated myself on a snowy mountain. Doing nothing. I just stayed there. You're crazy. Did he even know what I was trying to do? Bei Hurayong looked at me with judgmental eyes. You're just gonna stay here until you starve, right? Yes, that's it. Ah man, Bei Hurayong lamented. Everyone else should have to know how dumb this guy is. Ah, poor me. I'm the only one who knows this, alas. I regret becoming a ghost when I died. I regret it. He was noisy. Zombie. No ganja. Please. I don't care that you're so crazy immersed in your training. But what did I do wrong that I have to keep watching you from the side? Huh? Hey! I told you you're being noisy. Let me ask one thing. How many days do you intend to do this? I sat in a small cave on a snowy mountain. It was different from the cave where the heavenly demon and the party stayed. Of course, there was no hot spring, and there were no grains or energy bars. It was just a dark and cold cave. I don't know. At least 112 days. What? I saw it in the heavenly demon's trauma. She hadn't eaten anything for 111 days and endured with just air. So I'll hold on for 112 days. You damn sashimi-like. Bei Hurayong continued to curse at me for over a minute. But it was pointless. No matter what he cursed at me, my mind was unaffected. I had already started to sit in a lotus position. You can't last for more than 100 days, no matter how much you want to. Bei Hurayong cried out. Look at the weather now. It's cold. It's super cold. You'd freeze right away if you didn't have aura. But how are you going to keep circulating your aura for over 100 days? No matter how much you try, 20 days will be the limit. Seeing how I didn't respond to abusive language, he was now trying to speak persuasively. Besides, Gongja, enduring for more than 100 days is no longer in the realm of hunger. You've never starved for more than 100 days, right? Since you haven't stopped talking. Have you ever starved like that? Yup. I know it because I practiced fasting in my youth. I felt like I was going to die of hunger for a few days, but after a while, I didn't even feel hungry. It's not starvation, it's just mental discipline. Mental discipline. Then there's my answer, I replied flatly. I just need to fast for 15 days. Then keep repeating the 15th day. Bei Hurayong huffed. What are you saying? I won't eat anything for 15 days. I'll hold on until my hunger peaks. Then I'll kill myself to stay on the 15th day. My hunger level won't change. I looked at Bei Hurayong. I repeat until I have 112 days like that. How does it sound? I won't run out of aura. I'll continue to feel hunger. It's the perfect solution. You, madman. Bei Hurayong was astonished. Just learn from me. Don't take a strange master as your teacher. I told you my martial arts is superior. If you really need a teacher, you can learn from me. What the hell is making you do such a crazy thing? I will learn the infernal heaven's demonic art perfectly. My heart was ablaze. Do you know why the heavenly demon lost hope in the world? Do you know why this world, the chronicles of the heavenly demon, ended? It's because she felt that it was meaningless to live longer. When the Murim Lord was lying in his sickbed, the heavenly demon muttered to herself, "The whole world has become empty." That was the end. If the world was a book, that was the final sentence written on the last page. That it was all meaningless. Even if people continued to talk, none of their words mattered. Even if people moved, no matter where they went, no matter what they felt, none of it had any meaning. Even if there were hundreds of lines after that sentence, even with thousands of lines of description, it was to no avail. It was the same as a white sheet of paper. Then the novel dies and the world dies. It would perish. That was what the librarian meant by serial discontinuation. But I didn't want this world to perish that way. I didn't want the heavenly demon to end like that. It's easy to live while avoiding things. I looked outside the cave. There was a white snowy field. Let's say I have a thug-like skill. I'm the greatest. If I win everything by skill. Hunters that are inferior to me are like that because they are idiots. I don't need to care about the idiots, so I just pick a stage that's comfortable for me to target. No matter what happens, I laugh at them. I look down on them, cynically. I circulated the aura all over my body, still in the lotus position. It does look cool, I admit. Then I began. And while cynicism isn't childish in itself, people who live while being cynical are childish. I started to starve myself. Fairness is childish, but the people who live fairly are not childish. I starved for a day. I am a person too. I have to live. I starved for 2 days. Then, the answer is obvious as to how I should live. I starved for 3 days. I starved and starved again. Chapter 73. The One Who Gathers Death. 2. Hunger. What is hunger? It had been a week since I started fasting. Well, the first and second days were the most painful. After 3 days passed, the pain went away. My gut movements slowed down. My thoughts became slow. My life itself faded a little. If you compare a person's life to a river, in my case one could say that the current had shrunk and dried up like a river during a year of famine. A drought. Quietly faded and receded. The stream of water shrunk and shrunk again, and it persisted like that until one day, the stream of pain, the stream of thoughts, and the stream of life all dried up. Was this what hunger was? Did the heavenly demon want me to train like this? And no. I got up from my cross-legged position. This isn't what she meant, I muttered quietly. If I just stay still, this will all be for nothing. I took out my sword. In my head, I pictured the movements of the infernal heaven's demonic art, and I swung the sword according to that image. Thoughtlessly. What are you doing? Exercise. Winter was cold. I inhaled and exhaled the cold air. Was it because I drank snow for the past 7 days? My breath seemed to resemble a flurry of snow. I was thinking about this wrong. I'm a little stupid. The hunger that the heavenly demon mentioned is not simply not eating. It's even worse to just fast in the lotus position. It was the first time I moved my body in a week, and I immediately ran out of breath. My muscles were shaking. My respiratory tract was tight. Hunger is when you want to eat but cannot eat. Clumsily, I tried to do a sword dance. However, I was sweating. It was different from sitting silently. My body began to come alive. The amount of sweat dripping from my skin was probably equal to the amount of water I took in. This week, I was thinking about a farmer. A hungry farmer. What is hunger? What sort of farmer wouldn't go out to the field because he was hungry? Whether he's hungry or not, whether he ate or not, he has to work. And even if he works hard, there's nothing to eat. Wasn't that what hunger was? He swings his pickaxe. He digs the ground. But it's a famine. It's been a grim time. No matter how much he works, the seeds don't sprout. The seeds really won't grow. I swung my sword. Because there is nothing he can do. I closed my eyes. The land. I imagined a land that was dry and arid. That's why he is hungry. A farmer strikes the dry ground with a pickaxe. Thud. The dirt would crumble, like breaking a stale cookie. It's been over half a year since it rained. The reservoir is empty. The well in the village is also dry. There isn't a single drop of water in the field. In broad daylight, an old man comes out and sits at the entrance of the village. He doesn't speak. The old man's wrinkled face is also dry. Because it's a drought. The sun is hot. Some villagers have already abandoned their farming work. Their fields were abandoned. Since they abandoned their work, there were fewer reasons for them to not abandon their homes. The villager took the children and left for the coast. But this farmer hasn't let go yet. Why? Because the sea doesn't seem to be different. He doesn't know how to fish. People can only live by what they learn to steal, and the farmer only knows to steal from the earth. It was the same for his father's father, and the father before that. 1 day passed. 2 days. 3. The farmer goes out to the field. He goes to work even though there is no reward. In the evening, he climbs the mountain and peels off the bark of some surviving trees that he can eat. Now, there is hardly any bark left. All the villagers had taken off. When he descended from the mountain and looked back, the trees were all white and bare. From a distance, it looked like a forest of birch trees. Hunger was what made the world white. But the farmer swung his pickaxe on the bare ground. I swung my sword in the air. He can't even eat the bark. He has a family. It's been more than a week since he's eaten anything resembling food. He has a child. So? Bei Hurayong asked. The pickaxe swung repeatedly, as did my sword. So what are you going to do? First, he'll go to the well in the village. He barely scoops a bowl of water from the well, which you could see the floor of. The water is used to prepare the bark. Put small leaves in the water, and then boil it. The fresh smell of plants. The thick smell of the bark mixed with the water vapor and spread through the air. The farmer swallows his drool. I'm hungry. I also gulped. I want to eat. He wants to bite off the bark. The bark was becoming sweeter. The bark retained the smell of the water and leaves. He thought it would be sweet. He wanted to tear the bark apart with his teeth. The thick juices would probably flow from where it was torn. There would be an earthy taste to it. A brown-colored food. The bark was edible soil. I want to eat. But he had to be patient. I have to give it to my children. At least this. I have to give it to them. The children whined. They cried. The bark that their father brought. The children hated the bark that he brought and barely touched it. They screamed. They complained while eating. They flipped it. Ah! Without thinking, the farmer slapped his child on the cheek. Just like the farmer swinging his arm, I also swung my sword. This isn't me. The farmer turns his back on his children. This isn't who I am. He wasn't someone of the nature to beat his kids originally. He was not such a person. However, the famine was terrible. It had been so long since he'd put proper food in his mouth, and his nerves were sharp. He became sensitive. It was too much. My life isn't supposed to be like this. The farmer picks up the bark. What is hunger? There have been numerous famines since the world began. There were countless farmers. There was a lot of hunger. Fight while you are hungry. Can you move despite the hunger? All of your sword's movements must stem from hunger. That was right. There was motion in hunger. Think of the hungry voices and groans. The arm movements and footsteps of starving people. Everything. The motion was that of a farmer slapping his child. The gesture was that of the farmer, angrily leaving the house and dumping the bark in the yard. The gesture was that of the farmer going back and handing the children the dirt-stained bark. Think about it and plant it in your mind. Since the world began, some farmers beat their children, while others touch their children's cheeks and whisper their apologies. Some farmers would even beat their children and kill them. Some farmers would survive until next year, while others die with their children. That was how it was, and that was how it would be. Make it into your will. There were no gestures that did not come from hunger. Based on this will. Crafted only from hunger. Swing your sword. With the motion of indignation and resentment of hitting a child, I swung my sword. Throwing the bark on the ground, I swung my sword with a motion that meant abandoning life. With the gesture of handing the bark back to the children, I swung my sword. Only then will the infernal heaven's demonic art reveal its true power. Infernal heaven's demonic art. First form. Asa. The sword of starvation. I slowly opened my eyes. The white daylight in the snowy field had turned into black night. My whole body was soaked with sweat. It was only when I was drenched with sweat that I felt hunger. I was hungry. A mad hunger gnawed at my stomach. My empty stomach seemed to have sprouted teeth and chewed on my intestines. This is hunger. It hurt. This is hunger. The demonic arts. The nails that scratch the world. The walls of the cave were scattered with scratches. Was there a storm of something? My sword strikes were clearly engraved on the stone wall. Stalactites and stalagmites were sliced through. The stone walls and pillars had been cut by a blade, even though I had barely used any aura. But it's still not enough. I had just reached the edge of this new skill I had gained. I felt it clearly, with the sword paths drawn in my head, an image drawn in my heart. The unmistakable feeling and sensation of the two matching was at my fingertips. That's how I knew. It's still clumsy. The place where my fingertips softly touched. It wasn't the peak of the mountain, but its entrance at best. Are you crazy? Bei Hurayong looked at me with a face that said he was tired. Oi! Why are you calling me crazy again? This time, I'm training properly. Properly? Even those who practice the seduction arts are training more properly than you. Bei Hurayong sighed deeply. That's why ignorant people are scarier. You little crow-tit. Even if I traveled the whole world, I wouldn't find a guy as crazy as you. Your spirit is of the righteous sect, but your mind and methods have turned to the demonic cult and embraced it. Good grief. I don't know the martial arts terms yet. So what about it? Such an idiot, Bei Hurayong muttered. This is bizarre, but this kid has no clue. Good grief. I'm going nuts. Tell me so I can understand. Come on. In a word, a master of the righteous sect is using the demonic arts. You want me to be more precise? It's a master of the righteous sect who only knows how to use the demonic arts. You zombie. Are your nose and ears stuffed? Well, I raised my left hand to cover my nose. It does feel a little clogged. This guy has been starving for just over a week and then his mind goes nuts. No, it was like this from the beginning. Did I do something wrong in my previous life to have to deal with this idiot? Bei Hurayong lamented. This guy's even making me disturbed in the mind. Wow. How am I supposed to teach this guy martial arts? I think it'll be if I teach him the same way I taught Grandpa Marcus. What am I supposed to do? I was hungry. I wanted to eat a choco pie. A choco pie that when you bite into it tastes like chocolate. A choco pie with a chewy white marshmallow inside. I wanted to eat just one piece of choco pie while drinking warm milk. What is hunger? Gongja says that hunger is a choco pie. A delicious and healthy chocolate pie. Hey, you're thinking of something else now, aren't you? No? I'm thinking about martial arts. Don't lie. I can clearly see from your face that you're thinking something foolish. Why does this man know me so well? Was he a stalker? Technically, Bei Hurayong was a ghost that always followed behind me. You can even say that he's a ghost stalker. My mood soured when I thought that. What a nasty stalker. I'm telling the truth, the truthiest of truths. Were you frequently deceived when you were alive to be this doubtful? Then tell me, what and how were you thinking about martial arts? The stalker nitpicked. Even the way that he hung onto the little things resembled the behavior of a stalker. Even though he was as large as a gorilla. Hurry up and enter nirvana, ghost gorilla stalker. I made a solemn expression. I thought I'd go down the mountain for a while. Descend the mountain? Why? Are you going to teach the heavenly demon a lesson this time? PSSSH. I waved my hand in denial. I've only just reached the start of the infernal heaven's demonic art. What use is it if I commit suicide now and return to the heavenly demon? I'll only get the same reaction like, well, he has some potential. Yeah? Why does that matter? You'll still get recognition from her. How is that enough? That won't do at all. I left the cave. Do you know how frustrated and upset I was when the heavenly demon ignored me, saying that I'd never really starved? I'm a petty person. Just being recognized can't heal my wounds. This guy is giving me a bad feeling. The response I want is, I'm surprised. I wanted to see her surprised face. I wanted the heavenly demon to see me use the sword and be shocked. Your talent is overflowing. It's explosive. I didn't realize that you were an opportunity for me. I'm sorry. The eyes of the great me have sprained for a while. Yup, just imagining it made me feel better. At that moment, the heavenly demon's face would be as satisfying as a choco pie. Well, how does this sound? Sword Emperor, you acknowledge it too, right? What a bastard. I came down the snowy mountain and headed for the snowfield. I felt something while using the infernal heaven's demonic art. Compared to the people of this era, I have never been so starved. The farmer knows the bark, the exact tree that he would strip it from. He knows just how to prepare the bark. My imagination couldn't go that far, because I haven't tried it. The clearer my mental image, the more powerful skill that will emerge. The reason that my martial arts is weak even though I've learned the infernal heaven's demonic art skill is because my image is inferior. So, I stopped in the snow. From now on, I will fill the imagination that I lack. What are you going to do? Are you really going to eat bark?
No.
There is a much better way. I laughed. 100 Ghosts Reincarnation. Moonlight shone. The snowfield was dyed silver. Suddenly, a cloud covered the moon. The clouds in the night sky became shadows on the snowfield. Little by little, like bugs, the shadows swallowed the snowfield bit by bit. The moon was swallowed by the shadows. Your skill is being activated. After a while, the clouds receded. However, the shadows in the snowfield did not disappear. Even in the moonlight, the snowfield was no longer silver. As if the moon, once swallowed, could not return. There were numerous shadows in the snow. My lord! One of the shadows opened her mouth. Did you call us? Preta knelt on one knee. Crunch. The snow was crushed by her knee and made a small sound. Thousands of skeletons stood behind her. Yes. I nodded. Preta, I have a task for you. Please give us our orders. This is a world that is ending. All humans have become ghosts and corpses, wandering around the 9 celestial bodies. Well, maybe it's similar to the Aegean Empire that you once destroyed. Preta bowed a little lower. My command is simple. Scatter. Scatter and gather the hungry corpses. The hungry corpses, you say? Correct. I gazed upon the endlessly snowy night. There will be towns and rural villages somewhere around here. Find them, and bring the corpses that you find to here. The corpses move so they will resist, but you number over 4,000. Overwhelm them with quantity. How many? Preda opened her mouth carefully. How many corpses shall we retrieve? 112. Humans with the trauma of hunger. I will learn their hunger. And when I learn and master their hunger, I would be closer to the heavenly demon at last. Chapter 74. The One Who Gathers Death. 3. Milord. Preda looked up at me carefully. Experiencing 112 deaths is excessive. Even now, you've become so emaciated in the last few days that it's hard to recognize you. Huh? Did you become so loyal that you're worried about my body?
Preta hesitated.
She seemed to be agonizing over how to answer me. Would it be better to use flattery? Or should she reveal her innermost thoughts? When the Lord disappears, I will disappear too. Preda opened her mouth. I will no longer be able to live in my little paradise. My life, my memory, my meaning, and everything will disappear. Everything depends on you, milord. I am concerned about myself, so I am concerned about milord's body as well. It's nice to be honest. The corners of my mouth rose. How about you? Are you living all right these days? Excuse me? You ended up living in Estelle's village. The people whom you valued more than your life have also returned. So how are you doing? After gaining the right to monopolize the 20th floor, I released Preda to the village. Other than when I needed her to do something like right now, she would continue to stay in the village. It would be the same in the future as well. Preda replied with a nervous look. I'm doing fine. Anything special? If we're talking about something special,
Preta blinked.
there was a time when people called hunters came in. They said that the secret to how the Death King suddenly became stronger and the 5 top guilds' secret treasure were hidden here. However, the witch whom you brought in and the hunters who follow her prevented it from becoming a big fuss. Indeed, it was the Black Dragon Guild. Their follow-up services are top-notch for sure. There are no more whispers from the minor lords of the neighboring kingdoms. They've been contracting measles from the nomads they brought in to fight us, and even if that wasn't the case, both the Empire and the Temple declared my village a holy place. Sometimes the lizard men and elves come and give gifts. It seemed that things in that world were going according to order. Well, but, for me, the abilities that I used to possess have disappeared. There are sick people who heard rumors about me and come to visit. In addition, after the village was declared a holy land, pilgrims who wish for a miracle have come together, and I'm not sure what to do with them, for now. The hunter priests who follow the heretic questioner, whom Milord introduced us to, are taking care of them. Don't worry, I have something in mind. Specifically, I plan to build a new pharmacy for the alchemist on the 20th floor. Since she said she would only take in new clients through me. After this expedition is completed, the alchemist's position would be solidified. I have to make sure that the traffic is organized. As it was a place where patients constantly visit, she would be able to gain experience with various diseases. The alchemist won't be able to handle the workload alone. Some staff would need to be hired. It would be okay to have Preda as an assistant, and it should be good to have pharmacist wannabe hunters as her disciples. Then, the size of the pharmacy will naturally increase. It wouldn't take a long time for the new pharmacy to be recognized as a branch of the Alchemy Castle, and then the branch will be converted to its headquarters. I have to take care of my people. I smiled. Anything else? Other than that, oh, Dezina is the head of the school in my village. I think she liked the tekbaki that the hunters brought us. And Garchov, the old man who takes care of the orchard, handed out the fruit grown by him to the Black Dragon Guild's hunters who stood guard in the village, and the Black Dragon hunters gave him the fruit from Milord's world. The wind blew, snow fluttered, and the moonlight quietly faded with the scattering snowflakes. Preda's voice flowed like snow. Under the moonlit night, I listened to the story that continued up until its end. Preda bowed her head. And that's the situation. It sounds like you're living well. Preta replied carefully. Yes, I'm living well. I nodded. We should improve the lives of people in this world as well. Come on, go and collect the bodies. Golden hair flowed down to her shoulders. Preta bowed again. A sound spilled from her lips. As you command. 3. There is a saying that goes, the right man for the right job. Summoning Preta and entrusting her to collect the bodies had very good results. She was one of the lower constellations. She had been called the Devil King of Fall Rain, and had destroyed the world at least once. She knew how to reap death. I will start looking for a town or city where the government offices are located. Thousands of skeletons moved at Preta's signal. Because it is a workplace for officials, there should be a map. It will be just a clumsy map, but it should be enough to compare the geography. I'd like to combine the fragmented maps to explore remote rural and fishing villages. 3 days after the search began, Preta delivered the zombies to me. They were not the bodies of those who had learned martial arts. They were just ordinary farmers and peasants. They were that sort of bodies. I will bring back the corpse of a mother who hung herself because she could not bear to see her children go hungry. The skeleton's bones were white. White bones lined up and brought over the corpses. In the middle of the snowy field, it was difficult to distinguish between the white of the bones and the white of the snow. So, from a distance, it seemed like the bodies were moving on their own and gathering in front of me. The children who opened their eyes in the morning to discover their mother's bodies. I will also bring the corpses of the children who died while crying beside their mother, withering like the wild grass. The procession of corpses continued. The deaths were listed. The people in the village who cursed the mother for dying, unable to fulfill the duties of a parent. The one who hid in a well to avoid the epidemic, but couldn't escape from the well in the end. A prisoner who starved to death without even the chance to escape. Preta carefully separated and chose the poor corpses. She was like a servant paying only the most precious tributes to the king. At the end of the week, Preta again knelt on one knee in the snow. I brought them, my lord. I looked at the snowfield. Guo, you, wuh, ku. Numerous deaths were arranged on the field. The zombies were struggling against the hold of the skeletons, who held onto their limbs. Some corpses looked old. Others were young. Hunger did not discriminate by age. Good. I untied my tie. I took off my suit and threw away my underwear. It was a dark night. With my bare skin exposed under the sky, I gave an order to the skeletons. Let them go. At that moment, as soon as the corpses caught by the skeletons were released, 112 zombies rushed forward. It was their instinct telling them to come to the place with the strongest scent of flesh. Toward where I stood. Come. I smiled. All of you come. Chomp. A young corpse jumped at me. It bit my calf. When terrible pain was about to rise up from my calf, the pain ended halfway. It was because an old corpse ripped off my thigh. The pain from the calf ended in the thigh, then, again, thickened and soared to my stomach. Dash dot. Perhaps I screamed, but I couldn't hear the scream, because a zombie tore off my ears. My lips were eaten. My tongue was eaten. Couldn't hear, couldn't speak. I just looked at the sight of the countless shadows burrowing into my body. You have died. I looked up at the night sky. The moon was white, as if it was a land where snow fell forever. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. The moon that the old man looked at before he died was exactly the same as it was now. All his life, he was a small-time fisherman at the river. When a joncher bit his finger, the old man was not shocked. He drove the ferry calmly. If I die in this boat, it won't cause discomfort to the rest of the world. The old man's wooden boat, within sight of the village, bobbed and shook in the river. The old man lay on his stomach. It was as comfortable as lying in a casket. It would be good to die as the boat was overturned by the waves. It would be good to die as if he was just falling asleep. The old man considered it happiness to be born on the river and die in the river. The last moon he looked up was peaceful. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. He didn't know how the world had changed so much. That was what the young viceroy thought as he strolled along the city walls at night. This wasn't even his hometown. He was once a student who just memorized a few lines in the writing room. However, the viceroy died, his people died, and the people's servants died. One death led to another like a polite request to be passed on. At the end of those requests, the one standing was himself. Town leader Nim. A soldier approached him and spoke. He wasn't always a soldier. He had been a pimp at the inn. Even though he was testy, his head was put on right and he was useful. What is it? The granary is empty. After half a month, there will be no millet in the warehouse. Fishermen sometimes catch fish, but they are not good enough. What will you? Reduce the grain ration for the elderly. The young viceroy said. There are countless Jiangshi. We have to save those who can still fight. Reduce the food that goes to the elderly and children by 1/3. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. The viceroy in front of him was cold-blooded. Sometimes it seemed like he was colder than the Jiangshi. The soldier was sometimes puzzled how this geek, who had only recited Confucius teachings at the entrance of the village his whole life, gained such guts. The backlash will not be small. Reduce the food you give to young people by half. There will be those whose reductions are greater than others, but so long as everyone is getting less, it will be bearable. Still, won't they be dissatisfied and argue? I will starve first. The viceroy said briefly. I'll fast completely. If I, as the leader, do not eat anything, the complainers will lose their strength. Is that all right? I won't last long anyway. What difference does it make to me if I starve for a few days? The moon that he saw on top of the wall was lonesome. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. We'll all starve like this. The kid shouted urgently. It was a young girl. As a beggar of the Everdirt, now that the distinction between the poor and the rich had disappeared, she had become the head of the children of her age. 1. The town leader's telling us kids not to eat. He's telling us not to live. Then what should we do, sister? Even if we die, we should die with some food in our stomachs. That way we can become colorful and charming Jiangshi. 2. The little kid fumed. There is a recipe I learned in the Everdirt. It's called tagua. Literally, it's a snack made out of mud. Mud snack? It's a cookie that you can make as long as you have mud. Her eyes lit up. Listen. Children who know how to swim should keep catching fish. Don't give it to adults unless they give something back, and we share it with each other. And the rest of you can go to the river and scoop soft mud. What are we going to do? I'll show you. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. The children scooped mud from the river. The mud was mixed with grains of sand. The children kept the mud in the scoop, then took out the gravel and sand several times. Clumped the mud together and spread it on a mat. The little boss eagerly moved her hands. She lumped the mud together like a ball and threw it on the mat. And, as if she was spreading plaster, she spread the mud wide over the mat. Good. It's done. What do you mean it's done? Just dry it in the sun like this. Then the mud cookies are made. The children were dumbfounded. You're just baking the mud in the sun. How are these snacks? Shut up. It's a recipe that's been handed down in Everdirt. Watch well. The little boss pulled something out of her pocket. It was a bag of salt. Even normally, salt was precious, but now that everything was being rationed, each grain was worth as much as gold. Little by little, the kid mixed the mud with salt. There. After half a day, the mud dried up. It's done now. Each of you can have one. But be careful when eating. If you eat a lot in one bite, it won't taste good. Savor it little by little. The children half-heartedly started to eat the mud cookies. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. It's surprisingly all right. Some children scraped the mud cookies with their front teeth like a hamster. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. I like it because it tastes salty. Some children licked the mud with their tongues. Their eyes were round. It was like they were eating ice cream. Because of the children's saliva, the fringes of the mud cookie got wet. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. It tastes awful. Some children just cried. The little boss laughed. It's okay. It just needs to be edible. In the future, we have to take care of all of our food. Eat tagua every day, and if we catch fish, we'll eat fish as well. All right? Yes, sister. The children soothed their hungry stomachs with mud. Person's mouth was sly. The children's throats accepted the salty mud as food. The salty taste was to trick the tongue for the mud to be swallowed. So, when the children were eating mud, they didn't bite it all at once. They tasted the salt while licking the mud with their tongues. Don't lick too much. The taste will disappear. You have to eat pieces of it while licking. By the river, children kneaded the mud every day. Yeah, at the riverside. Look over there. It's a body. It was the same river where an old man had left on a boat. The old man who was born on the river died in the river. The old man regarded it as happiness. He thought that using a boat as a coffin and dying was a way to do no harm to the world. But there was something the old man didn't think about. Drowned corpses sometimes washed up on the shores. If it was the old man's happiness to die in the river, it was the old man's misfortune that his body had been pushed to this river, not the other side. And it was everyone's misfortune. The old man must have drowned. How sad. Is it a fisherman? The children approached the old corpse with fear and curiosity. Huh? It was a dark dawn. Wait a moment. Yeah? It's a jiangshi. It's not just a corpse. The corpse wriggled as it smelled the tender flesh of the children. Run. There were some children who ran away. Ah! There was also a child who could not run away. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. That was it. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. The fortress along the river, which lost contact with the capital and the surrounding villages, was destroyed. The old man died. The last town leader died while fighting. A pawn soldier died trying to get past the town gates. The little boss died while holding her younger siblings. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. They tried to live. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. They struggled. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. Because they tried to live, they starved. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. The fingers of the children that they used to scoop up the wet mud by the river. Their hands spreading the mud dough on the mat. Their fingertips holding tightly onto the dried mud cookies. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. 112 deaths. There was no gesture that did not come from hunger among them. Trauma reenactment complete. Confirming that the subject's psyche is maintained. The penalty is ending. I slowly opened my eyes. The snowfield was deserted. On this quiet night, I softly talked to myself. I wanted to learn how to prepare the bark. Reality surpassed my imagination. Was the bark of a tree not traumatized in a world that was nearing destruction? Humans could even eat mud when they were cornered. That's right. Things like that happen, too. I stood up and dug into the snow. I wrapped Aura in my bare hands. Digging in the snow and digging again, I reached the frozen ground underneath the perpetual snow. It was the first land I saw after falling into this world. Let's see. It was not easy to dig into permafrost. I had to use Aura for this as well. I dug up a handful of earth, then heated it up as well as the snow with Aura. It was just like boiling soup. After a long time, the grains of dirt began to soften. It was mud. I picked out the grains of sand and gravel. I followed what I saw in my dream. The mud was kneaded into spheres. I took off my suit coat and used it as a mat, and I spread the dough on top of it. Yup. Time passed. The mud cookies were baked in the morning by the broad daylight. I carefully held the mud cookie, which looked just like an ordinary sweet, with both hands. Thank you for the food. I cracked it with my teeth. A crunching sound echoed in my mouth. I licked the edge of the mud cookie with my tongue. The texture became a little softer. However, it was only soft at the tip, so when I put it in my mouth, the grains of dirt stuck to the roof of my mouth. My whole mouth felt that unpleasant texture. A little later, I got the hang of it. This food was not supposed to be chewed with my molars. I had to gnaw it with my front teeth, then swallow it little by little. The warmth of the sun and the smell of the soil. I slowly ate the food that was made with those two treasures. It really doesn't taste good. I bit into it. It tastes bad. I ate it little by little. Really, it tastes bad. I swallowed. My shoulders trembled. My heart trembled. An unspeakable emotion captured my whole body. Was it anger? Or was it sadness? Maybe it was hatred. Humans have probably come from the earth, so why can't we just eat the land? Why was the scent and texture of the soil so unpleasant? Why? Before I knew it, my right hand was clenched. Emotions that may be anger, sadness, or even hate gathered in my hands. Then I realized, the emotions that could not be expressed by words were originally expressed through one's hands. They weren't meant to be said. They were meant to be swung into motion. Martial arts were just the swinging of one's hands. I should return. I pulled out the holy sword. I pointed the tip of the blade at my neck. I should return and show the heavenly demon my sword. No, it wasn't my sword. It was the sword of the old man who died without a name, the soldier, the viceroy, and the children. I hadn't read the texts on martial arts, so I didn't know the mysterious doctrine of yin and yang and the 5 elements. If there was any law to my martial arts, it was only their screams. If my blade followed any natural order, it was the gesture of the humans who were thrown away by the heavens. 3. Because it is full of resentment, it is infernal. Because we view the sky with our resentment, it is the infernal heavens. I stabbed the middle of my neck with the holy sword. With the deaths of 112 people in my heart, I regressed. What I had to do was no different from the last time. I asked the heavenly demon to accept me as a disciple. Like before, the heavenly demon pondered over it for one night. After one night, the heavenly demon presented me with a test. What is the test? There. The heavenly demon pointed to the bottom of the pit. I threw a Jiangshi down there. He was once a well-known master in Gango, one of the most promising people of our cult. Defeat that Jiangshi. Then, I will accept you as a disciple of the cult. Then, the heavenly demon said, fight while you are hungry. Fight the Jiangshi, but with only hunger in your heart. Only the pain of hunger must be in that place. Do not let any other emotions or thoughts penetrate your psyche. Can you do it? I didn't answer. There was no reason to answer what could not be said with words. Instead, I quietly jumped into the pit. Goo! One Jiangshi ran at me. I looked at the Jiangshi with indifferent eyes. The scent of mud in my mouth. The texture of a lump of dirt in my hands. With only the children's hunger in my heart. Infernal heaven's demonic art. First form. Sword of starvation. I swung my sword. With the first strike, I cut both his legs. The second strike, I cut off both arms. The third strike sliced off the Jiangshi's head. There was no gesture that did not come from hunger. The man who was supposed to be a high-level master of the demonic sect was silenced in the bottom of the pit. I looked up. The heavenly demon's mouth hung open. She was looking amazed, like when she first saw our party. Perhaps she was even more astonished. Her eyes shook. Seeing her eyes shake, I was sure that her heart would be swayed. The meaning of life when she had thought that all was lost. It was because she saw it right before her eyes. A new beginning. Because it became visible. Heavenly demon Nim. I slowly opened my mouth. What kind of death will we master next? Chapter 75. There are originally 9 swords in the infernal heaven's demonic art. The heavenly demon commented after seeing me in battle. The sword of starvation, the sword that you showed, is just the first form. You know this. Yes. After the way of starvation is the way of dehydration. The way of dehydration. So it's death from thirst. Yes, child of the outside world. You demonstrated the sword of starvation very well. So, if you devote yourself to training, you will get good. Wait just a moment. Chuck. I raised my hand. Please wait. I felt sorry, but I couldn't endure it without raising my hand. The person sitting cross-legged in front of me was about to go over a wall as if it were nothing, but the wall seemed very high to me. What is it? What did you say just now? Good enough? The heavenly demon closed her mouth. That's weird. I thought I did pretty well. But it was barely good enough for the heavenly demon. Oh, I'm sorry. Suddenly, my self-esteem is disappearing and I'm losing my confidence. I think I'm losing my nerve. You! The heavenly demon's mouth wiggled. Fine, I'll admit it. You demonstrated the sword of starvation skillfully. Don't be impudent and go around saying that the infernal heaven's demonic art isn't much. Excuse me? What did you say? I did it skillfully? Are you going to harass the great me with wordplay? The heavenly demon said. It seems like you will only be satisfied if I bow my head to you. You're truly a child who doesn't know when to stop. Why don't you be the teacher? I myself will be your disciple. Okay, she nibbled. I acted casually like a fisherman. Oh, does that mean you recognize me as a disciple, right? Heavenly demon Nim? Not an outsider but an inside disciple of the sect. The real, authentic, best disciple. The heavenly demon was again at a loss for words. 1 second. 2 seconds. After a small pause, her mouth slowly opened. Refrain from making other sounds. Child, since I will be teaching you from now on, you must concentrate. Just as I thought. The heavenly demon just forced herself to ignore my words. Force comes from stubbornness, and stubbornness comes from sincerity. I could tell where her sincerity stopped. She really won't admit that I'm her disciple even if she were to die. The relationship between an older and younger member of the same sect. The heavenly demon had already marked me as a disciple. Nevertheless, adamantly, she never said these words. I shall accept you as the disciple of this master out loud. Though the Sword Emperor and I bickered often, for the heavenly demon, that is, for most martial artists, the connection between a teacher and student was that heavy. A heavy connection can sometimes turn into a terrifying connection. Therefore, the demonic cult woman did not declare me as her disciple. She was hesitating. What kind of person was I? Not only did she see me for the first time in her life, but I was also not from the central area of this Murim world. Should such a child be allowed into her heart? Can she have more hope in her life? So Baekhyang, the master of the demonic cult and the heavenly demon, was conflicted, and so she was hesitant. Listen carefully. If you have learned the sort of starvation to that level, you are at least entitled to listen and steal the teachings of the sect. But, although her outer appearance was being unreasonable, inside, it was perfect. Character window. The inner mind reflected in my eyes told a completely different story. Plus, name So Baekhyang. Favorability, 51. Favorite genre. Martial arts. Hated genres. Classical. Mythology. History. Fairy tales. Favorite characters. Commoners. Rival. Hated characters. Oppressor. Deceiver. Playboy. Favorite plot. All-out match. Hated plot. Running away. Oblivion. Meaningless death. Psychological state. Is he a disciple? The time to make up my mind is also, no, it's a bad idea. I should be content by facing off with Namgung-un. It is too much to have a disciple now at the end of my life. It is an ugly desire. Plus, that's right. I smiled in my heart. Please consider it more. The heavenly demon's troubles. They were like a green light for me. Please be more shaken. Because I was the one who presented her with a crossroads. Will the Murim Lord and she continue the war of good and evil without hope? Or will she take a disciple and take the measures to continue the doctrine of the demonic sect to the next generation? Which way would she escape the meaningless death? Please don't let go of your life like this. My words were light. They were in vain. Light words could only be responsible for light-hearted people. No, it was like they weren't taking responsibility at all. Please live. How empty those words were. Even if the world perishes and you are left alone in this world, I still want you to live. I wish you will survive. No matter how many words I pile up, they didn't carry any weight. I want to be your reason to live a little longer. Useless and vain words. I didn't say them out loud. I was sure that it was for the same reason that the heavenly demon didn't declare me as her disciple. The lightness of words is bound to be weighed down by the heaviness of one's actions. That way it won't fly away like a whim. But the heavenly demon and I both still haven't tried hard enough to say what we wanted to say. It's not the time to decide yet, the heavenly demon thought in her heart. I haven't come up with a decision yet. I thought to myself. The heavenly demon and I faced each other. Child of the outside world. You don't look focused. Are you listening to me? Yes. I was watching well. Of course I am focusing. What do you mean? It's not a joke. I'm serious. Of course. I swear to anyone, whether it is the Jade Emperor or King Yomra the Great. We exchanged glances. Unlike her hands, her eyes were conflicted. They do say that the eyes are the windows to the soul. The heavenly demon opened her mouth after going back and forth several times. Fine. Seeing that you are overflowing with confidence, you can take the next test right away. The heavenly demon brushed away the snow and stood up. She started heading somewhere. Do not follow me. My feet are busy. Saying so, she left. The heavenly demon walked on the snowy field, but there were no footprints left in the snow. Only a thin shadow slid over the icy path. Extreme Qigong skill, traceless snow road. The woman was demonstrating what she talked about on the first day after we fell into this world. Suddenly, I want to fight her, Bei Hurayong said abruptly. I want to have a match with her, even if it's just one match. Really? I thoughtlessly turned to face him. What? Did you get salt in your ear? I said I want to have a round with her. Contest. For me, it was the first time I had seen Bei Hurayong look like that. Damn it. The Sword Emperor was truly angry. Know this, zombie. In the world of Murim where I was born, the demonic cult is extremely weak. Those demonic cult minions are only effective against them. There was a guy who called himself the Heavenly Demon, but I buried him in the ground and changed his name to the Earthly Demon. Damn it. I have challenged and changed the names of hundreds of so-called strong warriors. Really, something was different. His current expression didn't resemble anything like the times when he lost a bet to me. Then he writhed around, saying that he was angry, but the expression Bei Hurayong was making right now was, I'm really jealous of that Murim Lord bastard who was born here. It was much more intense. What if it was me, huh? We'd have a fight with our lives on the line. We'd say, oh, will this be your death or mine? After that, we'd climb up a snow peak and have a bowl of rice wine. Chewing on a segment of a tangerine, it'd be satisfying. That's the perfect meaning that all warriors search for. Wanting to win. The spirit of victory. Fighting spirit. His face became as fresh as raw meat. Ah, really? If only I wasn't a ghost. I silently kept my mouth shut. Without meaning to, I had also begun to worry. My head still down, I put my chin on my hand. My head was filled with thoughts, so I needed to support it with my hands. Huh? Zombie. You look like a zombie that's wondering why nobody is calling them a zombie. You're sulking because I called you a crowtit, huh? Hey, should I just call you a zomtit? That's it. Huh? I'm saying that's it. Quickly raised my head. Say the boss makes a cure for the infection. Say that I'm recognized as an official disciple of the Heavenly Demon. That's good. Everything is good. But I felt that alone won't be enough. Can we call it a finale? But you just gave me the cherry on top. Nice play. Good job, Sword Emperor. I laughed. For some reason, the Sword Emperor looked at me and stepped back. What's wrong? Nothing, just every time you put on that expression, it's like an ill omen for me. Should I say that it's unlucky? Because something will stain my face and stature. But I respect Sword Emperor Nim so much, from the bottom of my heart. You know that, right? Thank you. Are you trying to make me throw up on your face? I put my hands behind my back and stared at the faraway sky. There was an unpaid debt between us. Bei Hurayong hesitated. Debt? What debt? I am a human being who has never lived in debt my entire life. Oi, this Gongja kid is trying to trick me with his gob again. Don't do that. Aha! You'll get hurt like that. Let's bet how many times I'll die when climbing up to the 19th floor. Our sword Emperor Nim bet that I would die less than 100 times. I bet that I die less than 99 times.
No.
Right? My smile became a little kinder. No, that was already a long time ago. If my memory is correct, then regarding this bet, the conclusion clearly ended with number 97? If my calculations aren't off, 97 is less than 99, right? Sword Emperor Nim, why do you keep doing this to me? Please listen to one request. Bei Hurayong looked as if he would cry. Fine, you evil bastard. Beat me up or kill me yourself. It was a complete surrender. 2. The heavenly demon came back. She had left alone when she crossed the snowfield, but not when she returned. She carried a zombie on her back. Like the Hadouken zombie, this zombie wore a black uniform. In our sect, there is a group of elite members called the Bloody Ghosts. It is the best combat unit made by collecting only the greatest swordsmen and lancers. They are people who exist only to fulfill my orders. In other words, it was my second opponent. I readied my stance with the holy sword. The last time it was a promising master, and this time it's someone from an actual combat unit. The difficulty level is jumping higher. Don't worry, I took care to bring a child that would suit your level. The heavenly demon probably did go looking for the perfect opponent for me. She must have searched the snowfield, going through hundreds of zombies one by one. It was a thoughtful consideration. It was a heartfelt gesture. I gratefully accepted this as a kind of compliment. What you have to demonstrate is no different than from this morning. Fight the Jiangshi. With only thirst in my heart. Only the pain of thirst should be in that place. The heavenly demon smiled. That's right. No emotions or thoughts other than thirst are allowed in your psyche. All right. I dashed forward, excited. I'll show you something amazing, Aga. You have died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. It's ridiculously strong. Damn it. I did show something. The fastest death seen in the universe. Alchemist. Medicine King. The research for the zombie virus treatment should proceed like this. Oh my God. It's just like my research. No, it's like my research was organized and arranged like a bouquet commissioned by an aristocrat. And it feels like it's been put in a formal dress like an earl. What is this? Death King or whoever you are you also from Silicon Valley? This is exactly the way I'd arrange things. First of all, we had to update the findings of the treatment research as we did every time. 100 Ghosts Reincarnation. This time, I decided to shut myself in on top of a snowy mountain to do some closed training. Like last time, I ordered Preta and the skeletons to collect more deaths. Although it was different in that I told them to find corpses that died of thirst rather than hunger, the order was not very different. Scatter. Scatter and gather thirsty corpses. Yes, my lord, as you command. However, I have one more thing to ask of you. This is where it began to deviate from the last time. Preta tilted her head. If it's an order, there will be Jiangshi that use martial arts in the vicinity that are alone. I wasn't referring to the forest of corpses that we saw as soon as we fell into this world. During the last 3 years, the heavenly demon and the Murim Lord fought their battles, and they lost bodies, Jiangshi, one by one during the war. When the blizzard blew for days without a break. When the day didn't come because the night was getting longer. At that time, the power of the demonic cult and the righteous sect gradually walked away and disappeared. These missing people were the ones I was talking about right now. Find them, I said. Find the demonic cult members in their black uniforms. Find the chivalrous fighters in their white uniforms. Whether it's 100 or 300 li away, you must release the skeletons and find them. No, make a map and put a mark wherever the Jiangshi are located. Preta looked puzzled. What are you trying to save those lives for, my lord? It's a dying world, but there are two people who are still at war. They want the right conclusion to their fight and the world. Unfortunately, however I look at it, it's just a sad game of pretend to me. I looked up at the night sky. The moon was out. They want to see a good conclusion, so I'll prepare for a real war. A real war. That's right. I smiled, the expression slipping out of me by itself. I felt like Santa preparing a Christmas present. I will prepare for a proper war between good and evil. Chapter 76. When I first tried to learn the Sword of Starvation. What? The heavenly demon was disappointed. You mean that the longest you've ever starved was for only 3 days? She didn't notice my efforts. She gave up on me. She felt resigned. She only looked at me swing my sword for a little while. Then, she easily turned around and left. I see that this isn't getting through to you. How can you awaken the infernal heaven's demonic art if you don't even know this? The heavenly demon tried to make me give up on my own. Because there was nothing she expected from this world anymore. Because she felt there shouldn't be. It's fine. This was my fault. That's what happened when I was learning hunger. But when I started to learn thirst, her attitude changed completely. For, your sword is too simple, said the heavenly demon as she watched me fight the Jiangshi. I felt that the way her eyes looked at me was gradually changing. Sometimes I fumbled with my sword, and even though the heavenly demon frowned, she didn't turn her back on me. Rather, she gave me advice. I can't find a skillful use of it in your sword. There is no application. It's honest and upright, but it's just as vulnerable. The heavenly demon was beginning to place her hopes on me as a human. It's like your sword is not fighting against humans, but against the world. It is not a sword of our school, but a sword of the righteous sect. It's rather unexpected. At first, I was also killed in a single blow by a martial arts knowing zombie. But as time passed, I was able to easily deal with the martial arts practitioner zombies. It was natural, because every night I was killed by the Jiangshi that Preta brought to me. The more I went through the trauma of the corpses who died of thirst, the stronger my sword became. I shall teach you the core of our Simjial. When my sword became somewhat stronger, the heavenly demon finally began to teach me. Simjial? What's that? It's a trade secret, the key to our methods. I see that it's not easy to talk to a child of the outside world. The heavenly demon hemmed and cleared her throat. Think of the time when you learned the Sword of Starvation. What did you think of when you swung your sword? I thought of starvation. Of course you did. But it's not just that. You may not have realized it, but you've already penetrated the essence of the demonic arts. The essence of the demonic arts. I shall tell you what that is from now on. We sat face to face in the snowfield. Now, think of an apple. If it's an apple, like an apple you can eat. An apple to eat. I imagined one apple as I was told. Are you thinking about it? Yes. How does the apple feel? What? The heavenly demon's question was weird. How does the apple feel? I didn't really have an apple in my hand. How could I tell how it felt? I was puzzled. The heavenly demon looked closely at my face. You don't know? If I force it, I can probably imagine. That's fine. If you don't know, say you don't know. Yes. I have no idea. The heavenly demon smiled. The woman seemed to be rejoicing. You're honest. Good. Now, think of hunger. I thought of the pickaxe that the farmer relentlessly struck into the dry land. I remembered the gesture of him hitting his child. The children dug up the soft soil along the river and made tagua. Did you think of it? The heavenly demon whispered. Yes, I recalled it. How does the hunger feel? The crackling dirt in my teeth as I ate the mud cookies. The flavor. The crunchy texture. It's very dry. What is the scent of hunger? It's the smell of soil. Oh, what kind of soil is it? There are many types of soil. There is a separate soil for farming and a separate soil for making pottery. There is black soil and red soil. I'm curious. What is the soil of hunger? It's mud, I said with my eyes closed. But you can't just scoop any old mud. It has to be mud with little gravel and no sand. I see. I understand. How does hunger taste? Child. The heavenly demon's voice softened. I asked what the taste of hunger was. Why haven't you answered right away? Because it's sad, I said. The kids dry the mud cookies in the sun. While they're drying up in the sun, there is nothing to do, so the kids stay by the mud, waiting for the mud to dry. They are the children waiting for the sunlight. Yes, hunger is children waiting for the sun. That's right. That was what happened. Child, that is your poem. The heavenly demon's voice fell like the austere snow. When I asked you to describe the touch of an apple, you replied that you do not know. But when I asked you about hunger, you felt the mud. You could smell the mud. You chewed the mud and ate it. You have seen the flowing river, and you must have overheard the sounds of the river. An old man's last voyage, the wooden boat, the night sky, a loner who tried not to cause trouble for the world but eventually became a nuisance nonetheless. An apple has a form, but there is no hunger. An apple can be tasted, but it is void of hunger. But you talk well about hunger. Hunger for you is mud, sunlight, river water, and children. Child, that right there is your talent, the heavenly demon said. Now open your eyes. I opened them. The heavenly demon was moving her hands while sitting. The reason you don't know the texture of an apple is simple. Because it did not stimulate your memory. My memory. If you've ever eaten an apple, you will know. The heavenly demon moved her hand with a smile. In a moment, I was able to recognize it. The heavenly demon was pretending to cut an apple in half. Apples have soft skin. It's shiny, but it's also a little bumpy. I myself usually like to eat apples with the skin, but it will be different for a child with a cold. I would cut it in half. It really seemed like an apple was in her hand. Carve it out with a spoon. Feed the apple scraped off with a spoon to the sick child. Have you ever eaten scraped apples as a child? I had. I remembered a teacher at the orphanage doing that. The teacher made me lie down because I had a cold and fed me an apple scraped out with a spoon. What is the texture of the scraped apple? It's a little grainy. Correct. The originally crunchy apple has already been chewed on by the spoon, and it becomes grainy. But is that all? Has it become tasteless? No. The yellow juice is filling up my mouth. Yes. And is that all? If you scrape the peel, too, the remaining apple peel becomes ridiculously wrinkled. The hand of the mother who dug the apple for you also becomes yellow from the juice of the apple. But then say, child, what among these feelings is the feeling of the apple? I was stuck in my own thoughts. The heavenly demon asked me as if trying to make me hurry. Is it an apple as a whole? Is it an apple cut in half? Is it the scraped juice of a spoon? Is it the peel? Is it the mother's hand? What is your apple? What is my apple? I saw a mother who only ate the peel after giving all the flesh of the apple to her child. To me, an apple is the leftover peels for the mother. It is a child with a cold. It is the mother's heart that has been sharpened one spoonful at a time. For some reason, my heart became warm, even though we were sitting in the middle of a snowy field. Maybe it was because the heavenly demon had smiled. And I also think of those young children whose mothers never carved an apple for them. But the heavenly demon's smile did not last long. I think of a mother who cannot buy apples. I think a mother who would not buy one even though she has the means. I think of a child who has no one to care for him even though he is lying on his back. I think of a child who died because he could not be cared for. Her anger manifested in a poisonous gas. The heavenly demon's black eyes somehow looked even darker. There is nowhere in this world that has not been touched by human memories, and thus, there is no place in this world without resentment. I felt sick. There is no form in hunger. There is no taste. There is no scent. Wrong. Hunger is mud, a river, and a child. Even a single apple is hunger. Child. As you use mud for hunger, Do so for thirst. Feel the pain of the thirst in your throat. Sense it. Fill yourself with its taste. Smell its scent. Eat it. Touch it. The demonic arts are memories. Memory is also a sense. This is the key to our sex methods. The feeling of scooping out mud, the feeling that you capture in your hand, is your hunger, your infernal heaven's demonic art. The back of my neck was cold. Cool electricity flowed through my body. If some folks have suffered unfair things, that's all. They can't speak. They can't let go. Unable to express themselves, the resentment continues to accumulate in the mind, and eventually, it solidifies into bitterness. However, the warriors of our demonic cult are different. The heavenly demon looked at me. We swing our swords. I grabbed the grip of the sword without thinking. As a geisha sings and a scholar recites a poem, we swing our swords. What is the difference between a ruffian from a band of thieves and a warrior from our sect? They are swung by the sword, but we swing the sword. It's just that, and that difference is everything. My training began. If you just live, taking what you're given, how can you call that a life? That is death. Can you call a sword that swings you as you swing it a sword? It is a beast. Do you want to die? Do you want to become a beast? No. I bit my molars firmly. I am a living human. If so, become thirsty. Become thirsty as you did when you hungered. I had gathered 112 people who had died of starvation. Among them was a child who ate mud cookies. I bit a grain of dirt in my mouth. Suffering. Infernal heaven's demonic art. First form. Sword of starvation. You have found the mud of hunger. Now you will have to find something of thirst. For you, hunger was the children waiting for the sun. What is thirst for you? I gathered 48 people who died of thirst. Among them, there was an old woman who drank seawater and kept drinking. Her innards were pickled in salt water. Suffering. Infernal heaven's demonic art. Second form. Sword of thirst. For you, hunger was mud and thirst was the sea. But is thirst the only pain the sea brings about? There is also the pain of drowning in the seawater. There is the pain of drowning in the river. Child, what is water to you? I gathered 37 people who died from drowning. Among them was a father who gave his child his last breath. As he sank into the water, he shared his breath with his mouth. Suffering. Infernal heaven's demonic art. Third form. Sword of the drowned. Hunger is dirt. Thirst is a wave. For you, choking is a father's last breath. The land, the sea, and the air are already yours. Child of the outside world. What is winter for you? I gathered 96 people who died of the cold. Among them, there was a newborn child who was stuck to the body of an already dead mother, up until the very end. He held onto the body tightly until he froze. Suffering. Infernal heaven's demonic art. Fourth form. Sword of freezing. The dawn passed. The morning passed. Midday passed. While the world passed through a day, I had experienced 293 deaths. Child. Your sword. The heavenly demon slowly opened her lips. Really, it's ever-changing. The way the heavenly demon looked at me had also changed. People have different tendencies. Martial arts comes out of the different tendencies in one's life. These habits that cannot be fixed. The infernal heaven's demonic art is especially like that, but you are diverse. You're rich in different tendencies. I often hear that I have a variety of styles. I'm sorry. Was that nonsense?
No.
It was bullsh*t. You're talking a little bit seriously. To be honest, it was a pile of bullsh*t. Was that so? Was it a pile of bullsh*t? If it's a pile of bullsh*t, I can't help it. It is difficult for humans to know all the pain in the world, and even if they know it, to endure all the pain to its limits. It's very hard. But as I watch you learn the infernal heaven's demonic art, it's The heavenly demon furrowed her eyebrows. She turned her head. Someone is coming. Someone was approaching from the direction of her gaze. It was still broad daylight, so it couldn't have been a zombie, and because it was a world that had already been destroyed, it couldn't be an unwelcome visitor. It was the Murim Lord and the venomous snake. The venomous snake was carrying the Murim Lord over the snowfield. The heavenly demon's nose twitched. What's this old dotard here for? In that pathetic way, no less. Did you finally accept that you're just an old fogey? Shut up, the Murim Lord said while on the back of the venomous snake. I came because I was worried about you. Worry? You were worried? Even a jonksher passing by would laugh. You're weaker than me, old fool. So don't think you're in the position to worry about. Madhu, you haven't even done the ceremony of 9 salutes yet. Ha! It's obvious. I knew you would be like this. The heavenly demon closed her mouth tightly. In my mind, I was tilting my head confusedly. What is the ceremony of 9 salutes? It's the ceremony used in formalizing a relationship between a master and disciple. Bei Hurayang said. The specifics are slightly different for each sect. There are places where you perform a deep bow 9 times, and there are places where you bow only 3 times. I don't know how it is in the demonic cult. It's a secret and sacred ceremony. How was it at your sect? Well, if you endure after being hit by the teacher 9 times, that was the ceremony of 9 salutes for us. I endured up to my 63rd hit, so it was the longest record in my sect's history. Isn't that awesome? I realized why Bei Hurayang was such a crazy guy. His righteous sect just made a bunch of madmen. Shut up. I myself will decide who to accept as disciples and when. The heavenly demon said. It's not a matter for you to interfere in. You're just talking vainly now. Of course I have to interfere. The Murim Lord came down from the venomous snake's back with a thump. The old man stared at the heavenly demon fiercely. Because the reason you don't take in disciples is that you feel sorry for me. Who? What are you saying? It's just the 2 of us left. You are the only one on the path of evil, and I am the only one on the path of righteousness. If you alone take in a disciple, the only young people will be in the demonic cult. So what is the conclusion? It's like you're winning the war between good and evil without even fighting. You and I have agreed to end this ourselves. We swore. Because you feel bad about breaking our oath and you feel sorry for me. You're not accepting that young child as your disciple. I guess that's right. It could also be that sort of reason. They're in the same situation, but it would be weird if only one of them had a disciple. Looking at the feelings of the heavenly demons, it seemed that she did feel sorry for the Murim Lord. But, tsk, there's no need to be so uselessly loyal. I thought you would do this, so I took the initiative. The Murim Lord tapped the venomous snake on the shoulder. The venomous snake scratched his cheek with a bitter smile. Well, it ended up like this. The heavenly demon's eyes widened. Oh, old man, you couldn't possibly have that kid. That's right. I made him my top disciple today. You bastard. You think it's all right to do this to my great self? The heavenly demon rushed at him. Boom, boom. 2 masters rolled around in the snow in a dogfight. Do you know what kind of heart I had? Not going forth with the ceremony today? But this old man ignored the young, devoted heart of my great self as if it was nothing. Shut up. If fate comes to find you, thank your departed parents in heaven and accept it. A person can't just ignore it because they're being too conscious of others. What about the great battle of good and evil? Does it have to be just the 2 of us for it to be the battle? If our disciples fight, it can also be considered as the great battle. I can't accept it unless you're my opponent. For a demon lord, you sure have some idiotic thoughts. What did you say? The woman grabbed the old man's neck. The old man, unwilling to lose, grabbed the woman's head and glared. Ack, you demon. You're always like this. If it's not one thing, it's the other. You rockhead. You think the world will split apart just because we split our positions. I don't know what sort of world you see, but the landscape I see is ice. Anyway, it will split if you split it. Then melt it. There is a fire called the demonic path that will melt it, and the demonic cult members are the firewood. Then get one more log for the fire. Act saint, you hypocrite of the righteous path. You're just grabbing the ends of my words to fight me. There was such an argument between the old man and the woman. Whenever the two traded blows, two different worlds clashed with each other with the sound of metal. Worlds were able to establish themselves even in this endless dogfight. Leaving the two worlds to fight, I looked at the venomous snake. It's a little surprising. What are you talking about? How did someone like you, with your true self, take someone as a teacher? Was not something that I could say to him right away, so I beat around the bush a little. Aren't you the Chun Mumun master? Is it okay for the guild master to receive tutelage from a new teacher? Damn. If you have a place to do a sword dance, you do the sword dance, and if you have a teacher to learn from, you ask to learn. I can't just sit back for each of these things. Picking at what? The venomous snake smiled. The thick lines of his face held a manly kind of smile. Venomous snake Nim. What? I'll tell you clearly. Being pushed into this position by force or by mere pity. You'll regret it if you were to be a disciple of the Murim Lord with such a half-hearted resolution. The two worlds were still fighting loudly. It was different from the time that the venomous snake was pushed into the chronicles of the heavenly demon by his pride and his followers. This was an insult to those two worlds. I couldn't forgive it. I really don't know what you're talking about. The venomous snake scratched his cheek, then sharply raised his single eye. Hey, why is the guy called the Death King rambling about this so much? If you want to confirm something, confirm it with your sword. With that, the venomous snake raised his sword. It won't be easy, though, but there was an easy way to check. It would become apparent if I opened up the venomous snake's psychological status window. But instead of doing that, I said quietly, Venomous snake Nim. Yeah. Have you ever been hungry? The venomous snake blinked. What? At that moment I ran forward. Chapter 77. I rushed at him. I raised my sword. I stabbed and cut. Infernal heaven's demonic art. First form. Sword of starvation. My body became that of a hungry farmer. My sword became a pickaxe. Struck by my blade, the air crumbled like dried mud. At the end of the smashed, shattered, and broken void was the head of the venomous snake. What? The venomous snake flinched. His gaze was stained with shock. The venomous snake's shoulder was about to move, but it stopped, and in the next moment his hips moved. He had given up on a counterattack and was now trying to dodge. But there was no way that a farmer's pickaxe would not strike the land. My sword dug into the void. The venomous snake pulled himself back. The void sucked in his body's worth of air, breaking the atmosphere. Bang! The snow whirled around with the sound of the air cracking and bursting. It was winter. Every time the wind blew, the snow did too, and the air that scratched one's nostrils was extremely dry. Damn! The venomous snake raised his sword. Between the flurries of snow, the venomous snake's eye flashed. There was a shock in the lone eye of the Chun Mumun master. What is this? I rushed at him. Once again I raised my sword. I stabbed and cut. Ho! The venomous snake again jumped back instead of blocking my sword. Holy sh*T. And with an explosive bang, ice pellets rose in the air. Damn! Whenever I cut, the venomous snake escaped. He had no choice but to avoid it. Son of a gun! A whirlwind burst in his place. Damn! As I ran at him again, I stopped. To be precise, my body came to a stop abruptly. I wasn't breathing. I hadn't realized it. Huff! As I inhaled, dry air hit my throat. There was a tornado raging in my lungs. Whew! I felt as if my intestines had flipped over. Ha! Every time I breathed, my body hurt and I trembled. But I did not let go of my sword. 1 round. The battle was over in 1 round. Infection. It was obvious that you would get it. The venomous snake stared at me in a cold sweat. Death King. I thought you were just talking sh*T, but your sword skills are also quite good. Damn. Really, what the hell? These blows can be summed up as a petty demonic sword. Yes, disciple. That indeed is a sword where you can feel the force of the devil that freezes and shatters the world. It is the eternal demon's sword, cried the Murim Lord, who was grappling with the heavenly demon. There must be an insurmountable, fourth-dimensional wall that could not be crossed between the petty demonic sword that the venomous snake said and the eternal demon's sword that the Murim Lord was talking about, but that wall could not be noticed unless one was a mind reader. 1. The heavenly demon also did not realize that the wall was there. She clicked her tongue. You're pretty sharp for a guy with only one eye. Of course. It's unfortunate that he's a little old, but he has a true eye that sees the essence of things. Otherwise, would this axe saint accept him as a disciple? The Murim Lord shouted, glancing at me. You've also gotten a better disciple than you could have expected. It hasn't been long since he's been yours, and he's already using a terrifying demonic sword like that. Haha, the Demon Lord's little seed is scary enough to surpass even the 4 Demon Lords. I told you, I still haven't accepted him as a disciple. Confound it. Are you still saying that sort of stuff? The heavenly demon shut her mouth. That's right, I thought, breathing wildly. This isn't a fight for me to beat the venomous snake, nor a fight for the venomous snake to beat me. The purpose of this match was to make the heavenly demon accept me. In this respect, the Murim Lord and I had the same purpose. We were both trying to give the heavenly demon, who was just waiting for destruction, a future. The Murim Lord grinned. Disciple. Yes, master. The Murim Lord shouted at the venomous snake, who answered with good spirit. From now on, I'll give you some advice. Make sure you listen. What? The heavenly demon's jaw dropped. Oh, old man. What are you doing now? Why? Do you have a problem? Didn't you say you weren't teaching that greenhorn demon? That's true, but, you're giving advice during their competition. It's rude for someone to give a hand when playing Baduk, but it's even more so when 2 martial artists are competing. 2. These 2 are martial artists? The Murim Lord laughed and stroked his beard. In my eyes, I can only see the proud successor of the righteous path and the newbie demonic cultist. Since it's a young demon, it's okay no matter how we defeat him. So, there's no problem. The more I see this old man, he really... Hee. The Murim Lord shouted energetically. Disciple, that newbie demonic cultist. His blows may be pretty hard, but don't think he can keep up this momentum. Never get hit and keep avoiding it. Dodge, and wait for his strength to fall. Oi, master. It's true, the venomous snake grinned. I figured out that much a long time ago. Do you have any more practical advice? Hey, why is your disciple talking like that? The heavenly demon ground her teeth. It was a face bursting with heat in various ways. Is that really the dignity of the last disciple of the righteous sect? Oh, this demon's got a problem with the way he talks? Then, do you expect children from the outside world to talk the same way as we do? Or why not? Your disciple. Oh, you said he wasn't your disciple yet. Anyway, are you worried that the noob demon will be crushed by my student who speaks that way? You, disciple, use the butterfly sword and the precept of life and death. You'll beat him in 1 round. The venomous snake's thick eyebrows wriggled. Below it, in his one eye, there was a deep realization. Sure. Is it the butterfly sword and the precept of life and death? That's right. I'd like you to also add the tricks of your everyday martial arts. But is it possible? Damn, of course it is possible. Master, I'm the venomous snake, guildmaster of Chun Mu Mun. The venomous snake blew his nose and gripped his sword with vigor. Meanwhile, I was finally able to control my breathing again. As I fixed my posture, the venomous snake whispered to me, Death King. Yes. You asked me if I had ever starved? I did. Venomous Snake Nim. Is that your martial arts? His question was as sharp as a glance from his single eye. I replied evenly, It's the imagery from the previous blow. I thought so. The venomous snake smirked. Then he turned his head and smiled. I'll ask it another way, Death King. What do you think is martial arts? The leader of the Chun Mumun asked about martial arts. It was the same as the heretic questioner discussing God, the same as Sword Saint discussing the sword, and the distant future master of the alchemy castle discussing medicine, so it was something that I had to listen to properly. I would have done the same if I didn't meet the Sword Emperor, didn't learn demonic arts from the heavenly demon, and above all, before I read the psychological state of the Sword Emperor. I'll answer it for you. The venomous snake lowered his stance and raised his sword, like a venomous viper ready to strike. Lift your feet. Swing your arms. Make a fist. Then he moved. No, he flowed. It was as if the venomous snake himself had become liquid. Like water flowing from a high spot to a low spot, he flowed smoothly and gently. Right in front of me. He flowed like that, and in the next moment, bang! Martial arts means. I barely blocked the blade that soared up from the bottom to the top. Immediately, the venomous snake twisted the blade. The blade ran up against my blade, creating sparks as it did. The venomous snake straightened his sword like that. As if piercing the sky, he stood upright and slightly bent his wrist. He tilted. Then he yelled. You beat up the little sh*t in front of you. The strikes poured down like rain. That's all. You little sh*t. A shower of blades rained on me. Damn it. Bang. As soon as I blocked it, bang. The next blow went, oh. The next blow again, damn. And the abruptly falling blade chewed down on my sword and bit it. In that instant, he widened the opening I had made. ACH. Then swish. The burrowing blade scratched my cheek. This. Blood spilled. I narrowly took a few steps back. But I won't miss. The venomous snake literally followed me, curling up like a serpent. Again, a slash from the bottom to the top. Ack. As soon as I blocked it, he rose and showered down more blows upon me. Damn it. Damn. He was definitely strong. He wasn't ranked highly among hunters for nothing. This venomous snake. Oi oi, Death King. Is that all you have to show after drawing the first blood? The venomous snake snorted. The burning feeling inside me burst out not from my mouth, but from someone else's. Damn it! It was the heavenly demon. You! She bitterly yelled at me. What are you doing? It's a shower. It's water. Doesn't that sword form resemble rainwater? The heavenly demon, who had been provoked by the Murim Lord, finally couldn't keep it in any longer. The woman shouted at me with her fists clenched. What are you so afraid of? Receive it and drink. The heavenly demon was acknowledging this match. She was acknowledging that it was between me, who had become the successor to the demonic cult, and the venomous snake, who had become the successor to the righteous sect. She was accepting the fight between the two of us. This was a confrontation between the demonic cult and the righteous sect, and we were both accepted as the proxies of the heavenly demon and the Murim Lord. Ah! I laughed. Understood. I lifted my stance while holding the sword in reverse. Infernal Heaven's demonic art. Second form. Sword of Thirst. I blocked the pouring attacks of the venomous snake before it could start pouring. Then, as if I was drinking it upside down, I dragged it to my desired path. It spilled to the ground. Oh, the venomous snake who had wasted a turn. And I who had made him waste the turn. At the moment when our eyes crossed, the voices of the old man and the woman also crossed. Disciple, use the rotten leaf earth technique. It's become wet soil. Ah, then make it into a puddle. The venomous snake crouched and took a defensive posture as I simultaneously twisted my sword. Infernal Heaven's demonic art. Third form. Sword of the Drowned. Very slightly at an angle. When it's nearly horizontal, bang. Attack, bang. Make it fly, bang. Matching the venomous snake's breath. Bang. When he blinks, bang. With that, for the finale in reverse. Oof. Bang. Damn. The venomous snake ground his teeth as his flank was cut. The Murim Lord shouted, It's strong. Fall back. Follow. The heavenly demon yelled. The venomous snake retreated, following the Murim Lord's orders, and I advanced, following the voice of the heavenly demon. Infernal heaven's demonic art. Fourth form. Sword of freezing. Af you! The venomous snake was angered. You're a sucker for a fight, really? Venomous snake Nim is also tough. No, you're really a sucker. Were you a lollipop in a previous life, Death King? How does it stick together like this? 3. Then was venomous snake Nim a dog in your previous life? As we wondered about each other's past lives, the venomous snake and I clashed swords. A large amount of snow soared as the winter wind raged. The field became more heated, though. Break off at a good point, disciple. Hit him properly. Don't block it. Avoid it, even if you have to use the running wave. After that, use the aged earth counterstrike. Child, you can't stop either. Avoid it. There were scars on our skins. They were increasing in number. Blood splattered. Flesh flew away. Both the venomous snake and I had become caked in blood at some point. The open wounds were buried in the cold wind and quickly hardened into scars. Oh ho, Madhu, you bastard. Aren't you the one interfering in their match now? The Murim Lord was scolding her, but he was still laughing. You're an old man with only sly serpents in your mind. The heavenly demon was telling him off, but she was laughing. Whenever the two laughs intersected, the venomous snake's sword clashed with mine. Neither I nor the venomous snake intended to kill each other. There was no intention to kill even in the war between the heavenly demon and the Murim Lord. Therefore, this was not life or death. It wasn't a fight to kill, but it was a fight that, if ended, would allow everyone to die. Huff! Hoo! Ha! I became the sword of the heavenly demon. I fought with all my power in the place of the heavenly demon, whose body had become infected and could not fight without spilling her energy all over. This was the scene that she had lost. HAAA. The venomous snake became the sword of the Murim Lord. He ran with all his power in the place of the Murim Lord, whose whole body was infected and who could not wield an axe without breaking his spirit. This was a dream that he couldn't dream of anymore. All scenes fade. No matter how brilliant a dream was, it would one day become discolored. Humans all decay. At some point, the heavenly demon stopped talking. The woman who was called the greatest of all time in the Murim world slowly covered her face. You wicked things. A decaying genre. A decaying world. I threw it all away. I threw it away a long time ago, but it's starting again. Only people could abandon people. Only people could not abandon people. What do you want? How much time had passed? When neither I nor the venomous snake had the strength to lift our swords, our match was over. There was no winner. There was no loser either. I put away my sword. Breathing harshly, I walked with arduous steps. I walked in the snowfield. I walked to the heavenly demon, who was standing with her face covered, and I kneeled on my throbbing knees. Heavenly demon Nim. I touched the snowfield with trembling hands. I want to become your disciple. I want to be your scene. I would like to have heavenly demon Nim as my teacher. I want to be your dream that doesn't discolor. I am called the Death King. I hope your scene leads to my scene, your dream leads to my dream, and your life leads to my life. My real name is Kim Gongja. It was a period when all sincerity was mocked. I want to support you so no one can laugh at you. Please accept me as your disciple. Please keep living. That was what I said. The sunset colored the sky. Snow was falling in the field. I am the heavenly demon, so Baekyang. Snowflakes fluttered in the wind for a long time before falling from the sky to the snowy field. There were countless snowflakes, and one snowflake came to rest on one woman's dark hair. The white melted in the black and flowed down. Bow to me in the ceremony of 9 salutes. The heavenly demon opened her lips. I will receive you as my last disciple. Chapter 78. The Scent of Snow. 1. Baraya Baraya Agabaraya. The heart is a candle, so burn this place. These were prayers that had been handed down since ancient times. As monks chanted Amitabha, the demonic cultists chanted Baraya. Baraya, Baraya, Agabaraya. The heart is a candle, so burn this place. No one knew what Baraya meant, so Baekyang also didn't know. The old man who brought Baekyang to the demonic cult didn't know. They memorized it without understanding. For Baekyang, Baraya was a song of the people. It was a scream. Screams originally have no meaning. So, wasn't it natural that the song of the commoners also had no meaning? One could memorize it without understanding. Just like how people don't have to know much in order to scream. A person can be polite only when he learns etiquette, and he can practice justice only when he learns righteousness, but the exception is screaming. Even someone who has learned nothing could scream. Baraya, Baraya, Agabaraya. Screaming was a commonality between people of all nations in the world. The world that Baekyang looked at was screaming. I have nothing more to teach you, the old man said. It is time for you to make your appearance. Where should I go? Baekyang asked. A subdued voice. She had already become mature. The 11-year-old little kid was not here. Black hair, black eyes, black uniform. The woman was as dark as a well in the night. She wanted to be hell. To become the people's hell, the woman advanced that much. Where do you want to go? To the place where people starve. Baekyang replied. I want to go where the thirsty are, where there are those who are suffocating, where there are cold people, where the drug addicts are, where the ill people are, where people are punished by the government, where people burn. Baekyang looked into the air. That's where I want to go. Far, far away. The sound of prayer was heard outside the main hall. The demonic cultists were bowing as they prayed. Their voices, their trembling, Baraya, Baraya, Agabaraya, they vibrated and traveled through the wooden floor. Then, Baekyang. The old man opened his mouth. You can go anywhere in this world. Baekyang, 21 years old. She appeared in the Murim world. That winter, 31 martial artists, 47 court officials in the court, and 55 members of powerful families in the provinces were killed. 2. Our sex traditions are special. The heavenly demon quietly retreated from the others. She congratulated the Murim Lord and the venomous snake. Then, she started to lead me somewhere with just the two of us. Do you know how to do the ceremony of 9 salutes?
No.
I don't know how. In our sect, when a disciple greets his master, he bows 9 times. The place we headed for was a cave fogged up by a hot spring. I had become used to the caves like they were my own home, but I wasn't familiar with the spot that the heavenly demon took me to. It was a place our party had never been allowed to enter. The heavenly demon walked deep into the cave. The heavenly demon waved her hand. Her loose sleeve fluttered once. Then candles lit up the darkness. Countless candles lit up the stalagmites and stalactites of the cave. But it doesn't end with just bowing. The master decides whether or not to accept the 9 bows. The master can demand the student to do the ceremony of 9 salutes as many times as they want, until they are satisfied. The heavenly demon grinned. To sum it up, it all depends on how I feel. Are there any other criteria? There are. The end of the tunnel. Naturally, the heart is more important than appearance. Child. The reason why the time and place are important to etiquette is simply that a person's heart is cunning and light. There was a huge library. Every time the heavenly demon took a step, candles were lit on both sides of the step. The more the candles were lit, the clearer the library's true form became. A high cave ceiling. Books and bamboo poles were stacked up to reach the ceiling. It is not easy to grasp the lightness of the heart. The heavenly demon walked. A candle lit up by her ankle. Therefore, man chooses sacred times and sacred places. He relies on the time and place. It is to hold the light heart heavy by depending on the sky and the earth.
Heavenly Demonim.
This is the sect's secret martial arts storehouse, the heavenly demon said. And it's also the martial arts storehouse of the 5 noble clans and the 9 great schools. I call this place Kian Mugwin. 1. Bae Hurayong opened his mouth. That's awesome. It's totally a treasure trove. Zombie, I'm going to look at some martial arts books. Don't mind me and do whatever you have to do. If you can, drag it out until I can read it all. The martial arts-crazed Bei Hurayong ran to the books. Oh yeah, all the skills in the world are mine now. I'll get all the enlightenment, all of it. Kuhahaha. The heavenly demon was calm, unaware that there was a ghost running about in her library. When I was 21, I entered the world of martial arts. Can you guess what my first thought was when I appeared in the Murim world? I'm going to destroy all the heads of the bastard do-gooders in the righteous sect. That was my third thought. I'll prove that the demonic cult is the best? That was my second thought. The heavenly demon winked with her left eye. What I said was this. Since I was young, I really hated the word Murim. Ha! Murim is a word that reveres Mu, the martial artists. But how can there be only martial artists in our world? There are boatmen and farmers. Merchants live here as do prostitutes. There are countless trees that make up a single forest. Each tree has a different name and a different grain, but the 9 great schools and the 5 noble clans named the forest, above all things, after the Mu. She didn't like it. Quietly, the heavenly demon muttered. So the great me decided to take away the Mu from them. To take away the Mu? I robbed them of all the martial arts texts that they worshipped like a shrine. The heavenly demon laughed raucously. The smile on her face was playful. Hoo-hoo. The face the Gonrian masters made are still clear in my head. They begged with their heads hung down for me to leave the book containing the wisdom of the cloud dragon. I am a great person. I just buried those Taoists in the ground but left their heads sticking out. And while they were watching, I wrapped up the martial arts books and left. Wow, my master has such a nice personality. It has been decades since then. Now this is Gonrian and the shamans. It is the 4,000 Tang Mun. It's the strongest family in the nation. It's the Mosin sect. Since all the martial arts in the world form a forest here, this place truly deserves to be called Murim. I would. The heavenly demon slowly sat down. I would like to receive your bows here. Will you do it? Yes. I'm not going to care about the appearance. Child of the outside world. Just bow as your body tells you to. I did. I took off my shoes and put them down. I got down on my knees. The moment that my forehead was about to touch the floor, the heavenly demon's voice flowed. Bow 9 times, but put a different heart in each bow. A different heart. The first bow should contain the heart of hunger. Do you understand? Was that so? Yes, I understand. The relationship between the master and the disciple was truly precious. In the demonic sect, this ritual was not simply about bowing 9 times. The ceremony of 9 salutes. It was no different from the infernal heaven's demonic art. Who? Slowly, I breathed in deeply. I drew a picture in the center of my heart. A farmer wielding a pickaxe. The riverside. Mud. Hunger is children waiting for the sun to. I bowed. The heavenly demon nodded. She accepted my first salute. There was no lie in my hunger, so there was no fault in my bow. The stages of the demonic cult are largely divided into 4. To me, who would soon become a disciple, the heavenly demon gave an ancient lesson. The first stage is Ipma, or rising demon. Rising demons are those who know how to talk about their pain. The cultists who enter our sect speak with a sword, not with words. Therefore, the rising demon is a person who knows how to speak of his pain with a sword. I bowed again. After hunger was thirst, and I pictured seawater in my heart. The second stage is Gukma, or extreme demon. The extreme demon is someone who knows how to speak of the pain of others. Therefore, the extreme demon refers to a person who can use a sword to deal with the pain of others. The heavenly demon silently accepted my second salute. I bowed again, drawing the image of the drowned father in my heart. The third stage is Talma, or elusive demon. Again, the heavenly demon nodded. She was willing to accept my third salute. The elusive demon is someone who knows how to talk about the pain of everyone. The elusive demon can walk down the street and easily feel what makes the person passing by him suffer. I did the fourth salute. It is extremely rare for anyone to reach this level. Even in the history of our sect, the number of elusive demons can be counted on one hand. The Great Me is an elusive demon. Again, the heavenly demon accepted my bow. Finally, there is the stage of Sinma, the demonic god. The demonic god knows not only the suffering of all men but the suffering of all things. It is said that he can speak of the pain of all things in creation. But this is a theoretical stage, so I will just skip over that stage. In fact, no one has ever reached the stage of a demonic god. It was when I was trying to do the fifth salute. Stop! I stopped. Do it again. The fifth sword of the infernal heaven's demonic art was the path of poison. They were the movements of those who died from poison and addiction. I hadn't mastered the fifth sword yet. The heavenly demon said softly, I told you to do it again. I bowed. Do it again. I bowed. Do it again. 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 There was sweat on my forehead. Cool sweat ran down my back. The heavenly demon's face remained calm. Do it again. Number of times to bow with death by poisoning in my heart, 336. Number of times to bow with death by illness in my heart, 189. I had to bow 510 times with death by blunt impact in my heart before the heavenly demon accepted my salute. I was sweating. I silently knelt down and bent my back. You're a straightforward child. The heavenly demon smiled. There are children who are honest from birth. There are also children who are born with a bad omen but become honest by their own will. Child of the outside world, you are definitely the latter. I wonder what kind of life you've led to come this far. Her smile was a little sad. What kind of life are you trying to lead, to become like this? The candlelight flickered. The light shook and the shadows shook. As it swayed, the shadow of the heavenly demon and my shadow overlapped. If the sun means life, then shadows mean pain. The thin shadow opened its lips. The outline of each human as they live their life is separate, but their pain overlaps again and again. Thus, humans are not one because they are alive, but because they feel pain. It was the doctrine of the shadows. If you say that you will share the pain with someone, you are saying that you will be with that person for a lifetime. Therefore, those who are hurt by everyone only want to be with everyone. Child. A doctrine with only one mouth that could share it, pass it on in this world. Gongja. That mouth was talking to me. People don't just decide who they leave scars on. They can also decide whose scars to wear. The common people you are trying to save will never be good. The crowd you have saved will never be honorable. The one you love will never be perfect, the shadow whispered. The whisper of the shadow carried the heat of the candle. Even so, if you want to be hurt by everyone, if you are willing to give them your bare skin, think about how they scratch you with their fingernails, how they will hurt you even if they hug you too tightly. Life is pain, but that is only human suffering. Agabaraya. This is your heart's meaning and fire. Burn it, and see the shade of others. The candle wax dripped. The eighth infernal heaven is death by fire. It flowed down. Gongja. Bow with a burning heart. But you know that I'm the flame emperor. That's why you have to die for me. Goodbye. 2. I bowed again. Deeply. The shadow was silent. 336 times for the poison. 189 to the illness. 510 for blunt impact. The words "do it again," which rang in the cave 1035 times, was not heard this time. She seemed to be satisfied with my single bow for death by incineration. I see. The traces where the candle wax flowed. A voice spread over the spot where that trace was made. The infernal heaven's last sword form. It is not set. It is a freestyle. From generation to generation, the sect leader engraves their own death on the last sword. So, the ninth sword of the infernal heaven's demonic art varies greatly from person to person. Place for one's own death. Bow with your death. While committing suicide 4,090 times, my neck hurt. My neck, stabbed with a dagger, hurt. My hands trembled. My arms shook. I was afraid that the blade would go crooked or miss because of the trembling and shaking. I was afraid that the pain would be prolonged if I stabbed myself wrongly. So I wrapped green tape on the handle of the dagger. The green tape wrapped around the hilt was also wrapped around my right and left hands. It was fixed there. That way I wouldn't tremble. I had regressed 4,050 days. But I died 4,090 times. I had to die. I almost gave up on the way. I had ran away from it for several days. However, I couldn't forgive that person. I didn't have the confidence I could forgive him and keep living. I wrapped up the green tape again. The slower my death, the blurrier my determination became. The blurrier my determination, the more I had to die. I stopped thinking of these useless things. I disregarded my hesitant thoughts. I desperately wanted to live, so I died desperately.
Suicide.
I drew it as the last picture in my heart and bowed to the heavenly demon. The shadow shook. It was the heavenly demon standing up from her seat. I realized it a bit late. When I realized it, the heavenly demon already put her hand on my shoulder. Gongja. Our shadows overlapped in the cave. You are my disciple. Yes. You are my disciple. Yes. I don't care where you come from. Wherever you go, wherever you are a disciple of the heavenly demon, So Baekhyang. Our doctrine is in your heart. Even if society is destroyed and the world ends, as long as your heart still beats, the infernal heavens will continue. I opened my mouth. Yes, Master. My neck hurt. Those were painful days. I finally knew it now. Chapter 79. The Scent of Snow. 2. After a long while, the heavenly demon and I were able to return to the party. The two of us were quiet. As we walked through the cave tunnel, the heavenly demon said only one thing. It's very dark ahead, so be careful where you step. I just answered, yes. With that, our conversation ended. When I peeked at her face, it seemed to be submerged in apprehension. What was the heavenly demon? No. What was Master thinking about? Character window. There was a saying that a disciple should not step on even the shadow of their master, but it was hard to withstand my curiosity. Could it be that I had shown her too much of my weakness, and now Master had become cautious? That wasn't what I wanted, though. Plus, name, So Baekhyang. Favorability, 85. Favorite genre, martial arts. Hated genres, classical, mythology, history, fairy tales. Favorite characters, commoners, rival, disciple. Hated characters, oppressor, deceiver, playboy. Favorite plot, all-out match. Hated plot, running away, oblivion, meaningless death. Psychological state, here. If I calculate my remaining energy, I can live for 1 year and 6 months more by being frugal. A year and a half. As I thought, it's difficult. Within a year and a half, I must pass down everything to Gongja. Plus, my face tingled. I felt guilty for peeking into Master's heart. And not only that, I felt bashful. Also, a little touched. I wasn't sure what emotion it was, but my face felt very hot. Am I really weak against something like having people's favor and being recognized? I heard a snicker. Zombie. Today is a really good day. It's a lucky day. Of course, my feelings of being moved did not last for long. A not-human ghost jerk shattered it all. Well, no matter how different the world is, martial artists aren't that different from those in my Murim world. Still, it makes me feel good that I can read martial arts texts for the first time in a long time. Kaya. By the way, did your ceremony go well? Huh? What's that? That sour look. You already look ugly, zombie, and you're making it uglier. You need to take care of your appearance. If my favorability rate could be shown right now, it would have immediately gone down by 10 points. Anyway, ghosts do not know about the human mind. Shiny just barely stops sobbing and looks up at the warrior. Shiny, who had been shivering since a while ago, finally stopped. As expected, a constellation knows the human mind and what it feels. My favorability for Shiny rose by 30. Oh, you've returned. the venomous snake said to us. His one eye soon looked at me. Is the ceremony over now? Yes. I officially became a disciple of the demonic cult. Cool. Congratulations. So, how did venomous snake Nim become the Murim Lord's disciple? The venomous snake smirked and folded his arms. Well, somehow it just happened. You said stuff like that earlier, too. What? Do you want to hear all the details? If possible. The venomous snake looked at me with his arms crossed. He shook his head with an expression so guarded, as if not even a needle could pierce him. I'm sorry, but it's impossible, the venomous snake said casually. I just asked him to teach me. Nothing really happened. Since our spar was also over, I opened the venomous snake's psychological status window. Sheesh, that nearly dead old man. No, now he's my master. Anyway, he says his life is short and wants to give the heavenly demon a reason to live. How could I refuse and say no? And he's skilled. He's superior to me. I looked at the venomous snake, feeling as if I had been hit on the head. The venomous snake. He was a real man. Well, maybe it's because I lied, but I keep thinking about it. The Murim Lord and the heavenly demon sometimes spar against each other. I've been thinking that they're sort of awesome since seeing that. So, since the two of us were sitting together, we started talking about martial arts. Then the Murim Lord suddenly said, Whoa! Oi you, is it true? How blessed is the outside world to have a genius like you. He seemed very astonished. As for me, I scratched the back of my head, thinking, it's not that much. Then the Medicine King stepped in, asking why he was making such a fuss over that little thing, saying, this guy, the Chun Mumun Master, is a precious peer to me even though it looks like this. With his skill, character, and appearance, of course he is qualified to be one. The alchemist also blushed, saying, Yes, Sage, Chun Mumun Master is like an older bro. Nothing. I didn't say anything. Anyway, the Chun Mumun Master is the top ranker in our world. He's even said to be an idol that people all over the world look up to. I think, ha. I said something embarrassing, and she clasped her hands to her cheeks. With the banquet of facts suddenly pouring out of them, I had no choice but to look at the distant mountains. Then the Murim Lord nodded as if everything made sense. Hey, I have a request. As the greatest genius, please be my last student. This was so difficult. I just want to live quietly, but really, why is my life so? Okay, that was enough. The venomous snake. He was a real man, Death King, and demonic cult sect leader SSI. The best real man of this time shrugged as he said, I have one good news and one sad news for you. What is it? It was successful. It wasn't the venomous snake who answered my question. It was a more shaky voice, the voice of the alchemist. The alchemist was walking this way, wearing her thick glasses. The cure. I developed it. It was a success, Death King Nim. The reason I couldn't answer right away was not that I was impressed with the declaration that she completed it. The alchemist was a genius. I had no doubt that she could develop a cure. It was only a matter of time. In the meantime, I spent a lot of time learning about the Infernal Heaven's demonic art. If it was the alchemist, especially with the help of the Medicine King, she would definitely be able to develop a cure. What? You made the medicine? Master looked surprised. Is that really true? If you are lying, say it now. I am generous enough to overlook a single lie. Yes, it's the truth, the alchemist said. Actually, I developed it yesterday. I observed it for an additional day because I had to see the results of the clinical trial. Clinical trial? What's that? It's to see if the cure works properly. The experimental subjects donated by Heavenly Demon Nim and Murim Lord Nim. I'm sorry, the faction leader. I looked at his progress for a day. The pharmacist seemed to be struggling to keep her face expressionless. It's been a long time since he died, so I couldn't revive him. The zombie virus. I confirmed that the contagion was gone, and his body became an ordinary corpse. Yes, there is nothing wrong with the cure. If that's true, isn't it a great occasion? Master was delighted. That's amazing. Even though the doctors and the Taoists all worked together, they couldn't defeat the disease. To find a solution with only 2 people, that's something that goes beyond talent.
No.
Thanks to the data provided by Death King Nim, there's no need to be modest. Heal the old man Axe Saint right now. Master grabbed the alchemist's hands. Master's joy could be vividly felt in her gestures and motion. That guy pretends to be strong and proud, but he's trembling. He doesn't have many days left. He must have known that and so took in a child of the outside world as his disciple. It must be God's compassion that let you develop the cure before the old man passed away. Yes, of course I'll treat him. That's why I'm here. Then, I open my mouth. There is a problem with the cure. Isn't that so, boss? The alchemist hung her head. Her complexion was as dim as her voice. From the moment she said that she finished making the cure, the alchemist hadn't made eye contact with me. I had started to feel anxious from that point. No, there is no problem with the cure. After all, I'm the one who made it. It's perfect. But what? There are harmful effects to the abdomen. Patter. We heard the sound of light footsteps. Madhu. I also witnessed that horse-faced Taoist's body return to normal. Just in case, I grabbed 2 more Jiangshi to look again, but the results were the same. There is no doubt about the efficacy of the medicine made by this maiden. The Murim Lord, the Axe Saint. The old man in a white uniform slowly walked over to us. But you know, the 2 of us are already half corpses. Our bodies have become corpses long ago, but we've been saving them by force. Master's face hardened. The Murim Lord stroked his beard in a forlorn manner. We skillfully defied the laws of heaven to survive. Now we must pay the price. It's been a long time since both of you were infected with the Jiangshi disease. The alchemist opened her lips. If you haven't been infected yet, or if you were just infected, the cure and prevention will end with just 1 vaccine. But the 2 of you, the alchemist, with her head bowed, quickly moved her mouth. There is no abnormality above the point where the cervix meets the spinal column. After taking the cure, you'll return to normal as it was before the disease spread. However, below that point, what you are talking about is the origin of the disease, the pathogenesis, so it's impossible to distinguish the Taki. In particular, the condition of the lower body was serious, the alchemist said. The passage through which your life energy moves is the same passage through which Taki spreads. In simple terms, you have to clean the hallway. The cure is not a meticulous tweezer but a dull broom. You can't separate the dust and grains of sand while sweeping the hallway with a broom. The hallway has so much dust piled up, especially the lower part of the abdomen. The lower part of the abdomen was the place where life energy accumulated. For martial artists, it was as precious as life itself. There, we have to clear everything. If you clear it up, Master said. What does it mean to clear it up? We have to get rid of it. The alchemist's voice was tight. We have to perform surgery. Are you saying you're going to get rid of the tumor attached to the abdomen? That much is okay. There may be a loss in energy, but that can be recovered quickly.
No.
I have to remove it completely. You don't have to doubt the success of the surgery. This type of surgery has been done before. I'm not a specialist, but the Medicine King is skilled. I am also capable of providing support. So, she has great skill in medical procedures, the Murim Lord said, interrupting. I don't know much, but the doctors of the outside world are more skilled than the ones within the walls. It's amazing to watch from the side. Madhu, you should also look at it if you have the chance. Nam Gung-un. The Murim Lord coughed. I am going to have the procedure. It's only a handful of energy that I'll lose anyway. There's nothing to be sad about. I have no regrets. I'm glad that I can have a disciple in my old age. Even without my lower abdomen, I will have the mind to teach my pupil, and my disciple is a once-in-a-lifetime genius who understands 10 things if I tell him one. The Murim Lord looked at his longtime nemesis. We are martial artists. Martial arts is in the heart. If the heart remains, martial arts remain. Isn't that so, Baekhyang? Master could not answer. Throughout the night, the Murim Lord underwent surgery. Around dawn, the alchemist and the medicine king informed us that the operation was over. The operation was a success, for, at dawn, the snowfield contained the color of the shade. Master! Master stood alone at the entrance to the cave, looking down at the shadowy world. Long black sleeves fluttered in the wind. The scenery was far away, but Master's back looked to be farther than the scenery. Master! Did the result of the operation come out? Yes. What happened? He's safe. Is that so? Yes. I see. Master's gaze, though focused, did not seem to be looking at anything in particular. Disciple. Yes. I wanted to cut down all the coldness in the world, Master said. That has been my wish since childhood. I resented the winter. The snow that fell in winter was something regretful for me. Why were there seasons in the world? And among the seasons, why did winter have to take people's lives? A world that had become covered by perpetual winter. The woman born with ice, snow, and shade hated the season that most resembled her. I was confident that I could punish those who froze the world, even if I could not cut down the coldness with one strike. I remember the days when I first appeared in the land of rivers and lakes. It was also midwinter then. I realized that something had changed about Master. Her sword. Master was holding a sword in her right hand. There was no guard. It was made only with a hilt and a blade. Unlike other swords that were transparent like mirrors, Master's sword was pitch black. It was a sword that refused to be transparent. It was my first time seeing it, but I could guess what the sword was. Bloody demonic sword. That's right. Master softly chanted. When I first appeared in the land of rivers and lakes, I tried something. It was the will of a young heart. I accepted the coldness of the world as a literal thing and wished to cut down the snowy mountains. Master exhaled. The breath shed at dawn was white. In the white sky, high mountain peaks rose. I couldn't even cut off the hem of it during those days. But Master raised her sword. What will happen now? I wonder. She swung the sword. It was a sluggish gesture. Master's sleeves were long, so it took a long time for it to follow her hand movements. When the black sleeves fluttered in the air, the time in the world seemed to have stopped. In the frozen air, Master's sleeves moved freely. Bareo, wish, sword dance. Bareo, wish, sword life. 1. Aga Bareo, I have a wish. The swordswoman was burned up as she performed her sword dance. My heart is a candle. With that, burn this place. The snowy mountain was cut. The snow peak, which did not bear trees nor reveal rocks, which had no meaning except for just being there, was cut. The screams of the snow-covered mountains resembled thunder. Following the echoing scream, a pure white explosion. The snowy mountain collapsed, starting from the peak, causing a wave of snow to fall, and the waves built upon each other and fell apart in layers, continued to collapse. A blizzard created by a person, not the heavens, greeted the dawn. Master was out of breath. I could only cut the peak. I cut the mountain with my heart, but killing it with just my spirit is a far-off dream. This is the last stage of the great me. Disciple. Master looked back at me. One mountain was crumbling white. I will undergo the procedure. Chapter 80. The Scent of Snow. 3. Master did not undergo the surgery right away. I'm sorry. I just have to take a break. It was just after the Murim Lord's procedure ended. Both the alchemist and the medicine king were tired from performing the surgery. The alchemist collapsed and fell asleep, and the medicine king went to the hot springs with his jaw hanging loose, clearly out of it. Master frowned and looked down at the Murim Lord. Old man, I heard you lost your lower abdomen, so I came to see it myself. My first visitor since I've become a patient is incredible. Fine. Come and feast your eyes. How do you feel? the Murim lord, who was lying down on the mat, and cackled. I feel light. I feel like I just might ascend. You're full of sh*t. You can't even turn over a new leaf, let alone ascend. The Murim lord smirked. Well, your mug looks lighter too, Madhu. Have you also decided to get the surgery? Yes, Master sighed. I just spent a year's worth of energy while swinging my sword. It was the last time in my life that I could play with my chi like that. Ho ho! The Murim lord's eyes sparkled. It must have been a magnificent sight. How regrettable that I couldn't see it while I was lying in bed. So, what did you do? I tried to cut the winter, but I could not. That stage of deathly desperation is far away from me. Oh, that's a shame. Well, cheer up. Isn't that an unprecedented stage? If it were as easy as that, the world's history would have been upset at least 6 times. The Murim lord cackled again. Looking down at the old man's laughter, Master opened her lips.
Nangunga.
You are. I don't regret it at all. The Murim master flatly cut her off. The world fell to pieces a long time ago, but we lasted for 3 years by a strange fate. It was a strange fate that the outside world's doctors could treat us. That I could have a final disciple, that the righteous sect that I thought would end would continue. All of that is some strange act of fate. If all these strange coincidences overlap, isn't this what you call a miracle? I am merely feeling grateful for this miracle. The only thing that I regret is this. We've never been able to conclude our war of good and evil, Madhu. Well, there is no such thing as a perfect life. Our disciples will take care of it. Yes, they will. Master smiled a little. It was a lonely smile. However, Master's eyes as she looked at me held a strong faith in them. If this is the end of my life, I shall accept it. It wasn't a happy acceptance, but it was close to it. No matter how sweet candy is, it must melt in your mouth before you can swallow it. Maybe Master was carefully thinking about the end of her life. I nodded. Master, I have to go somewhere for a moment. Where in the world can you go with the outside in that state? Think about it as your disciple going out for some air. Don't worry. I feel more worried because you said that. Master quietly lowered her eyebrows. You're not trying to get involved in something perilous, are you? I will definitely be back before Master's procedure is over. I covered my fist with a hand in front of me and bowed. The way my hands were probably looked quite awkward, but I put my heart into the action. Please get treated comfortably, Master. When you open your eyes again, your unworthy disciple will be waiting. Master accepted this. Now, it was time for me to give Master her life back. 6. I exited the cave and crossed the snowy field. As I crossed the snowfield, I pictured how this world looked before it was destroyed. The Murim, a martial arts forest. Was there a thick forest over there? Gango, rivers and lakes. Did water flow over there? My lord, it was the other side of the snowfield. I have executed the order. In the middle of the snowfield, the place where the trees had grown and the river flowed, Preta was kneeling on one knee. Did you find them all? Yes, Preta said, her head bowed. White snow was like dirt on her hair. The snowflakes proved how long she had been kneeling. As our Lord ordered. I had ordered Preta to do something the other day. There will be Jiangshi that can use martial arts in the vicinity who are alone. Find them. Find the demonic cult members in their black uniforms. Find the chivalrous fighters in their white uniforms. During the last 3 years of the great battle of good and evil, many Jiangshi have gone missing. The corpses of the warriors were swept away by the blizzard and the snow in the wind. There were 439 Jiangshi from the demonic cult that were lost. From the righteous sect, 478 Jiangshi. In total, 917 people were missing. That wasn't all. 560 members of the demonic cult were not lost, but are in the vicinity. Members of the righteous sect that are in the vicinity, 521. In total, 1998. All of them. Preta bowed a little deeper. Over her thin shoulder. I have gathered them here for you, Jiangshi were lined up in the snowfield. My regiment of skeletons held the Jiangshi captive on both sides. It was morning. There was no way that the weak Jiangshi could move in the sunlight, but even if the clouds covered the sun, their battle formation would not fall apart. Good. You did well. I nodded. Now, bring the Jiangshi to me one by one. Yes, as you command. The skeletons dragged over the cold corpses. By the time the first one reached me, I was already holding the holy sword. Winter was cold, but my blade that sliced through the winter air was colder. Bariah, the wind blew. Just as the rain was collected in a lake, the wind blew into the valley in a rage. As it was collected in the valley, the sound of the winds seemed to resemble human voices. Bariah, far away, the wind shouted the sutra. The sound, as it dropped down, resembled the sound of all humans. I heard the sound of the wind that was rolling down and swung my sword, Agabariah, and cut decisively. The Jiangshi's head split. Huff! I cut and cut the corpses, without any rest. As the Jiangshi's heads burst, fragments and debris splattered all over. Next! Yes! The skeletons quickly brought over the next corpse. Preda orchestrated the army of bones into moving in the way that was needed. As I fell into a steady pace, Preda quickly presented the corpses to me, and when I felt tired, she slowed down a bit. Faster! I'll finish them all before sunset today. Yes, my lord. Like the flowing wind, we continued our executions. A total of 1998 corpses. No matter how immobile or subordinate they were, it wasn't easy to cut them with a single strike. Huff, huff, who? I had been thinking about it all along. How can I reach the perfect ending? What kind of ending will ensure that Master is completely satisfied? How can a person's life become complete? I wanted to achieve it without a single lie. So I came to a conclusion. It isn't enough for me to be her disciple. When Master goes crazy, that's the bad ending. Definitely a poor result. But was it really a happy ending with just the introduction of a disciple? Would Master be happy and satisfied with this ending?
No.
Normal ending. Introduction of a disciple is by no means a complete ending. It barely satisfied the criterion of an ending. Even if I declared that it was over with this, the librarian, the constellation, would probably accept it, and the 22nd floor would be cleared as it is. Huff! Who? But I would never be satisfied. My lord, please stay strong. There's only half of them left now. Shiny cheers for the warriors' struggle at full power. The sun went down. The sky turned red, and the snowfield was dyed violet. Who a huff? Who? I don't know how long it took. 7 hours? 8 hours? It should have been about that much. Anyway, I swung my sword without stopping. My clothes were drenched with sweat and bits of corpses that I had cut down. The last 10 are coming. My lord. 10 people. I looked in front of me. As expected, only 5 members each from the demonic cult and the righteous sect remained. I took a deep breath and clenched the hilt tightly. A little more. There are 5. A little bit more. Last. This is the last one. I smashed the head of a demonic cult member in a black uniform. The Jiangshi's frozen brain shattered like ice. Finally, after cutting down the 1998th Jiangshi, I gave way and my knees fell into the snow. Huff, huff. Huff. Ho. You've worked hard, my lord. You have done a great amount of work. Preda looked like she was ready to jump with joy. It was expected since she had also suffered alongside me for over half the day. Ever since I collected her as a part of my shadow, Preda had always been brusque. It was the first time I had seen such honest joy coming from her. What are you so happy about? I asked after my breathing had stabilized. Then, Preda realized that her face had been showing her emotions for a while and quickly returned to her normal cold expression. When I thought of the scene that my lord would show, my heart naturally felt full. I haven't been able to see my lord's master in person, but I think she will be happy. And not just a simple joy, but really greatly. I guess. I smiled, stretching out in the snow. I hope she'll be pleased. The cure was developed. I was recognized as Master's disciple. Finally, I even obtained permission from Bei Hurayong. It wasn't easy getting all the way here. Finally, I was ready to see the ending of this world. 7. A week had passed. I feel somewhat empty without the lower abdomen energy. For a week, Master and the Murim Lord recuperated. Fortunately, there was no need to find a separate spot for that. The cave here with its open-air bath served as the best vacation resort for recovering. Even if I regulate my breath, my energy isn't piling up. It's quite uncomfortable not to have chi. Aha, this is the pain of the desperate people who can't do martial arts. Personally, I'm more comfortable now. Honestly, I didn't feel like I was alive even though I was living. I had to block the taki every day, make sure my heart was still beating. Oh my, oh my. The Murim Lord sighed, sinking further into the hot spring. Because I can breathe without thinking, I feel like I'm living a little now. And all this is thanks to the children of the outside world. Why, you did well hanging in there for so long. The alchemist hesitantly ended Master's examination. Today's treatment is over. Both of you are fine. We could even say that you're cured. Even if the Zhongshi were to bite you again, you won't become infected. Thank you. Master raised her hand and stroked the alchemist's head. Flinch. The alchemist briefly cowered back. That old man and I are obliged to you for saving our lives. It's not easy to help a stranger. Oh, not at all. I only did what was natural. It's amazing that you think that was something natural. It is even more amazing that you went through and saw it till the end, what you thought was natural. Child, even at your young age, you are great. No, that is... The alchemist couldn't move as Master continued to pat her head. Although she was very embarrassed, the alchemist didn't seem to hate it. They looked like close sisters, and watching them made me feel happy. But I couldn't be content with just this. Boss, does this mean it's all right for both of them to move around now?
Yes.
Just in case I had them recuperate for a longer period. Even if they move around and exercise, there won't be a problem. Okay. Master, Murim Lord Nim, will you walk with me for a little while? A walk? Master tilted her head. I'm delighted that I can get some fresh air with my student, but why would you bring around this old coot? Gongja. Even a pleasant walkway becomes a filthy road if you go with that old man. Well, if it's a walk with the old demon and the young demon, it's me who would rather refuse. You dumb cultists can go by yourselves. Their reaction was to be expected.
No.
I shook my head quietly. Both of you have to come. Huh? Master and the Murim Lord looked at each other. They seemed to have noticed that I wasn't suggesting a normal walk. Their expression showed that they didn't know what it was about, but were interested. I understand. My disciple must have some secret plans. I don't want to walk with this old fool, but I'm willing to be tricked by my dull-witted disciple. Well, since a baby demon plotted it, it's probably no big deal. I don't expect much at all. We left the cave. It was cold. Just like it was on the first day we fell into the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. It was still winter. What was different from that day was that neither Master nor the Murim Lord could use their chi. They wouldn't be able to use it forever. With my right hand, I held Master's hand. With my left, I held the hand of the Murim Lord. That way I could use aura to warm them both. Master. Yes. Murim Lord Nim. Yeah. The two of you had said this. The only regret you have is that you were unable to conclude your battle of good and evil. That it's unfortunate, but it's a problem that we who have become the disciples will have to resolve. The two leaned against my warmth and crossed the cold winter road. But I thought of something else. Was it because it was the first time they were going out in a week? Or was it their bodies, which they had to use without their inner energy, that was unfamiliar? The steps of Master and the Murim Lord were a little clumsy. The great battle of good and evil is the ritual between you two. Even if I and Chun Mumun Master fight, it is just a normal spar. It can never be a great battle. Only a spar between the two of you can be the great battle. It is because it was you two who have held up the demonic sect and the righteous sect up to now. Disciple? Thank you. We got to the snowfield. Thank you for not giving up for 3 years. The place where corpses were once spread like a forest. The forest of silhouettes. Now, this place was nothing more than a clear snowfield. Thank you for coming to gather the Jiangshi again every morning. If you had given up, if they had been treated as mere corpses and left to disappear, I would never have been able to recover them. The life that you both lost, the scenery you should enjoy. To return them, I slowly opened my mouth. 100 ghosts reincarnation. My shadow spread over the snow. Your skill is being activated. In the shade, figures rose like snowmen. One too many. Some shadows wore black robes. Some shadows had their white sleeves fluttering. They gradually took shape in human forms and looked down at their hands, amazed. Disciple, just what? However, none of them would be as surprised as Master and the Murim Lord. You can think of it as a dream. It's okay to just look over it, saying that it's an aftereffect of losing the energy in your lower abdomen. It's all right to assume that I learned a strange martial art to recall the memories and bodies of the dead for a while and make them the same as before. Master, Murim Lord Nim, the 100 ghosts reincarnation was complete. The demonic cult is not over yet. Elite members of the demonic cult. 1,000 people. War has not yet forgotten chivalry, and chivalry has not forgotten war. Elites of the righteous sect. 1,000 people. The demonic cult will not end because of the Jiangshi, and the righteous sect too will not be eaten by mere corpses. The true great battle of good and evil. That was what the two hoped for. If the demonic cult disappears from the world, it is only by the blade of the righteous sect. If the sect is to be destroyed, it must be because of the wicked fingertips of the demonic sect. As the master of the demonic cult said, and as the leader of the righteous sect desires. I smiled. Then, I covered my fist with a hand and bowed. Fight to be the final master of this world.